Please welcome to Center Stage, our very own co-host of Web Summit Vancouver, global startup community builder, Casey Lau.
Welcome, everyone, to the inaugural Web Summit Vancouver. I'm your host, Casey Lau. As many of you know, we do Web Summits around the world, Europe, South America, Asia, the Middle East. But this Web Summit event means a lot to me personally because I was born and raised here in Vancouver. Though I call Hong Kong home these days, I grew up in the Marpole area, spent a lot of time at the Oak Ridge Mall, and seeing how that entire area is undergoing a massive transformation reminds me of what Web Summit does to an ecosystem when it arrives. I saw it in Hong Kong with Rise, in Toronto with Collision, in Rio and Qatar, and at the flagship in Lisbon, as it moved from its home of Dublin, Ireland, to Lisbon, Portugal, where 70,000 people, attendees, connected a city where the ecosystem went from zero to light speed in record time. I know the same will happen here in Vancouver. This is year one of 3. That's right, we're in Vancouver until at least 2027, and I can already feel the energy from the local ecosystem and all the people visiting from around the world. Today, this whole week, we're welcoming over 1,100 startups, 600 investors, 250 speakers with over 15,000 attendees from over 100 countries. I'm also excited to announce that we have a record-breaking number of delegations from countries like South Korea, Austria, Turkey, Ukraine, Colombia, Costa Rica, Greece, Hong Kong, Italy, Japan, the Netherlands, and Nigeria. Amazing. So welcome to Vancouver. Huge time here. If you don't know, Vancouver is not only the home to tech unicorns like Trulu, Clio, and D-Wave Quantum, but award-winning movies and shows like Deadpool, The Last of Us, and Shogun were filmed and produced here. Rick and Morty and Spider-Verse are animated here, as well as games like Gears of War and EA Sports FC. And speaking of soccer, next year the World Cup comes to Vancouver for 6 games starting right after our 2026 event. You'll also see an array of the world's best tech companies on stage, as well as the best and brightest from British Columbia and across Canada. We also want to shine a spotlight on local Canadian and British Columbia communities by ensuring that they have representation at the event. So I want to shout out to some of the communities joining us here this week, including Porch, Scaled Out Borders, the Black Engineers of Canada, Latincouver, Nations First Technology, Ethos Labs, Indigenous Tech Circle, and many more. I'm proud to be part of a conference that cares about the community it's in. All right. The journey to bring Web Summit to Vancouver started many years ago when I first met my co-host, William Johnson, who's writing about the exciting company he's building in the city in his blog called the Vancouver Tech Journal. It showed me that the city was as happening as Toronto or New York. It just needed more of a spotlight. Web Summit founder Patty Cosgrave agreed, and with the efforts of Pacific Can, BC's Ministry of Jobs, Economic Development and Innovation, and of course, former Churchill Bulldog and current mayor of the city of Vancouver, Ken Sim, here we are today. The city, province, and country have seen an incredible upswing in tech innovations and startup activity, and I hope you'll get a chance to meet some of the incredible entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and creatives across the show floor and on our various stages. All right, that's enough for me. Who wants to get this event started? All right. Today, here on Center Stage, we have talks from Cohere, Microsoft, Inflection AI, 12 Labs, and journalists from Wired, Fast Company, and the San Francisco Chronicle, all here on Center Stage. So that's enough from me. Buckle in, elbows up, add oil, and let's begin day one at Web Summit Vancouver. All right. As AI becomes more power and pervasive, the infrastructure supporting it is under growing pressure. From model access to data transmission, the networking layer behind AI is emerging as a critical point of vulnerability and opportunity. Our next speakers are building the foundation for secure, scalable AI. One is leading a zero-trust networking company used by developers and enterprises to protect distributed systems. The other is helping enterprises safely deploy large language models built with privacy and performance in mind. To discover how we secure the unseen layers of AI and ensure the future we're building is one we can trust, in conversation with the host of the Shift podcast, Jennifer Strong, Please welcome the co-founder and CEO of Tailscale, Avery Pennerun, and the co-founder of Cohere, Ivan Zhang.
Good morning, everybody. We've got 2 Canadian unicorns here. So one recently minted, right? Cohere is enterprise AI. Tailscale counts many of the larger, better-known AI companies among its users, including Cohere. And I think all of us want to know what we can learn from you, right? This moment that we're meeting, how you're thinking about security going into it.
What we've seen in the past year of enterprise AI adoption is everyone is tired of the POCs, right? When our customers try to move to production, oftentimes they're faced with issues like cost, like governance, where is their data going, and also, the stringent security and privacy regulations that they're facing under, right? And so for us, it's been very interesting to see that, hey, to get these POCs into production, they need to solve all these hosts of challenges, which is what we're focused on today. Building our agentic platform that's secure by default, and customers can safely experiment and also play with AI and also take that into production in a safe and secure manner.
So my observation is that the AI world is moving really fast, and every couple weeks there's some new trend, some new change that everybody wants to jump on. The latest trend is a really important one, is they want to connect their AIs to things. They want to connect it to their company data, to databases, to APIs and stuff like that. And the way people approach stuff like that in the AI world, because everyone's in a hurry, is they do it in a careless sort of we'll fix it later way. Tailscale is a networking company. We run into a lot of people who need to do networking, because networking is how you connect your AIs to stuff. And they don't want to think about it because they're in a hurry and they're worried about their AI thing. And so the first thing that comes to mind is, why don't I take my private data and put it out on the public internet so one of the AI engines can then access it? And that's what they do. And then they come to us and it's like, OK, so we did that. It's working. Should I fix it? And the answer is yes, probably. You should fix it.
Which brings me to the point that it feels like that networking layer, somehow that conversation gets overlooked in these conversations about AI security. Am I wrong? Is that yeah.
Pretty much like exactly what Avery said. The only real security is network isolation, right? You could try to harden your systems as much as you want, but really what prevents data or bytes from leaving your system is actual network isolation. Why we really like working with Tailscale, for example, is our IT organization is able to safely manage our deployment of Tailscale, make an internal network available for our engineers to then experiment with different MCP servers in a isolated environment, and so they could safely play with this technology and evolve their thinking in the tailnet.
Yeah. AI workloads are typically distributed right across different environments. That brings its own challenges. Do you mind to unpack that a bit too, just why that's a bit different necessarily?
We run into this a lot. Customers come to us, especially in the AI world. We sort of accidentally became the backplane that all the AI companies are using for their data just because nobody else was doing it. And we sort of found out after the game was already played that we had sort of won it. It was kind of funny. Our website didn't have anything about AI on it until AI companies told us, like, hey, you won. How did you do that? And we're like,
It's a sick product. It's a really, really sick product. So that's why.
Yeah. But I think like I wouldn't say networking is overlooked exactly in the AI world. Everybody knows they need it. It's just that security is like last on their list of priorities because they want to be first. Everybody needs to be first because everything's moving so fast. So they come and they look at security later. And I can't say that's even the wrong approach, even though it always gets you into trouble eventually. But that's eventually, right? You also need short-term results so that somebody doesn't beat you in the short term. So we tried to think about a world where hey, well, shouldn't the easiest thing to do also be the safest thing to do, right? And I think Cohere is doing the same thing. They're like, look, this is the right way to roll out AI in your company. You don't have to do it the wrong way. It's actually faster to do it the right way. And that's the path to helping people build better systems.
Yeah, we take a lot of inspiration from how you guys have built Tailscale, obviously. The fact that the end business user doesn't have to really think about security, and them using the product is already secure by default. That's how we approach, how we design agents, how we want our business users to actually use our products.
Yeah. Edge brings convenience. It also brings more exposure. Can you also unpack part of what makes that hard and what you see working?
Did you say edge?
Yes.
OK. Yeah, I think, well, people want their AIs to be hosted in as many places as possible, because you don't necessarily, well, in particular, there's a shortage of GPUs. It looks like there's going to continue to be a shortage of GPUs for a pretty long time. And so if you're a company that needs to use AI, you need to find GPUs somewhere at a reasonable price. And the place where GPUs are the most reasonably priced is probably not your favorite cloud provider, because somebody else already went there and bought them all.
Right.
And so you need to be able to connect these GPUs that you find at a reasonable price somewhere else to the rest of your system that is not the AI part, it's just the regular systems part. And that connectivity layer is how Tailscale got dragged into this, because nobody was building these so-called multi-cloud connectivity environments. The advice right up until AI caught on is like, don't do multi-cloud. It just makes everything complicated for no reason, which is also good advice. It's just now there's a reason, so you have to make everything complicated, so now you have to solve a problem that you didn't want to have to deal with.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's the thing that I think is probably most unclear right now. How to approach speaking of things unclear, how to approach security challenges posed by AI agents, I feel like is keeping people up at night. It's probably also the hottest topic going. It was many conferences this spring, including RSA. It's becoming a key theme, right? So what would you say to companies trying to think about this?
So what we saw in the last year, where folks are trying to piece together these POCs with different AI models, and they're trying to build these RAG pipelines and agents, is, yeah, you can get the initial example to work. Maybe you index some data that you got an export of your Notion or something, right? But to take that into production, right, you have to think about things like identity providers, right? Like, how are the users going to give the agents permission and authorization to actually access these data? Also, where you're deploying it, do you even have network access to such tools, to such data sources? Are you able to get the telemetry you need to actually debug when agents go wrong? So another thing that was interesting is, some of our customers, their downstream systems, their internal tools, internal APIs, they built it for a human level of usage, right? But as soon as they deployed agents to it, immediately they saw, oh, these things are starting to die. Like they're starting to come down because agents can hit APIs and systems 10x, 100x more than humans can within the minute, right? So yeah, I mean, there's a ton of these challenges that I'm proud that we've helped some of our customers solve, and yeah.
As a security person, I find AI security just sort of, well, it's fun and exciting because it's so insane. Just the whole way we do it, right? This is an entirely new way to use a computer. And the best analogy for it is it's a really high energy intern that's super naive that you've hired at your company. And OK, this intern has can run around and talks to everybody and accesses all your systems. What are you going to give them access to, knowing that this intern, if you tell them the wrong thing, will run away and hand all the information to your competitors because that's what they thought you said to do? And it's exactly like that, right? So when you connect these LLMs to one of your internal databases with private stuff, that part is not really the problem. People kind of overrate the problem of oh, they're going to train on my data and it's going to leak out like that. Most of that is solved already. The real problem is it reads the data out of your database, and while it's reading it, it sort of gets, what's the word, subconsciously influenced. One of the things it reads out of a database of customers in someone's description field, it might interpret that as instructions. And then it runs off and it applies those instructions in some other thing that you gave it access to. And it definitely should not have done that. And then it just causes this chain reaction of craziness. And so you have to think of it like how would you manage human threats inside your company? Because it's the kind of mistakes that humans make. And I don't mean to say that AIs are human, but they do make a lot of very human mistakes, right? They have trouble with arithmetic, which computers have never had trouble with before. We've invented, at very great expense, computers that have trouble with arithmetic. But they also have trouble with simple following of instructions without getting distracted, right? And it's these distractions that lead to all sorts of problems. So one thing you can do is insert auditing layers whenever this, you wouldn't want to do this with a person, but you do it sometimes with interns, right? Where anytime they want to do something, maybe you better just double check what it is that they're doing before they're allowed to carry computers out of the building or whatever, right? If you do that, if you build a system like that, then you can keep it under control while we're all doing these wild experiments and moving as fast as we can.
I'll plus one to that intern example, because that's exactly the right way to think about how to make these systems effective as well, not just secure, right? If your intern had to ask you every time they want to do an operation for permission, they're not going to be effective, right? And what's more important is actually giving them an environment where they can safely explore and play around. You have the proper policies and governance policies to actually let them explore within the environment. Those are the use cases where we see AI agents actually create value rather than become a nuisance.
So looking across the landscape, what are some of the best practices here that you think you could share with other founders and startups in the room?
Don't put your private API servers on the public internet. Don't do that. I know you're not going to listen to me, but still don't. I am going to laugh at you. That's all.
That's all? That's all? Oh, come on.
No, I guess that's not all. The other thing you should do is you want to make sure to give the thing access to what it needs access to and not access to what it doesn't need access to. And while you're experimenting, just like with people, right, you give them read-only access first, and then you give them read-write access later once you've built up some structure on what their job should be, right? And I find people like GitHub just announced this thing, I think last week or a few days ago, where now you can give an LLM access to your entire GitHub account. So it can read all of the issues and comment on the issues and make pull requests and approve pull requests and change your code. And it's like, OK, you've gone too far in one step, right? You don't need to do that all in one step. Just take it easy a little bit. It can give you lots of great advice about your code, but maybe before you approve the pull request, you should read it first.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, AI is obviously a very interesting technology. There's a lot of hype around it, but don't get lost in building something, searching for a problem, right? Definitely remember or try to figure out how you produce ROI, and perhaps adopting AI or using AI agents is one part of the solution. But like any other, let's say, era of software, right? It is just a tool in the toolbox to ultimately solve a business problem, create value for your customers.
OK, so with all of this said, buy, sell, or hold the growing push to use AI to secure your network. Are we there yet?
So it's interesting. So I think I've seen customers become much more ambitious in how they think about automation just in the last year, right? I think having reasoning agents, giving them tools, giving them access to essentially the equivalent of an employee work laptop unlocks a lot of possibilities, right? Now you can trust the agents enough to give them context to do the job. So for some jobs that are, let's say, you can easily encode in some standard operating procedures, we do see customers actually go all the way, right? Like go full headless, no human in the loop sort of automation. So I think I'm pretty excited to see more and more of that, right? It's interesting to see because some of these jobs are not fun jobs, and so it's maybe good that humans aren't doing those ones. Yeah.
I guess I go back to my analogy of thinking of AIs like interns, right? We have, as humans, thousands of years of experience of dealing with effectively interns. And we can use that experience in a lot of the same ways. So in computers, we've certainly built up, like, our employees, you install software on their computer to make sure, like antivirus, for example, right? You make sure that's there because people sometimes click the wrong link and sometimes accidentally install a virus, and it's not their fault, and you need to catch it and deal with it. And you can build systems similarly to help you with your AI systems. But also, we have human systems that help with human mistakes, right? You have seniors who are supervising interns who give them advice. Or approve things when, OK, it's like, hey, I made a proposal, I've done this whole patch, maybe you can review it for me and make sure I didn't screw anything up. And you can also, if you're thinking like holistically of the sort of the future world of AI, you can build AI versions of those humans that are watching the other humans, right? And it starts to sound a little convoluted, right? But you can, for example, even today, you can take, let's put a log in front of every database access that our intern AI does to solve their problem, right? That log flows into a database. Well, it's another database, right? I can now have an AI look at that log and say, is there anything weird in here, right? And it'll surface like, hey, at this moment, at this time, this happened that seems kind of unusual. It looks like they were downloading someone's private information, or they accidentally deleted a table or something like that. And so you've got like one thing counterbalancing the other thing. Probably you're going to want to have a human in the loop eventually looking at that stuff that got surfaced, right? But you do have the ability, like you should think of it as building social networks of humans, except that some of them are not humans, right? And you treat it the same way.
Yeah, right. It takes you back actually to some of the older cyber examples for cyber AI, right? Like the fish tank in Las Vegas that tried to access a high rollers database, and the AI was like, it's not usually typical that the fish tank needs access to this. Maybe we should
Was
grab
that
a
at
human.
DEF CON?
No, that was actually, I think it was a Darktrace, one of the cyber companies. Anyway, one of their case studies. We're in our final couple of minutes here. I'd love to know, as we look out over the next 2 to 5 years, what each of you will be watching for in this space.
Yeah, I'm the most excited about controlled automation, right? Like controlled, actually like intelligent automation of some of these human tasks that we do. I think it'll free up a lot of, not fun work that we have to do day to day. And I think that's where we'll see a lot of ROI from just, like these systems working autonomously in the background. You've documented well some way to do this very boring job, and so now the agent can now do it. So I'd love to see more and more examples of that. Yeah.
I'll give you my honest answer. I want to live in a world where Siri doesn't suck. Thank you. And so Apple has spent so much time thinking about what Siri should be able to do for you and building like prototype versions of all those features. And every single one of them does not work correctly, right? I asked my watch, I say set a timer for 5 minutes, and about 30% of the time it sets something different, right? Like that's just like baseline nonsense. And so we all know what we want our phone to be able to do when we ask it to do something. Hey, like call my wife, right? That does not work. It supposedly works. I can supposedly go through my contact list and tag a bunch of things. It does not work, right? There's no reason it shouldn't work. This is stuff that AIs could do like today if we gave it access to the information that it needs to do the work, right? And then just trusted it to do that thing. But you need to have low latency. You need to have high reliability. You need to have reasonable price. It needs to be built into your phone, right? And all that stuff isn't there yet. There's a lot of engineering work to do that I think people are just sort of ignoring because they're so excited about the possibilities. We just need to sit and engineer it.
That's your prediction for the next 2 years. We're going to sit and engineer it, and Siri's going to be great. You heard
My
it here
philosophy.
first. All right, gentlemen, this has been lovely. Thank you all very much for joining us, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. It's not all unicorns and exits, IPOs and M&As, magazine covers and fireside chats in front of thousands of people. Behind every startup success is a string of hard-earned lessons, near failures, and turning points that don't make the headlines. Our next speakers, she co-founded Trulioo, the global identity verification unicorn used by major financial institutions, most recently valued at $1.75 billion. He built Layer Zero Labs, the cross-chain messaging protocol powering the next generation of decentralized apps, which recently raised funding at a $3 billion valuation. What does it take to build something that lasts? To explore the real stories behind startup success, in conversation with Christine Howney and Dare Bryan from Inc., please welcome two of Vancouver's very own startup superstars, founder of the Co-Founders Hub, Tanis George, and the CEO of Layer Zero Labs, Brian Pellegrino.
Hello, and welcome to our panel, The Entrepreneur's Journey. It is a thrill to be here with both of you. To my right is Tanis George. As we just heard, she is a 4-time founder and entrepreneur. Her first 2 companies were bought by Experian. She then co-founded Ferris Global Strategies and exited before starting Truly You. She is also the author of the Co-Founders Handbook and founder of the Co-Founders Hub. And as someone who has read the Co-Founders Handbook, I strongly recommend it, not just for co-founders, but for investors, but for anyone who's in this entrepreneur's journey. It's a very good read. And then to my right is Brian Pellegrino, Red Sox fan, don't say that, CEO of the technology company Layer Zero Labs. Brian is a former professional poker player, a model builder for MLB teams with Billy Beane, who you may know from the movie Moneyball, and founder of 3 companies, including Layer Zero Labs, which has a $3 billion valuation and received funding from both A16Z and Sequoia. It is a thrill to be here with both of you, especially at this moment, which it's so challenging for entrepreneurs. So let's just, dive in. Just really being direct about this, what is the one thing you want our audience in the tech space, in entrepreneurship, to take away from this today? Like, what is the big lesson you would give to an entrepreneur?
I always say, entrepreneurs, you are the most important people in the world today. And I want you to hold that, and I want you to be excited about it. I want you to own that title, because there are so many issues and problems happening in the world today, and you are the solution to that. We're all counting on you in whatever little circle you're in or what industry you're in. You're solving a problem that's going to help all of us. So really see yourself as these champions in the world, because that's exactly what you are.
That's great. It's very inspiring.
I think from my side, I would say that the number one thing you can do for yourself if you're starting a company, if you're building something, is just ensure you have extreme degrees of conviction. It should be the thing that you think about before you go to bed, when you're in the shower, you should have this unnatural obsession with it, because even we had probably one of the rosiest paths you could have. We went from 0 to $3 billion in 18 months. And even then, there were probably 6 different times we could have, quit along the way. It's just hard, grueling, sort of no matter what, even in the best of times. If you don't have that conviction and you're just trying to take advantage of something shiny or an opportunity, it will be way too easy to walk away. So I would say wait until you have that and then run at it full speed.
So Brian, building on that comment of going from 0 to $3 billion, what do you feel like are the key strategic choices that got you to that valuation, and how they really shaped the growth trajectory? Because there's those early stage things that could always go wrong, and they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say we're very different than most companies. We're like, me and 2 of my closest friends, my college roommates that we built together for 16 years, were like building in my basement for we were just building stuff for a couple of years, just trying to build something that we thought was interesting, get to the point of that compelling conviction. And we're just building for ourselves. And then eventually we had some people say like, hey, what you're doing right now is like really special. And so we took a small amount of money. We raised 2 at 25. And then after that, we did a little bit more structured round of 6.4 at 50. And that was going to be the last money we ever raised. We said, we're done. We're just going to launch, and we'll get through and sort of be bootstrapped from there. And I would say the things that we did exceptionally well were, we had a culture of just extreme debate. We would whiteboard and debate everything. We had argued every point and trade-off and consideration that when we went and talked to a lot of the largest VCs in the world, the questions they asked almost seemed kind of quaint, right? Not only could we answer the question, but we're like, this is exactly the design decision we're making. Here's why. Here are the trade-offs. Like, it was just very clear that we had thought about the problem much deeper than they have. And when you're raising funds from any investor, like, you have to understand that they're underwriting. They need to underwrite you as a founder. They need to underwrite the idea. They need to underwrite the market. They need to underwrite like all of these things. And so if you can take away some of that risk on their end of it being very clear that you know the problem that you're solving, and then they just need to bet on you and the market, that already makes it so much easier for them to do. And so we went, we did 8 term sheets in 8 days. We went from $300 million to $1.5 billion in that first big round. We turned down $1.5 billion to raise it $1 billion.
Wow.
To make sure we got the right investors involved. That's how we got the A16NZ and Sequoia dual term sheet to co-lead that round. And that entire process, I think, was just built on, I think there's 2 things. One, having that ability to just very concretely demonstrate one part of eliminating risk for them. And the second is really using momentum. Again, the moment we told everybody, we're not raising. And it was like a cold DM from Michelle at Sequoia that kickstarted it. And as soon as we got a term sheet from Sequoia, we told everybody, hey, we got a term sheet. We still don't know if we're raising. And then it really, really turned out like a very crazy process in a very short period of time. We pitched the very next day to A16Z's IC. It was like 40 people on a Zoom call directly to Mark and Ben and their entire investment committee. We got flown to the Bahamas to meet with a group, and as I was getting off the plane in Bahamas, Tiger was there, and they offered me a term sheet at $1.5 billion. It was like this whole crazy thing, but a lot of it came from like waiting and till we weren't out actively doing it. People were actively trying to find a way to bet on us, and then using that in very quick momentum, not in a way that is disadvantageous or like unfair. You want to be very respectful of the term sheets that you're getting, but now you have an offer, now it's a real thing, and just run as fast as you possibly can. And I think that leverage, again, the delta was $300 million to $1.5 billion. It's like a very, very big, meaningful difference. And so I think being able to capitalize that in the moment, it just pays huge dividends.
And just to follow up on what you were saying about how you said you're not fundraising, and then you were, how much did timing have to play with that? Because I feel like in the last few months, timing is everything more than ever, where there's no deals and then there's deals. So how did you time it right? I mean, that's brilliant.
I would say that we didn't, right? We're very serious when we weren't fundraising. Like, we were just going to go through to launch. And we got the term sheet at $300 million. That was the first one. And we actually told them, we said, like, thank you guys so much. No, like, we're not saying we're worth more. Like, we're not saying we want more right now. We're going to go and get back to work. If we raise again, it will probably be the last time we ever raise. Wrong, we raised twice more. But it will probably be the last time we ever raise. We're going to go get back to work. And we'll come back to you when we think when we think we're at the higher number, and we'll come to you then. And so we were very serious about not doing it. But then this process started, and again, the caliber of group got better and better, and the raise size got larger and larger, and it said, okay, like now actually is an opportunity that makes sense.
Got it. Tanis, from your experience building successful businesses with a co-founder, what dynamics within the partnership made the biggest difference in your ability to scale?
So Stephen and I, we built 4 companies together. We went to high school together, did school projects together. So we really knew each other, and we understood, what each one's strengths and weaknesses were. We really capitalized on that. One of the things that I often talk to co-founders about, you obviously, when you start off, you don't know you're going to become a unicorn. You don't know even if your business is going to be around a year from now. So the focus is always in the moment with your co-founder and communicating. Oftentimes, people presume that these expectations that they have of one another are going to come to fruition, and then when they don't, it can create mistrust and resentment, and all that can happen within that. So one of the things that I'm often telling co-founders is that as you're scaling, be so committed to communication. You actually mentioned whiteboarding. I think that's the secret sauce, a big whiteboard that you can sit down, and we used to do what we called like a choose your own adventure, and we'd have all the possibilities that were out there, and we would play each one all the way to the end. And what that allowed us to do was really play the chess game that is entrepreneurship. It is constantly trying to think 3 steps out and then make those decisions and hope you're banking on the right one. So really, communication when you're with someone else and you're building that together is so important. Make sure you're on the same time, same alignment on your vision, on your goals, and your roles and responsibilities. That's another one as well. Really making sure that you really understand what role you're going to play, and I will understand what role I'm going to play, so that we can divide and conquer, and that we can be as efficient as possible. But at the same time, work in your silo, but also really understand the business. Know exactly what is going on, have your finger on the pulse of everything, so that if something happens with your co-founder, you can pick up the ball where they dropped it. And so it's kind of a balance between ownership and also collaboration.
But just to follow up on that, I feel like a lot of founders think they're good communicators. Like we all think we're good communicators, but you are a super communicator. I mean, and I learned that in your book. Like you, things come up. So how, when you look back, did you know to communicate in ways that, I'm not a mind reader, or one is not a mind reader, but you feel like you're with your founder all the day, so you must read each other's minds.
Well, I think it comes down to being very efficient with setting times to sit down and talk, making sure that, again, you're going to be making decisions together. Decision making is a constant. Every single day, every minute, you're constantly making decisions. So being able to hear what the other person is saying in that decision, and when you don't understand it, to be able to go, hold on, what do you mean by that? And especially if there's a disagreement, that happens frequently as well. And so to go, I don't actually understand why you're saying what you're saying. And then eventually somebody has to give. And so it's really determining, is this the hill that I want to die on? Or is this something that I can trust my co-founder? And that is such an element of building a bond between founders, because when I say to you, I'm really not too sure about this, but I'm going to trust your gut because you seem really strong on it. When that happens, even if it fails, there's this bond of recognition that you're willing to give me the reins when I feel I need to. And then at the same time, if it doesn't go well, that person can go, okay, I want to listen a little more to what you had to say. So being able to navigate disagreements, being able to really walk through each solution that's available, those are really, really, really key points for the relationship.
Thank you. Brian, so how do you view the trade-off between rapid scaling and profitability? Is it essential to prioritize profitability at an early stage, or can you focus, can companies achieve success by focusing on scaling first? What is the mindset you find is most effective?
Yeah, I think it's just very, very different for every company. We were fortunate that we raised, hundreds of millions of dollars. We are around at $1 billion. We started when we were 7 people in the company, right? We're 115 people now. So we've never had as stark of a trade-off as most, because we've just had, 10 years of runway, basically, right? Our overhead is getting larger, and we're much more focused on real revenue now. But in the beginning, it was winning the market, right? And so for us, our journey has been, it was always early on. It was purely growth, right? And so we went from 0 to now we have $240 billion of asset issuers built on us. We have $100 billion of real assets. We're moving billions of dollars weekly, basically. And so the goal was win the market. We have about 90% market share in our market. So the goal was to do that, and that was number one. And then priorities shift after that in terms of like, okay, what else can you do? What does it actually look like? What have you built, and what does that extend into? A lot of the questions now is we have an incredible capital position, we have an incredible market position, we have an incredible brand. Like, what are the big swings, the couple of big swings that we're going to be taking over the next year or two, especially with all this regulatory tailwind and like everything else that's happening. Plates are shifting, and there is a huge amount of opportunity, undoubtedly, and how institutions are leaning in. I mean, we're talking to every central bank and financial institution in the world, effectively. And so I think my job now, more than anything, is again, what are those bets? And those bets are much less about winning the market now, and much more about like, okay, how does this add? I mean, it's a bit of both, but there's definitely more consideration for bottom line now than there ever was.
Interesting. Okay. Tanis, with this growth, how do you navigate that with a co-founder? How do you stay aligned when there's this high pace of growth and make sure that you're both on the same page?
You know, it's funny because every stage is stressful. And I remember as our company grew, there was no less stress when we were, at Series C and Ds than it was when, we were just starting off. So I think, again, kind of going back to my previous answer was it's really about just making sure that as founders you are aware of what each person's goal is. You're aware of where everyone's tipping point is, where their stress is too much and they can't carry it on after that. So one of the things that we often did was, do you actually need a day to, vent or to actually assess what's going on and deal with that? So I think for co-founders, being each other's cheerleaders, being each other's support, no matter what stage, it doesn't change. It doesn't get any harder at the top. It doesn't get any easier. So it's really just being there for one another.
Great. Now, this is a question for both of you. How do you preserve the culture of a company that you created? How do you make sure you still like the company and the values that you started with? And Brian, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, I think the one thing we did exceptionally well early on is just keep the bar incredibly high. Our pitch to every single person was like, you are unbelievable at like this thing that you do. You're going to come in and work with other equally amazing people, and we're going to build something truly incredible, right? And so we have, probably 85% of our company has packed up their lives and moved here to do this thing, right? And so there's already this embedded litmus test on that culturally. The people who are here to work on this problem. They care about what we're doing. They've made a huge shift in their lives to do that. But I think more than anything for us internally, it is that is still the pitch today. We focus very much on getting really some of the best researchers, some of the best engineers in the world, and what they want is an environment where they can work on something that has real impact. What you do and the code that you put out in production is going to touch, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of assets, and they want to be around people that they can learn from, that push them to be better, that hold the bar extremely high. And so like for me culturally, I care about that more than anything else, because I think the moment we lose that is the moment we've like lost our magic. So we're 100% in person. Everybody is here. Nobody is remote. We're here to do this thing, and people come for that environment. And a lot of people self-select out of that, and we're like very happy for that. That's totally fine for us. We want that to stay alive. So.
As many people know, in the early startup phase, you're a small family. You're just a small group of people, and you're trying to get this thing off the ground. And it's very easy as founders to instill your values and instill the culture that you want in your company when it's small and tight-knit. But as your company scales and grows, I remember for Stephen and I remember the day that we decided that maybe we weren't going to attend the staff parties as much anymore, because we just felt that we didn't have a touch point with all of our newer employees, and that it just sort of changed the atmosphere when we would walk in. It was, everyone was a little more on their best behavior. and we didn't want that. We wanted everybody. And that's when we realized that there comes a point in your company when you have to focus on instilling your values to your executives and to your C-suite, or the people who are your leadership. And you hope that then they will instill those values in their team. And I really believe in the trickle down. I really believe that what happens at the top will happen and trickle down into the bottom. So for us, it was in the beginning just us creating the family and creating the team and the corporation and the culture we wanted. But then as we scaled, really focusing now more on being tighter knit with our executives and our core team, and really giving them the leeway to then go and pass that culture on down to their team.
So just to follow up on that, so you're really kind of having a very specific, defined culture that you communicate to leadership, and then they transfer that out.
Yeah, I think it ends up who you are. I mean, another thing that I often say to entrepreneurs is that your company becomes you. It will follow you forever. That's why the founder and the co-founder title is so powerful, because you will always carry that name, that company with you. So I think you have a responsibility that this business that you build, to really let it be a reflection of who you are. It's your legacy. It's going to be what you carry with you forever. So, so it's a really, it's exciting. It's a great opportunity, a great privilege, a great responsibility. But yeah, start with what makes you excited to work, and then your team will follow you for that reason.
Fantastic. Brian, Tanis, it has been a thrill and a pleasure, and I hope that the audience is as inspired by what you're saying as I have been. I know it's really rough out there for entrepreneurs, but we have 2 models of success here, and thank you so much for being on the stage.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, our next talk brings together leaders who know how to speak Gen Z's language. One is driving the brand voice behind one of the most innovative players in the AI hardware space, and one has racked up over 55 million TikTok followers, landed multiple chart-topping hits, and built a brand that speaks directly to Gen Z's voice and vibe. Definitely no cap. To find out how brands can move beyond likes and views to build real loyalty and real revenue with Gen Z, in conversation with Business Insider's Amanda Pirelli, please welcome the CMO of Grok, Chelsea Susan Cantor, and social media icon, singer-songwriter, and Gen Z powerhouse, Lauren Gray.
Amazing. Well, hello, everyone. I would love to start it off with our panel obviously is focused on Gen Z and how to attract Gen Z customers. As we know, Gen Z tends to think everything is cringe and chuggy. And I'm wondering, maybe Lauren, what should brands not do? What are some not do's that will get customers, Gen Z customers, sort of swipe away and not attract their attention?
I love this question. I love that you started with this. You're going to hear a lot of buzzwords: transparency, organic content. Yeah. You hear those words a lot, and it's important now more than ever. Gen Z audiences can see through, I guess, media that's been, what's the word I'm looking for? Like packaged,
yeah.
I guess?
Yeah.
It's very transparent, and Gen Z is looking for things that they can relate to. They're looking for things that are organic and things that make sense. So I guess that's my best advice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I love that. You know, you connect with Gen Z every day, Lauren, and you have for many years, and you're also a part of Gen Z. Yeah. What does Gen Z really want to consume in the content that they are watching? What is holding their attention spans? Yeah, what do you find in the content that you're creating every day that makes it so successful?
Obviously, we've seen a boom in short-form media. Yeah. Long-form media is kind of extinct at this point. I used to make YouTube videos, and I kind of stopped completely because short-form media is the quickest and most efficient way to reach a Gen Z audience. So I think keeping things concise, sticking to the point, but also being, again, buzzword, relatable, and keeping things organic to yourself, and especially brands, when working with influencers, I feel like they sometimes stray away from collaboration. And collaboration is so important when working with influencers because the influencer knows their audience. So making sure to keep that sort of cohesive nature when working with influencers and using them as a tool to help you and your brand.
Yeah.
I would build on that. You know, I think that for so long, brands held on to this idea of brand as a narrative. Brand is a fixed thing that you define and you put into a 300-page brand book, and you hire someone to enforce that and make sure that everything is on brand. And we're moving into this era of brand as a mosaic, where it's thousands of touch points, some of which are within your control, and many of them are not. And so I think that we as marketers are now needing to be comfortable with letting go of control a little bit and creating less of these sort of brand rules and more of brand as vibe. And you need to really understand your vibe and collaborate with people like Lauren to add spice to it, to bring new flavor to it, and to expand that mosaic in really interesting ways so that you can not be static. You can continue to evolve and grow as they do.
Yeah. And Lauren, you've mentioned authenticity a few times. I think we all know what that word means, but what does it mean as a creator? Like, how do you add authenticity into your content? Are there like certain things you try to do? Is it not editing certain things out or being more yourself, like you're talking to a friend? Yeah.
I think the trick is not overthinking it.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time, especially when TikTok first started transitioning from Musical.ly, which was lip sync videos and it was all audio focused, into more speaking vlog style content. There was a big shift, and I had to get comfortable with the idea of not editing as much and sort of doing what comes to my head and letting that be the moment. I think a lot of times with content, people overthink, but the more that you do and the more you that you are, the more people connect with it. And I think that goes for brands as well. When working with brands, again, that collaborative process of how does your brand actually fit into my life and how would it fit into the life of someone who's consuming my content and relates to me, and making all of those pieces connect.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chelsea, I was curious, like, how does Grok connect with Gen Z authentically? Could you give us some examples of recent marketing campaigns that really resonated with the Gen Z audience?
Yeah, I mean, I'm new to Grok. I'm about 3 months into the role, and I don't think AI infrastructure is a type of category that anybody thinks is going to go hard at Gen Z. But we're in this era now where Gen Z is building the future of apps. They are vibe coding their way into creating the next, unicorns and massive platforms. So we really have to understand what drives them and motivates them to get them to build with Grok, which is, super fast, efficient inference that is sort of the Red Bull gives you wings of AI. So coming into Grok, I'm pulling from, things that I learned leading marketing for Oculus, things that I learned from building a startup and engaging with these audiences, and making sure that we're speaking their language authentically. So we're bringing in, Gen Z social media, being able to speak meme with these people and not take ourselves too seriously, which is a big problem with the category sometimes. And we're looking at partnerships, both with influencers, but brands, things like Formula One and others, where we can, make this benefit tangible to them. So it's not so abstract, and it meets them where they are and in their lifestyle.
Yeah, I love that speak meme. That's great. Yeah. And Lauren, as a full-time influencer, you sell directly to a Gen Z audience daily. What's the key to selling and marketing to this generation without losing their attention? Do you start off your videos like a certain way to grab them? Do you try to make sure what's branded content also looks the same as your regular content? Like, how do you keep it all streamlined and the same so you're not, that video doesn't really stand out from the rest?
I think there's a level of trust with your audience that, I've been doing social media since I was 13. I'm 23 now, so it's been 10 years of building trust and them getting to know me and watching me grow and watching me evolve, and keeping the things that I use in my everyday life, at the forefront, and working with brands that I would actually use. And, I'm not going to do I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that I wouldn't use.
Yeah.
I wouldn't work with something or a brand of something that I wouldn't use, because my audience is going to see through that. Like I said, it's very transparent. People can tell when you're selling them something that you have zero interest in, and they can tell when you're reading bullet points off of a PDF. So it's important for me to keep the balance between content that's not branded and content that's just me, existing in the world, with branded content that makes sense with the trust that I've already built.
Yeah, definitely. And then Chelsea, from your perspective as a CMO, but just broadly your perspective within influencer marketing, how do you organically tap influencers for these campaigns? Yeah,
I mean, it aligns with what they're passionate about and what you're offering, right? So we're looking at people who are building and who are coming up with ideas, and that their audience would be excited about our offering. And so you you build it like a layer cake. You have the macro influencers that have the large, more general audience, and then you get down to niche, more micro influencers that have the more specific audience that you're looking for, because you need to build a brand at the highest level of awareness, and then you need to get down to the conversion level of people who can actually buy today. So you build that layer cake, and then you just do exactly what Lauren is saying. You make sure that not all the messages you're putting out there are selling. The same way that she's saying, she makes sure that she has organic content as well as partnerships. Brands need to make sure that they're putting out their own organic content and not just continually using their channels as megaphones to sell. So what is your personality? What is your vibe? How are you partnering with these influencers to, again, not just be paid ads for you, but to become your ambassadors? We like to think about using our ambassadors in not just social, but in other channels as well. They become kind of the face of the brand and the relatable part of it. And it's very human. I was talking to Lauren backstage, and she was like, I love a cringe moment. I think people are afraid of being cringe.
Don't fight the cringe.
Don't fight the cringe, because we are all very cringe. And so when you see brands behave that way, it endears them to you more.
Yeah, that's great. And then I was also curious, Chelsea, you've been speaking about the brand's vibe. Do you mood board a lot? Like, how do you build a vibe?
How do you do brand as vibe? And I think, it is coming from your core value of what you want to express. But the way that I build brand is sort of the way that you would build a character. Okay. Right? If you were writing a movie, what are their motivations? Who are they friends with? What is their background? What is their story, right? All of that fundamental stuff. And then some of the more dynamic stuff that changes, who are their enemies? What are the competitors? And that's continually shifting. Who are their friends and fans? The audience stuff, that's continually shifting. And so I use tools like Brand AI to codify that into something that is living as an engine, all of that data, and then use AI tools on top of it, right? So that people can brainstorm based on that truth, check work against that truth. And it's less of brand police, but more of creating brand as a living thing and starting to be like, okay, what would you do in this scenario, right? I think we're all spending a lot of time talking to GPT or any of the chats, and I think thinking about brand that way as a voice that you can interact with, that in the same way would have friends like Lauren and other influencers, and what would they do together, is where we're moving.
Yeah, that's great. There was a recent study from Typeform that said 1 in 4 creators say the most frustrating part about working with a brand partner is being told to speak in that brand's voice instead of their own. And I think we really just touched on that. Lauren, from your perspective as a content creator, what does that dream brand collaboration look like? Could you walk us through when you get that partnership? Yeah, what's your favorite ones to work on, and what's the best parts about those?
I like working with brands that express the mission. They express what they're trying to convey. We have a clear idea, a clear overarching theme, but then the bullet points underneath that are collaborative. So how I convey it to my audience can be a little more up to me. Yeah. And I like going back and forth with brands. I like having the meetings and talking about it and thinking about the best way to sort of maximize what we're doing together, because a lot of times brands have budgets, and if I can make a really cool piece of content while also helping them, and it's a win-win situation, as opposed to something where I'm like, oh, I want to delete this immediately, I hate it, and everyone else hates it too. I prefer the former. So I think collaboration is a big one. Working with brands that fit into my story and into what people already know about me and what people expect from me. And I'm also open. I like working with brands that I've never heard of, and when they're willing to sort of compromise and meet in the middle and make something great together, as opposed to me reading a script and being really nervous to post it and insecure because my followers are going to comment and be like, girl, what is this? I prefer a collaboration.
Yeah. How do you build those relationships before the partnership? When we were speaking about, you love when a brand reaches out and says, hey, just try my product. There's no strings attached, check it out. And like you said, you want to build relationships with companies you maybe haven't used yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had a conversation about this, how Gen Z can tell when they have another Gen Z person on the marketing team. as a Gen Z individual. I can tell when there's an individual who is Gen Z reaching out to me in my DMs from a brand. There was a brand that reached out that I really love in my DMs, and they were like, "Hey, Queen, we love you. Want to try?" And I love things that feel natural. I love things that feel informal. Sometimes it can just be. It doesn't have to be so intense.
Buttoned up.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be so formal, and I really appreciate just a sort of candid conversation with any brand. I think we live in an era of relatability, and it's nice to have that carry through those conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. Chelsea, from your perspective, working with AI companies and your experience, how can these companies connect with Gen Z while still staying authentic and relatable?
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes back to knowing who you are. It's sort of like being human, right? If you don't know who you are, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And I think that's what we see a lot of with brands is when you don't have a solid sense of who you are, you're chasing the memes. So you're trying to catch up with them instead of having a more authentic sense of self and being able to comment on it in a way that brings your own flavor to it. Right, and this is a real problem for a lot of brands in sort of the post-algorithmic era, right? You didn't have the luxury of establishing yourself before we had the infinite scroll. And so really the challenge is how do you participate in that through distribution partners, AKA influencers and other partnerships that help bring visibility to you. But you always need to have that authentic sense of self to do that. Otherwise, people won't be able to form a relationship with you, right? It's going to continue to cycle through. And again, think about people. If you knew someone whose personality changed every time you saw them, you probably wouldn't have a strong relationship with them because we're drawn to people who know themselves, and the same is true of brands.
Yeah, definitely. Lauren, we've talked a lot about the power of short form content and specifically TikTok. Should brands pay attention to these different trends going on within short form media? How important are trends? How important are they for making good content and reaching an audience?
The landscape of social media is always evolving, and it's really, really hard to keep up with. Even as someone who I feel like I constantly have my finger on the pulse of everything that's happening, it's tough to keep up with. And while trends are important, and it's an easy way to sort of get yourself in the mix, original content and original, someone speaking to a camera. Duolingo does a great job of marketing on TikTok. If you guys haven't seen it, check it out. They do a really great job. And they're not necessarily chasing trends, but they know what's happening in that social media landscape on the TikTok platform, and they integrate their brand into it in a way that connects with the users. And I think they do a fantastic job. But sort of knowing what's going on, I don't think trends are the most important thing. It's a quick and easy way to throw yourself into the mix, but it's not the end-all be-all, and people are looking for original content.
Yeah, totally. Chelsea, from your perspective, how does your team stay on top of these trends? Do you bring in members of Gen Z onto your teams, or how do you stay a part of the culture?
It very much is people, it's a personality type that has taste and has spent time curating that and is tapped into culture as part of their identity, right? And you find those people, and we really run our team like a writer's room, right? But it's real time, right? It's kind of a newsroom / writer's room where you're real time seeing these things going on, and there's ideas coming out of okay, what if we did this because this is going on? But it's sort of that Venn diagram of here's what we stand for, here's this thing, is there something interesting there to do, right? And so that's what we look for. And I think, when I think about what brands can be using AI for, yes, there's tools out there to help you build and manage your brand, but you can also build your own tools now in different ways and not think about media in such a linear existing channels, right? So you can build your own products powered by AI where people can interact directly with your brand, right? And so Gen Z can have a really authentic experience with it without you as the intermediary, right? And that's what things like fast real-time inference allow for, that didn't exist before, is having Gen Z be able to interact with the brand directly instead of through another channel.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you both so much for sharing your insights today about Gen Z and marketing, and I hope the audience learned a lot.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
Awesome.
All right. In a world of information overload, marketing success isn't about guesswork. It's about data. Where should you invest your time, budget, and creative energy for maximum impact? Our next speaker has helped increase Amazon.com's revenue by $2.5 million in sales in under 60 days through SEO optimizations and landing page improvement. And he generates over 9 million monthly visitors, demonstrating how his methods work at scale. For his keynote at Web Summit Vancouver, he has analyzed over 150,000 blog posts, 3 million social media updates, and feedback from 10,000 marketers to uncover what really works. From driving engagement to increasing conversions and maximizing ROI, he'll walk you through 20 key charts that tell the real story behind high-performing marketing strategies. To break it down with the numbers that matter, please welcome digital marketing mastermind, Neil Patel.
Hello. How are you guys doing today? Can you guys hear me? All right, perfect. So 20 charts in 20 minutes that'll transform your marketing. Lots of stats, lots of data. Feel free to take pictures if you guys want. My name is Neil Patel. I'm the co-founder of an ad agency called NP Digital. We're a global company, driven a lot of visitors, work with a lot of big brands, have a lot of awards. The only reason I have this slide is today when you see tons of data on what's changing, what's working, what's not working, it's based on experience. And the experience is producing results. So just keep in mind, if you just leverage 2, 3, 4 of those things that I present today, it'll help you do better. The biggest thing about marketers that most people don't realize is 51% of marketing decisions are based on gut rather than analytics. This doesn't mean that your gut is bad. It just means that sometimes it's off. But when you look at the data and you make decisions based on the data, you're less likely to make mistakes and you're more likely to grow faster. Look, relying on intuition can be costly. You don't want to make big mistakes that are hard to reverse and take a lot of time to recover from. So today, I want to share 20 insights that'll change the way you look at marketing. So let's start with number 1. In 2021, the average person interacted with a brand around 8.5 times before they purchase. Now it's 11.1. That means people need to interact and engage with your brand more often before they're ready to make a purchase. And if you look on the chart on the right, it breaks this down for B2C and B2B and different price points. So if you're selling something less than $100, in B2C, 8 touch points is good enough. In B2B, 3. But if you're selling something more than $10,000 in B2C, you need 23 touch points on average. B2B, 16. That means you need to use multiple channels to engage and interact with people so you can get the touch points up. You can't just rely on email. You can't just rely on your website. You can't just rely on Google. You got to leverage all the channels to get the results. The next chart I have for you is on search everywhere optimization. Everyone says Google is a dominant player. And some people say ChatGPT is killing Google. Well, ChatGPT gets 1 billion searches a day. Google gets 13.7 billion. There's over 50 billion daily searches. What no one really wants to talk about is the distribution of search, because Google controls roughly 27%. Instagram is at 6.5 billion searches a day. Snap is at 4 billion. If you add up the social networks, they generate more daily searches than Google. I get that some people are just searching for their friends, but people are also starting to do social commerce and buy from these social platforms. People are also looking for, these days on social media, products, right? If you're typing in handbag, maybe Louis Vuitton will show up for inspiration. That's all branding. So you now got to optimize for all the search channels, not just the LLMs like ChatGPT or just Google. Chart number 3, social search is skyrocketing. I discussed that a little bit, but as you can see in 2025, we expect it to grow even more. And according to Google VP, when the young generation like Gen Z wants to look for a place to eat or a place to go locally, they turn to TikTok and Instagram typically before they turn to Google. And when you look at product discovery, look at the numbers on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. It's kind of crazy. They're really growing in popularity. And the lifetime value on some of these channels like YouTube and Facebook are quite high. Everyone talks about TikTok for product discovery, sometimes Instagram, but the higher LTVs from the data we're seeing is on Facebook and YouTube. Mobile adoption is slowing down. Everyone has a mobile phone, but it's not like, based on the data we're seeing, it's not like mobile's going to take up 100% of the bandwidth online. Yes, everyone's using mobile devices to look at these social content, like videos on Instagram or TikTok, but mobile adoption has slowed down, and desktops and laptops are still important to optimize and measure for. In addition to that, when you're thinking about these social platforms and mobile, you want to add multiple platforms. We found that when you're on more than 6 platforms, your ROI from all platforms rises. In essence, you're being multi-channel. If the campaigns are integrated, then you can say omni-channel. And when they work together, it helps all platforms and channels perform better. So if you just take your marketing and you replicate it from Instagram to TikTok to YouTube, Facebook, etc., you tend to see a higher ROI when you're leveraging multiple channels versus one, whether it's from ads or organic. And when you're looking at marketing, it's all about optimizing for the ROI. The channels that deliver the best ROI is paid ads, SEO, email. 3 of the ugliest channels. The money is really ugly. I look at a lot of my competing agencies, they're getting crushed, and we generate our revenue from B2C and B2B, and people are like, how are you growing in this market? We work with companies that you've never heard of, like Schneider Electric, that are worth $100 billion and are traded. There's a lot of money in boring, ugly channels and businesses that most people would never imagine. Like one of my friends sells light posts on the street. $300 million a year in profit selling light posts. Not a bad business. Boring and ugly. You never see anyone on the internet talk about selling light posts. Tools are one of the best ways to generate leads. We looked at social content, blog content, videos, all the different channels, webinars. Releasing free tools converts better than most of the channels out there. And guess what? It doesn't cost much to create tools these days. I used to hire tons of developers to do so. You now can use AI tools to help you in combination of hiring developers. The AI tools will not get you to where you really want to be. And giving people free tools that they're used to paying for is a better form of marketing than spending money on paid ads. This is coming from someone who runs an agency and makes money when you spend money on ads. That's how you really know I'm telling the truth. There's also a lot of different content types. Which content type should you leverage? Well, it depends which age group you're going after. For example, blog posts are loved by Gen X and Gen Z. Long form and short form videos are loved by people at any age group. Webinars, right? When you look at channels like webinars, millennials really love them. So think about the age range that you're targeting for your products and services. This is the content that they tend to engage with the most. So when someone tells you, oh, webinars are better than blog posts or videos, it really depends on who you're targeting. And AI, I know you're going to hear about AI a lot during this event. It's here to stay. It's going to continually get better, but it's not necessarily the holy grail of marketing. AI will change marketing in a really great way, but sometimes it hurts. We did a study with 74 websites, and we created, or 68 websites, we created 744 articles. And half of the articles were AI written with human intervention. The other half were just straight up human written. After a 5-month period, the human written content generated 5.44x more organic traffic from Google than the AI written content. Me being a nerdy Indian kid, I was like, oh, let me do analysis on how many visitors I'm generating for time spent creating the content, because AI takes less time. Even then, the human written content generated more visitors per time spent than the AI written content. Keep in mind, with AI written content, you still need some human intervention. And when you look at how marketers are using AI and the ROI of their efforts, they're really using AI for content creation. The real ROI is automation and cutting costs right now. I'm not saying that won't be the future. That's where it stands right now. And it doesn't matter if you're B2B or B2C, reviews affect traffic too. We looked at positive reviews. When you have positive reviews, you tend to get more Google traffic, as you can see in the chart. And the more reviews you have, you tend to get more visitors, 717 when it was 200 plus reviews, versus the average of 10 reviews was 194 visitors a month from organic traffic. Even ChatGPT, they love when you have more reviews, and they're higher in rating as well. 11, content marketing doesn't end with hitting publish. These are the best channels to promote a blog. Here's the usage stats and the effectiveness. A lot of people don't promote their content through email. One of the best channels out there. Again, it's an ugly channel, but it works really well. And when you look at which social channels drive the most blog post traffic, LinkedIn, X, Facebook. They're not the sexiest social platforms, but they produce results. Number 12, you need to invest in your brand. 13.7, roughly 14. That's the number of Google searches per day, and that number is in billions. Think about that. Roughly 14 billion searches a day. 33% are branded searches. People typing in YouTube, Gmail, Amazon, even your company name, your product names. These are all examples of branded searches. You need to build a brand. If you don't build a brand, you're not going to grow as much. The best way to build a brand is by getting people to continually see and interact with your brand. The way you do that is you be omni-channel. You go on the Facebooks, you go on the Instagrams, you leverage email, you leverage text message marketing. You make sure the LLMs are mentioning your company when people are asking questions. That's how you build a brand. 13, CRO stands for conversion rate optimization, can make a big difference. Everyone talks about getting more followers, more visitors, but why not just get more sales from the audience that you have? These are the top factors that affect conversions, and we looked at a lot of A/B tests, and we sorted them by the ones that have the biggest lift. We also looked at which button colors cause the most conversions. Now, this doesn't mean that blue is going to be the winner 100% of the time. If your whole website is blue in color, having a blue call to action button will blend in, and probably very few people will click on it. It depends on the industry you're in, the product, right? In health, a lot of people use red. You need a test, but this you can just use as a guiding force. 14, keep your content updated like Wikipedia. Have you noticed Wikipedia ranks for everything and gets mentioned everywhere on the web? It's because it's fresh. When you do a Google search, do you want to see something that is 3 years old or 3 weeks old? You're going to pick the article that's 3 weeks old. Now, if you update your content too often, we see it actually hurting your traffic and rankings. But if you update it monthly, quarterly, yearly, then you're going to be better off. And the amount you update it is based on whatever you think you need to adjust to make it more relevant and useful for the audience. And the way you figure out what pages to update first is you go to Google Search Console It'll show you the pages that are declining in traffic when you compare them over a 3-month period or a 6-month period or a year period. The ones that are starting to go down are typically the ones that need to be updated. 15, long tail is less traffic, but more money. So when you look at people searching on social media or even search engines, you notice that people get most of their traffic, websites, from keywords that are 3-word phrases or 4-word phrases. When you look at conversion rate by keyword length, it's 6- and 7-word keywords are causing the most conversions. You don't want to just optimize for traffic and eyeballs. You want to optimize for revenue. And of course, you want to, when you're optimizing for profit and conversions, you got to also look at which channels are the most profitable. And here's data for B2C and B2B. There's a lot of channels like your blog, or like Bing or Google, that are driving a lot of results that most people don't talk about. TikTok is great. It doesn't drive as high quality leads as some of the other channels. Again, this doesn't mean that you shouldn't be on TikTok. It just means you need to take an omni-channel approach and focus the majority of your dollars where your ROI is coming from. And number 17, search isn't really search. Everyone's like, ChatGPT, everyone's going to use it. Well, we looked at data on how people are using ChatGPT versus Google. Even the paid accounts on ChatGPT, not just the free accounts, because usage actually varies a little bit, especially when people are paying the $200 a month. I don't know what that costs here in Canada, but in the US, I believe it's $200 a month. Majority of the searches, right? I'm not looking at absolute numbers. I'm looking at percentage-wise. 93.7% of the searches on ChatGPT are informational. People doing research, asking questions, trying to get an answer. Google has way more navigational, transactional, and commercial searches, which typically cause more revenue. It doesn't mean ChatGPT is bad. Again, you want to be everywhere, but just keep this in mind. And as AI overviews become more and more common, especially with Google releasing them out more frequently, they're even mentioning YouTube more, and they, of course, they have AI mode. You got to look at what keywords have AI overviews and which ones don't. So for example, a lot of navigational-based keywords on Google don't really show AI overviews. You can use this data to figure out which keywords to optimize for to be included in the AI overviews. And then we looked at some B2B and B2C companies to see what's happening to their traffic and revenue with AI overviews, and we're seeing traffic go down in both B2B and B2C. But revenue isn't changed much. And I know there's other external factors like tariffs and the economy and algorithms, but overall, things are holding pretty steady. It's okay if you lose some traffic that'll never cause a revenue in the first place. It's like I never go to weather.com to look at the weather anymore. I just load up an app on my phone or type in what's the weather for Vancouver. Never knew it was going to be sunny. I burnt my head. Should have brought a hat. Number 19, search everywhere optimization is the biggest opportunity. I talked about how you have to be on all platforms. Most small businesses are not leveraging it, including startups. Some medium businesses are leveraging it. Large businesses are starting to leverage it. This is where startups can actually pivot faster than the large corporations. They should be leveraging it because search on Instagram isn't competitive. Same with TikTok. TikTok has creator insights, which shows you search volume, where you can use tools like Answer Public to see what people are searching on these social platforms. No joke, it's a golden opportunity where you can generate a lot of engagement and revenue, but very few people are leveraging it. And number 20, yeah, did I go back? Yeah, I already did that one, yeah. Number 20, use these charts to create a prioritization framework. You can see top social channels for marketers, channels they're using, and ROI per channel. And you can see the top channels they're using for content marketing budget versus revenue contribution. This will guide you on where to spend your money. The last thing you want to do is spend money and not get any return. It doesn't matter if you're self-funded or you work for someone. People are in business to generate income, and you got to produce it. And of course, you still want to use data-driven insights, but your gut can also guide you. Use a combination of data and your gut. That will lead you to success. And of course, if you like the deck and you want the charts, I probably should have put this at the beginning. You can just scan the QR code and it'll give you all the charts and stuff. My bad. I should have told my team to put it at the beginning. Well, thank you everyone for coming. Really appreciate it, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day.
All right. AI is no longer confined to the cloud. From autonomous vehicles to intelligent robotics, we're entering a new era where AI is being deployed in the real world with real consequences and opportunities. Our next speakers are pioneering the infrastructure and intelligence behind physical AI. One is the founder of a company building next-generation autonomous vehicle systems through groundbreaking neurosimulation, recently valued at over $1 billion. The other has been backing frontier tech companies like Neuro, Skydio, and Kodiak Robotics, which are reshaping how machines move, sense, and act in the real world. How will AI in the physical world reshape entire industries, and what does it take to get there safely? To explore how AI is moving from code to concrete, in conversation with Wired's very own Lauren Good, please welcome to center stage partner and managing director at Costal Ventures, Sven Stroband, and founder and CEO of Wabi, Rachel Erdison.
Thank you so much for doing this. I'm really looking forward to our chat. I had, just so you all know, I had the bios for Sven and Raquel written out here, and it's pages, like literally pages, because they're so qualified and exemplary in what they do, but we only have 17 minutes, so I'm going to skip them, and you should look them up. So I think that when people hear physical AI these days, it's still a little bit abstract. We can all appreciate what generative AI is doing in software, and we can certainly all kind of appreciate the value of atoms-based physical technology. But the marriage between these two things is still relatively new, and both of you are invested in and working on autonomous cars. Why are autonomous vehicles, trucks, cars, it's kind of the platonic ideal or the ideal form of physical AI? And I'll start with you, Raquel.
Yeah, I think is, when you look at what is the application domain where, this idea of AI doing tasks in the physical world is going to really impact and influence and change the world. Self-driving is where we believe that, the big revolution is going to happen first, and there's been, a big shift, I will say, in the industry in terms of how this was approached 20 years ago, where Sven participated and led one of the teams, Stanford team, for the DARPA challenge, and what it is today, and the impact that this next generation of AI really is bringing to finally building a scalable solution. And perhaps Sven, you wanna drive us through your experience in the last 20 years.
Yeah, the way I think about, so self-driving I have fond memories of, and so I have a certain love for that in general. But just economically, it's an incredibly large market, so that's the bit that makes it very attractive. The other thing, as opposed to a lot of other robotics, being right really matters in self-driving. Mm-hmm. You can't be 80% right when you're self-driving, in particular, if you're driving trucks, those are big things. And so to me, it is a little bit the pinnacle of engineering robots, because they really need to work. They can work in a very, very large market. They can really reshape logistics supply chains if you do it properly. So it's a very large opportunity, but you also have to be very good at getting it done.
Right. And it's something that I think the average person can sort of understand the importance of. We all get into cars and trucks fairly regularly versus maybe industrial robotics, where it is, once again, still a little bit abstract in terms of how it affects our lives. I thought it might be useful to talk a little bit about what Wabi actually builds, because it is fascinating. As I understand it, and I please correct me if I'm wrong or elaborate on it, is that this generative AI, the way that it's going to work in self-driving, is that it makes a truck actually, it makes the system adaptable in real time, gives it kind of human reasoning capabilities as the truck is on the road. So if there are these unforeseen scenarios or geographies that it can sort of adjust in real time. Talk about this.
Yeah, and when I started the company 4 years ago, I saw a tremendous opportunity to bring next generation of AI technology. This is before the ChatGPT moment, right? Thinking that this will really revolutionize the way that we approach self-driving, so that we have a much more capital-efficient approach, faster path to market, and at the same time save many, many lives. And it was rooted in two differentiated technologies, I will say, or two big pieces. One was, well, the traditional way of doing self-driving was, this massive, I call it a spaghetti stack that was hand-engineered by humans, where it was very brittle, where you needed to drive, millions of miles in the real world to try to see what is the next set of corner cases that the system cannot handle. So this was something that, I didn't believe that it was gonna provide us the opportunity to really build something that can truly scale and solve, what our customers really wanna have. So with our approach, it's an end-to-end system, meaning a single AI system can do all the tasks for driving, but it's able to interpret what is sensing, and is able to use these interpretations to reason about what are all the things that it can do and what are the consequences of its actions. And this is very important, because then it can really understand the risk of every possible maneuver that it can do and really always choose the right action. And this gives us the ability to generalize with very little data to things it has never seen before, which is a must-have when you are, driving with, a robot driving an 18-wheeler with 80,000 pounds, behind you, right? And the consequences obviously are tremendous. And the second kind of thesis in terms of technology for Wabi was that, well, we will never drive enough to see everything that can happen in the world, right? No matter how big your fleet is. So the idea was, well, if you can build, say, the matrix for self-driving, you can build a simulator where it's the same as the real world, then with no consequences, you can expose the system to accidents, safety-critical situations, all corner cases, and things that will take you, many lifetimes to ever observe. And, and it was, an incredible, I will say, this was before any neural simulator, anything was built. And it turned out to be like really the right approach, because as you know, in the area of AI, data is more than half the equation. So with that simulator, we can train the system, we can test it, and provide, the evidence that indeed is safer than humans. Mm-hmm. So it's been, it was very, I would say, different than anything else when I started the company. And 4 years in, you see now that has becoming kind of like the trend. Yeah. But it was very contrarian, I guess, at the time.
Sven, what led you to invest in Wabi? And you're also on the board.
Yeah, so I've been following the history of self-driving, and it went through a couple of changes. So in 2005, there was a grand challenge. Right after the grand challenge, everybody got super excited about self-driving. Yes. Lots of startups got started. Some tech primes got into self-driving.
Right. And just so folks know, you were on the team at Stanford. You led the engineering team at Stanford that actually won the Stanley self-driving.
Yeah, I was one of the people contributing to the team.
Yes, very modest of you.
And
always.
So people got very, very excited. And it is actually, the dirty secret is, it's actually not that hard to make a self-driving car or truck that kind of works. Mm-hmm. It really doesn't take that long to build one that can drive up and down a highway or something like that, somewhat unreliably. And so people were building those and then trying to nail down the corner cases. and you need ever larger fleets that costs ever more money, and you are not quite sure if you've really nailed all of them down. Every corner case that you then need to solve requires more software development, so you go slower and slower the larger your code base was. So now it's 20 years later, it's 2025 now, and so when Raquel approached me, I was kind of unsatisfied with the state of self-driving, and Raquel basically had like, yeah, I have this idea of the simulator, and the simulator would genuinely help us clobber down these corner cases. The same an end-to-end train system, and to me that was hugely appealing. I always wished I had a thing like that. Raquel can magically instantiate a 3-lane highway, make it a 2-lane highway, make it rush hour traffic, make it not rush hour traffic, have aggressive drivers, docile drivers, any sort of variant that you want. And I always wished I had something like that to test the robots in, and it was hugely attractive. And we spent then the first time in the company not really building trucks, just building the simulator. And it became the tricky thing with the simulator, you want the gap between reality and simulation to be as small as possible. And so that was a big chunk of work.
And Raquel, you used to work at Uber. You were running R&D of the autonomous trucking group there for nearly 4 years. And you're working with Uber now, right? You've partnered with Uber as part of this deployment. So explain how your software is now actually working in Uber trucks or being tested in Uber trucks.
Yeah. So, before Wabi, I was chief scientist and head of R&D for Uber. I work both in robot taxis as well as self-driving trucks. That's one of the, where I really also learn about how exciting the unit economics are for tracking and whatnot. But the way that we work with Uber, obviously they are a big investor of Wabi. But at the same time, we have a really exciting go-to-market partnership with Uber Freight. Where think of Uber Freight sitting in the middle of supply and demand. You have the carriers that own the trucks. You have the shippers that have the loads that you want to go from point A to point B, and we provide the virtual driver, and they do kind of the matching in terms of getting our trucks driving 24/7. Working with the top Fortune 500 companies. So with this very exciting partnership, what you will see is a deep technical integration, where it's seamless for both shippers and carriers to get access to Wabi Driver, to our technology. And the other thing that you will see is that we have billions of miles of committed shipments to be within the Uber Freight network. And today they have 20 billion of freight under management, which is it's a massive. I will say, they have access to, the majority of the market. So it's a very exciting go-to-market, for us to work closely with Uber. And, definitely we have, a great relationship that started with, during the Uber days with both Dara, CEO of Uber, as well as Leo Ron, CEO of Uber Freight. And, we continue to go through this relationship, but is really for us, accessing massive customer base without building big sales organizations, right?
There's this sense, doing self-driving trucks is hard. Like, it sounds like doing cars is hard, but trucks is harder for various reasons. And I'm curious, how many people here have actually been in a self-driving car? Anyone? I'm seeing some scattered. Okay, yeah. I live in San Francisco where we have Waymo, and I love Waymo. And actually, when I first moved to Silicon Valley many years ago, Google was testing its cars through Mountain View at the time. And I remember the first time I saw one, I was operating my car, and I stopped and took my phone and started filming the self-driving car. And I thought, this is the only data point that you need to prove that self-driving is safer, because I was veering all over the road as I was using my phone. So we have the sense, and there's plenty of data that support that self-driving could be safer. And yet when it comes to trucks, when it comes to 10,000 pounds or more, when it comes to speeding down the highway, carrying freight, it's kind of uniquely terrifying, right? Can you talk a little bit about the challenges that come with making trucks work autonomously versus cars?
Yeah, I would say that, robot taxis and self-driving trucks have different challenges, right? And the robot taxi side, urban core, where humans do all sorts of crazy things, is the major challenge. In terms of trucks, from a technology perspective, you need to see much farther And the reason why is that trucks, even driven by humans or robots, the maneuvers that you can do are much smoother, and it takes longer. Just by the physics of you are carrying, as I say, 80,000 pounds, you cannot just swerve. You will just flip the truck. So that's one of the, I would say, difficulties. Also controlling variable loads and whatnot makes it, more challenging from the dynamics perspective. But at the same time, is also a massive opportunity. There is, if you look at the, the industry today for truck drivers, not everybody is a N million miler. There is a lot of novice drivers where, they have a lot of responsibility into driving trucks that can have tremendous consequences, and self-driving trucks. There is no doubt that they will be so much safer than any human, right? So from that perspective, is a great opportunity so that we minimize the the probability of any bad event happen, right? And we save many lives. But they are absolutely superhuman, no doubt about it.
Sven, did you have anything to add to that in terms of the challenges of building autonomous systems for trucks?
Yeah, I agree with Raquel. It's just slightly different challenges. There's some things that are, I think, considerably harder for trucks. The vehicle dynamics are more challenging. Sensor range is more challenging. All of these things. There's some things that are a little bit easier. So, for example, driving in Manhattan with Manhattan-type traffic is not typically a thing that an 18-wheeler does. They mostly drive highway miles. Highways are a little bit easier to reason about as a place like Manhattan. So there's good things and bad things. I think the consequences for trucks are just high, so you need to be really good at what you're doing. I think the economic opportunity is actually better in trucks.
I was going to ask you about the unit economics.
So there's a reward for this too, for this challenge. Well, so in self-driving cars, you need to amortize a sensor suite that is a non-trivial sensor suite. So you have a car, and then you have a bunch of sensors. If you look at a Waymo car, for example, you will see a bunch of LiDARs on the car, one on the top, 4 in each corner. You need to amortize this over the set of rides that you do. On a truck basis, it's just a much different equation, because it's a similar sensor suite that is really there, maybe a little bit longer range and so on, but first order of magnitude, kind of the same thing. And you get to amortize it over the cost of a truck, basically operating constantly. So it's a much easier equation. The second thing is, in self-driving cars, customer acquisition is a real cost. You need to convince people to use your ride service as opposed to the next person's ride service. Trucking doesn't work like that. You can have large arrangements with large shippers, or in our case, Uber Freight. So you have way more customer concentration. You can make a small number of deals without having to spend an enormous amount on customer acquisition in order to end up with a very profitable business.
Fascinating. What about the regulatory challenges? You're having to navigate a lot of those as well. Right now, I believe that self-driving trucks can test in a few states around the US. California is now also considering allowing that. Texas tends to be a place where a lot of these trucks are being tested. It's complicated. Talk about that.
Yeah, so actually the regulatory framework in the US is actually really favorable for self-driving trucks, and in the majority of the states we can deploy driverless trucks. I was just in DC with Secretary Duffy, and it was great to see that the willingness to create a federal framework that will really enable this industry to expand to the entire United States, right? So that you don't need to go state by state, sort of working with regulators in order for to have a path to deployment. But it used to be in the past maybe one of the potential challenges, but right now what we see is a very open regulatory framework.
Sven, how much are you factoring in the regulatory environment when you consider an investment like this?
So as I don't get to control the regulatory environment, I only get to have an opinion about it. So it has gotten better as a function of time. Now, it is still a risk, but at the end of the day, in the business that I am in, my job is to bet on extraordinary people and large markets. And then the regulatory framework, as long as it is not like punishingly prohibitive, is like a second consideration, because it's just too much value that gets generated here. So we, as a society, will find a way to allow this in kind of a safe sort of manner.
What do you envision happens to jobs for truckers, for full-time truckers, when this becomes more widespread?
Yeah, so one of the things that people need to realize is that it's not that suddenly you flip a switch and then everything is autonomous. This is the physical world, so penetration, scaling, adoption is going to take time. So we believe that any truck driver today that wants to retire as a truck driver will be able to do so. There was a recent, very interesting study by the US Department of Transportation that shows that self-driving will create more jobs that it's going to displace. And those jobs are much better. What people don't realize is that being a long-haul trucker is really, really difficult. You go weeks at a time on the road, and oftentimes for many, many days, you don't have access to even toilets, showers, etc. If you are a woman truck driver, there is huge safety issues by being sleeping on your truck. So what we see with this technology is really enhancing the kind of jobs that we can do, and it's going to create things like remote assist, terminals, enhanced inspection, jobs, etc. That will be more exciting for humans to do, right? So we see automation as an enhancer, not as really removing the human from the equation.
I think we have to end it there, but thank you so much for your insights, Sven,
Thanks
Raquel. Thank you.
Thanks,
everyone.
As generative AI continues to evolve, it raises urgent questions about how we build, deploy, and govern these transformative technologies. The next generation of models won't just be more powerful, they'll be more integrated into the fabric of society. Our next speaker is leading one of the world's most influential technology companies through this transition. From shaping global AI policy to scaling next-gen GPT models in enterprise and government, he brings a perspective grounded in both innovation and responsibility. What does the future of AI look like through the eyes of Microsoft, and how do we ensure it's one that benefits everyone? To share Microsoft's vision for the next great GPT, please welcome Vice Chair and President of Microsoft, Brad Smith.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here today to talk about the next great GPT, or general purpose technology. But as I turn to that, I also want to say something else. As a company, Microsoft has been part of Canada for 40 years. We value this extraordinary landscape that some of you may be seeing for the first time on your trip here to Vancouver. We appreciate the rich history going back thousands of years of the First Nations peoples who lived here. We often just get to contribute to what has become part of Canada, part of Vancouver today. A growing, prosperous land of innovation, a place here in Vancouver that has innovation with startups in everything from AI to quantum and beyond. We also recognize what this place was before there was a border at the 49th parallel. For more than a decade, we've worked to foster commerce, investment, culture, science, and research that brings people together across the border in this part of North America, from British Columbia to Washington and Oregon. And for somebody like me who comes here from Seattle, we not only are dedicated, but devoted to the success of this great nation. A nation that, as the Peace Arch says when you cross the border, reflects two countries that are populated by children of a common mother. We've been here for 4 decades, and not every year is easy. But our support for Canada is steadfast. And it's why I'm excited to talk with all of you here who have come from Canada, the United States, and I appreciate around the world about what we have the opportunity to do together. Because working together, we are literally pursuing a new course for technology, a new GPT, or general purpose technology. Economists put all technologies into 2 categories. There are general purpose technologies and single purpose tools. Most things in life are a single purpose tool. They do one thing very, very well. A general purpose technology, on the other hand, changes the entire economy. Electricity is the classical example. The reality is that GPTs have driven all of the major industrial revolutions, from the first to the second to the third. And what's important for us in the work that all of us do is to recognize that GPTs succeed not only because of innovation, but because of what economists call diffusion, the adoption of new technology all across the economy. And indeed, our mission is to advance both of these things. Because what history teaches us, as you see in the history of electricity, is as a general purpose technology is diffused across the economy, productivity grows and prosperity grows with it. That is our mission. Just as it has been at Microsoft throughout the third industrial revolution, driven by digital technology, really starting in the 1970s. Now, we all have the opportunity to do it yet again, because in our view, it has become increasingly clear that AI is the next great general purpose technology. So how do we put it to work? How do we make this potential real? Well, I think it starts by recognizing that every GPT is in fact built with a tech stack, given the nature of how it works across the entire economy. Think about electricity. Thomas Edison first harnessed the power of electricity to light a light bulb in 1878. 4 years later, if we could walk down the streets of Manhattan, we would see him starting to light the first building, the New York Times building in Lower Manhattan. But in reality, it was no longer just about electricity for a light bulb. It was about a tech stack for electricity. It started with fuels, initially coal, turbines that generated power, the building of an electrical grid, transformers, wiring, appliances that served manufacturers and users. And what people were doing in those days was not just building a tech stack, they were creating a new economy. An economy that created new types of firms, frontier firms of the time with new categories of jobs, jobs that had never existed before, and unleashing greater innovation than, frankly, the world had ever seen, especially at the appliance layer. Because the truth is, even if you go home this evening, you will see in your kitchen, in your living room, throughout an apartment or house, appliances that were first invented between 1880 and 1900. Just imagine what life must have been like on a hot summer day when you walked for the first time into a home that had an electric fan. Or imagine walking into a kitchen and discovering that there was a thing called a blender. Think of the magic that it must have felt like for people to experience that technology for the first time. Here we are 140 years later, and we have our own opportunity on our best days to create things that also feel a little bit like magic. But to do it, it requires a mastery of our own tech stack, the AI tech stack, fundamentally consisting of 3 layers: infrastructure, platform, and applications. At Microsoft, we are investing more than $80 billion this year to build out AI and data center infrastructure around the world, across the United States and Canada, literally in 40 countries around the world. And that infrastructure layer makes it possible to develop and deploy the platform layer, where we bring together with others foundation models, open source and proprietary models, enable people to harness the power of data, and we're building a whole new layer of AI platform level services. Ultimately, as we're moving quickly into the future, it's all about building an open agentic web, a web that creates and provides developer tools for startups and others that are creating applications and other services at every layer. So it's created for Microsoft a new generation of relationships between our company and startups here in this room and around the world. And what we fundamentally are focused on is creating the infrastructure and especially the platform level services to make it easier and faster and cheaper for the next generation of magic to occur at the applications layer. When you put it all together, we're creating together a flywheel that builds infrastructure to create a platform so that people can create applications that get used, that then enable more investment in the infrastructure layer yet again. And what is so obvious when you see it this way is that we all succeed together. That is how we build businesses for each of us, one at a time, but all together at the same time. And as we look to this future, obviously success starts with individual initiative. It starts with investment. It requires business acumen and growth. But I think there's something bigger than that at work as well. Because the truth is we're all working together to build the world's next industrial revolution. And we have an opportunity, I believe, to make it a better industrial revolution than the revolutions that the world has experienced before. And we should recognize that the world is watching. They're watching AI unfold, and people have questions. Sometimes there are questions full of excitement. When will this arrive? On other days, it reflects anxiety and trepidation. And I think it's important that we hear and listen and think about the questions that people have. On one level, people want to know, what are we trying to do? Are we trying to build machines that are better than people? Or are we trying to build machines that will help people become better? I think emphatically it needs to be the second, not the first. And similarly, people look and they wonder what AI will mean, and they want to know, are we trying to build machines that will outperform people and replace them in their jobs? Or are we instead trying to build machines that will help people pursue better jobs? It needs to be the second and not the first. But how do we do that? I think it starts by having clear goals, aspirations, a call to action for all of us. But hope by itself is not a strategy. I think history offers some important lessons. One of the great lessons of history is the importance of investing in people, in skilling. In the first industrial revolution, the United Kingdom grew faster than any other country because it did a better job of investing in its people, to give them the skills that were needed to harness the power of iron and a new generation of machinery. In the second industrial revolution, the United States had land-grant colleges across the country that created mechanical engineers who took electricity and machine tools and built the strongest manufacturing economy in the world. And in the third industrial revolution, it was the places that invested in computer science, not just for a few, but for many, that created the jobs of the future. In the same way, skilling and investment in education, AI education, will need to become one of the great causes of our industry and one of the great opportunities to partner with not just other businesses, but with schools and community colleges and universities and governments around the world. But as we look to the future in an AI era, given the power of this technology, it's not just about helping people learn how to build this technology themselves. It's about helping us all learn and think through how to ensure that this technology serves humanity well. It's about these disciplines of security and privacy and safety and now what is called responsible AI. I think more than ever, engineering intersects with the liberal arts. And what people will do when they're not spending perhaps as much time learning to code is probably spending more time thinking about the social sciences and how they will be woven into the future of this field. And because this is the 21st century and not the 19th, we need to do all of this in a way that is sensitive to the needs of the planet, that really think through the impact of AI on the environment. That means for us building data centers that are more efficient, building data centers that are powered by carbon-free energy, like the renewal of 3 Mile Island that we've invested in the United States. And it means harnessing the power of AI to unlock the solutions that the world will require to build a more sustainable planet. This is just one example of the many examples that, frankly, so many of you have created your companies to address, to solve problems that people thought could never be solved. That is the great potential of what AI can do. But if we're really going to make this next industrial revolution better than the revolutions that preceded it, there's something else that we need to think about as well. And that's to go back to what is required to truly make diffusion a success. This is a view of the Earth by night taken in 2025. And what is most striking to me when I look at it is the fact that when you look carefully, you can discern that there are still 700 million people 140 years after that power plant started running in Manhattan that do not have electricity to light their homes. 43% of the population of Africa. How can it be that we've moved from electricity to computers and now AI, and we haven't yet even finished diffusing electricity itself? It's in part because of economics. It's in part because of geopolitics. It's in part because of colonialism. It's in part because power plants, like data centers, require huge investments. And the free market never made the investments, nor did governments, to put these in Africa, even though people clearly needed them. I think this is the greatest tragedy, perhaps, in the history of technology. But for us, what it is a cautionary tale. It shows that we can do better, not just to create better technology, but to bring the benefits of that technology to everyone around the world. It causes us, I think, to reflect on where we began. This is a challenging year. It's a year where geopolitics is in the news every day. And coming from the United States to Canada is an opportunity to reflect on that. We all have our own roles to play. But I think in business, one of our roles is to be a bridge. To be a bridge between communities and people, to be a bridge between technologists and customers, to be a bridge across borders and even across oceans. Business needs to be a bridge. The products that you are creating, the technology that we are all creating, can be part of that bridge. None of us has the ability by ourselves to solve the problems of the world. But as business leaders, individually and collectively, we have a role to play. Even when governments disagree, we can be a bridge for bringing people together. That's what we've done here in Canada for 40 years. That's something that we look forward to doing 40 years and beyond into the future. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I did it.
All right. AI startups secured nearly $70 billion in funding across over 1,100 deals, marking a 51% increase from the previous quarter, which included OpenAI's $40 billion funding round in March of this year, the largest private tech deal on record. With venture capitalists continuing to prioritize AI investments, the race to back the next generation of winners is accelerating. In 2025, AI remains the most competitive and crowded category in tech, but it's also where the boldest bets are being made. Our next speakers represent three of the most active early-stage investors in AI. They're looking for startups that not only push the boundaries of innovation, but also show clear paths to adoption, scale, and of course, profitability. From foundation models to vertical AI, from infra to agents, what signals real potential and what's just hype? To unpack the future of AI investing in conversation with Thomas Seal from Bloomberg, please welcome Managing Partner at Initialized Capital, Brett Gibson, Founding Partner and CEO at 500 Global, Christine Tsai, and Managing Partner at Encore Capital, Andy McLaughlin.
Hello, good morning, or good afternoon, I should say now. Welcome to Vancouver. My name's Thomas Seal. I'm the Bloomberg Bureau Chief here. I cover anything that happens in Vancouver, and a lot of that happens to be tech. So I'm really delighted to be here with these three great VCs. So Brett, Christine, and Andy. I'll let them maybe introduce themselves, because they'll be able to describe what they do a lot better than I can. So maybe we'll just go left to right. Brett.
Yeah, sure. My name's Brett. My background is starting startups and writing software, and co-founded a company called Posters, was a blog platform acquired by Twitter, and now I run a venture capital firm called Initialized Capital that does seed stage investing, pretty much just generalist fund, lead seed deals.
Wonderful. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Christine Tsai, founding partner and CEO of 500 Global. I'm based in Silicon Valley in Palo Alto. 500 is a global early-stage venture firm. We invest very early in companies, usually as one of or the first institutional investor in a lot of companies, both directly and through a number of our accelerator programs around the world. This is our 15th year, and it's been quite exciting to see a lot of the change that has been happening over the last few years with AI.
Great, thanks.
And hey, everybody. My name is Andy McLaughlin, managing partner of Encore Capital. We are a seed stage firm based in San Francisco. I describe us as being a conviction investor. All we do is lead or co-lead seed rounds. We don't write small participatory checks. We don't write our first check at Series A or Series B. It's really all about kind of going in early, finding great companies, and then supporting them through their life cycle.
Great. I think we are well over 2 years into this very public kind of rush into AI, and you guys, I'm sure, have been looking at it for longer than that. And things have changed, I think, over the last 6 to 12 months. Macro factors, policy. I just wonder how your investment thesis is changing when you're looking at new early stage companies when it comes to AI over that sort of last 6 to 12 months. Anyone feel free to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, it's less any sort of fundamental change and more just momentum towards something, and more momentum and conviction towards something we already saw was coming. In the general sense, our take is that AI is going to upend a lot of technology and technology businesses. In the specific sense, I'm increasingly high conviction that authoring of software is going to more or less free, and that's going to shake up the topology of the software business market and what makes sense and what's investable and what can get to venture scale.
Does that make software as a category less attractive or difficult to defend? I mean, what does that mean for investing in those sorts of pure software companies?
I think that it's hard. I think that there's going to be continue to be a lot of large software outcomes, but I think that at the limit, you're going to be able to have custom software for anything you want, and so you start to think immediately about what needs to be productized, and does this lead to widespread fragmentation and infinite competition for every software business on the one hand, and probably at the other pole, a lot of consolidation and businesses that serve a lot of customer needs beyond anything specific to a vertical or a point solution. I mean, it's kind of hard. It gets hard to reason about because the timeliness is kind of insane. But the pattern match is that I'm blown away every quarter about what the new stuff that's happening. So I guess the net's out at find very talented people who have an aggressive vision for how to what they think is going to come out of the other end.
I think we were talking about this briefly backstage. Andy, you were saying AI as a category almost is not really the right terminology, or increasingly so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of hold this view that if we're sitting on this stage in 5 years' time, we won't be talking about AI in the same way we're talking about it now. In the same way we don't talk about mobile or cloud. It's just become a fabric of how everything gets built. And we're kind of right in the hype cycle right now. And I think as investors, what we need to figure out is where the opportunities are. And really the opportunities against the mega platforms, if you're OpenAI or Anthropic, the amount that you can do with the data set that you've built is huge. So where are the places that those companies cannot play, because somebody's been able to get access to proprietary data, or maybe they just have a particular insight that, all of the great AI minds in the world simply couldn't get?
I think that is one of the core issues that I wanted to dig into, really, which is the proprietary data. What are the moats? What are the ways to defend AI startups? There's a welter of AI startups, but only this handful of kind of giant models. How do you look for the sort of signal in the noise and find some of those things that give you that conviction?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's really, I'm sure all three of us will comment that in terms of all the deal flow we're seeing, we probably, for any given idea or any given AI something, there's 100 other companies that they've either looked at or passed on. So, and it's not, I think that's also not unlike what we have been doing for 10, 15 years, that we are going to see a lot of founders going after the same problem or tackling it in a different way. I think for us, your earlier question about how does this change your investment thesis, I would assume for all of us, but certainly for 500, it hasn't necessarily changed the fundamentals. But I do think, in terms of what we look at, one of the things that is very fundamental at the early stage is always going to be the team. It's always going to be the founders. And there are probably certain types of questions we ask more nowadays that we would not have even asked a few years ago. But I think one thing that also stands out is amongst just how quickly things are evolving with AI tech stacks and what is going to be irrelevant or what is going to be important in the next. I mean, you mentioned every few months. I feel like every day I wake up and I think, what am I going to wake up to today in terms of something that changed or something was announced either geopolitically or within our world as tech investors. But I think go-to-market is still, at least currently, one of the ways when we look at companies, what are they doing in terms of when they build their product. What is marketing in the age of AI companies? What is sales? How do you go to market? And maybe even that is going to be irrelevant just in terms of the current paradigm of apps and software. Maybe that all goes away as well. But at least currently, when we do talk with these companies, ultimately founders are critical. They're able to move quickly and navigate the ever-increasing volatility and changes that happen. And then
you said you ask different questions increasingly. Any come to mind that you're feeling you have to ask more now with the increasing pace or the use of tools or?
Yeah, I mean, those are probably pretty like table stakes questions. Like if they're at this point, it's pretty de facto that everyone has some sort of AI capability, and that's kind of the exciting thing that you don't, like Andy said, you're not going to be asking this. We're not going to be saying we're AI investors. Even now, like, it's just de facto. It's like I invest in cloud companies or mobile companies. People did say that for a while.
Internet companies.
Internet companies, exactly. So, but there's certainly questions about how they're building, and it's. I think as you talk with them and kind of understand their thought process on how they build their product, how they're thinking about like even different models or different tools, how are they themselves being more efficient? By and large, a lot of the teams are really thinking, how can I be much more efficient? How do I even maybe not need to raise a lot of capital after this initial round? We're just talking about that.
Yeah, I'd love to
backstage.
explore that idea actually. Like, do you see a trend towards that increasing, efficiency from day one or an A round that you think that they might be able to become self-sustaining a lot earlier than they would have been able to 5-10 years ago?
I think it's going to be a lot more common. We've seen companies getting more and more efficient over time, and we don't have to go too far back where a startup would have to build its own data center in order to deliver its product. And of course, AWS comes along and kind of makes that moot. And then everything began to get more and more automated. So, there's been a lot of talk about the first billion-dollar business where there's one employee. Now, that's a long way away yet, but I think directionally, it's going that way. And what we're seeing now are companies where, they're going to raise seed. They may raise Series A, but then at that point, they're just going to be so efficient and throwing off cash. I mean, we have a portfolio company called GPT-0, which is an AI detector for content. They generated $1 million in cash last month. That would have.
And how many employees do they have?
20-something.
Okay.
I mean, it would have felt unobtainable 5 years ago.
Yeah, no, fantastic.
I mean, the thing though that I've been assuming the same thing, like even internally, we're getting a lot more done with fewer people, and you see the speed with which people build software businesses is kind of gone crazy. But then in the market, it doesn't always show up, like because it's like there's this like I have this ongoing question where I'm kind of like, what's going to happen to the size of seed rounds? Like naturally you might be like they're going to go down. But it turns out if there's just like a lot of capital swimming around, that doesn't happen in practice because,
there's a kind of a crowding in operator.
People who have billions and billions of dollars have to do something with it.
Yeah.
So it's interesting like how and when that actually like nets out to the one-person billion-dollar.
Yeah, I feel like there's like a whole bunch of announcements of like if that is really true, like you said, what is actually happening in the market in terms of, we just raised a $30 million seed round, and the project isn't quite there. So maybe in the long-term vision, it may get there, but we'll see. There's a lot of demand.
A sort of a collapse of the funding or an accordion effect. Yeah.
We have moved out beyond software, and I do actually fundamentally believe that like the both timeline and capital structure of a lot of non-software businesses is grounded in software as a component, and so it makes those businesses look a lot more approachable for a seed stage firm because they now fit within a fund life cycle, and you can give them a meaningful amount of money relative to what they're going to be building. So we're doing more stuff in like space, robotics, materials, energy.
And people have been talking a lot about this notion of service as software. So companies that traditionally wouldn't have been venture backable because they just weren't running software margins, all of a sudden, actually, they could be, and Emergence wrote an amazing blog post on this about a year or so ago, saying all of a sudden now, like businesses, which maybe looked like consulting businesses 5 years ago, are software businesses and running at 80, 90% margins. All of a sudden, that's an area that we can be looking at that we were just not interested in before.
Yeah, and it starts to feel like consultancy is no longer a binary distinction, right? This is like a continuum with how efficient you can make people and how that relates to your cost of acquisition of customers.
The work that it takes to introduce and install these new technologies, I think, is getting so fast for more traditional businesses that I guess they all sort of tend towards consulting to be able to sell themselves. Just to change tack a little bit, we're into this AI rush, but there things that people were talking about, early 23 with ChatGPT. Which trends from then do you think have sort of petered out or proven to have fallen by the wayside? And then, second part to this, which we'll get to in a minute, is which ones are sort of about to take off?
I mean, I think the first thing is that the world probably does not need another LLM. another foundational model. We have plenty. We're good. I think now it's all about the applications of those things. I think the thing that I'm really fascinated by, though, is the concept of the infrastructure for the AI economy. We're all investing in AI companies that are using AI to do something that wasn't possible before, or just doing it more easily. But what about the companies that are enabling the AI companies? We had Avery Penneran from Tailscale on stage about an hour or so ago, and that for me is like a canonical example of a business that really doesn't have a lick of AI in it. They're a software-defined networking company. They build virtual private networks that have become fundamentally important to the AI economy. Like every single hyperscaler now, or AI hyperscaler, is using Tailscale to network together this kind of global cluster of GPUs. And we didn't think about that. When we first invested in 2019, we liked the idea of connecting devices and people, but we never thought into the future where actually this would be a killer use case.
Okay, that's a great example. And any other trends that have fallen by the wayside, or if you want to continue the bullish tone of this conversation, which things will we be talking about in 12 months or 2 years' time? That have yet to break through, but they're just on the cusp.
Please go ahead. I don't remember what I was going to say. I think one thing. It's slightly answering your question, but I think a lot of people will look at certain categories like cogen tools or even AI note-taking apps and say, oh, well, that's pretty crowded. I don't want to invest there. But there are obviously companies that have raised like very significant amounts of money. But I still think, let's say, even for example, like AI note-taking, again, many players, very crowded space. But I still think it is. We're still, like broadly, we're still early. Like we ourselves at 500, we wouldn't necessarily invest in models. I would agree with that. But I think what are the applications, what is now possible that wasn't possible with AI infrastructure, both in terms of how we consume, how we work, how we, basically how we do everything. So I even think that in considering tools that may apparently, like everything is going to have a million founders going after it. But I think that those are still. I wouldn't count them out, I guess. And, despite the fact that certain players in that space have raised, very significant rounds of money, there's just so much that is yet to be seen, even for the rest of this year, rest going into next year.
And to your point about
so it's hard for me.
Yeah. Huh? Sorry, just we're in the foothills of adoption. So even
exactly.
if there's 10 or 20 or 100 founders chasing a great idea,
yeah.
only 1% of the addressable market is using that thing right now.
Yeah. So it's hard for me to genuinely say, oh, there's too it's hyped down unless there's a good reason for it. But yeah.
Sure. And you were mentioning other categories as well that maybe sort of are AI, but they're energy or materials. I don't know.
In terms of, I guess, to the fall by the wayside question, I think that there's this general dynamic of getting incremental clarity on what is the domain of the frontier labs and what are they building, right? You kind of, the first thing you reason through is what would I build if I was headed toward AGI? Let's stay out of that. But then there's a lot of second order things, and it gets very murky because the whole tooling stack around it, they might need internally to be efficient enough, or they might need a bunch of application level stuff to generate enough revenue to continue operating. And so I think that the hard part is, I don't know that on specific things aren't going to work, but in terms of the businesses that seem durable, I have this vague sense of building for this current generation of foundation models versus building for one or two ahead. And every time there's a bunch of obvious businesses that become suddenly tractable of the current generation, and maybe you should really be thinking about the business is going to be suddenly tractable in 2 years, because that's going to position you better longer term.
This is a classic question for a panel of VCs, but I think it's applicable for every new trend, and AI being a sort of meta or mega trend. Are there any heuristics or signals that you're looking for that help you to distinguish, solid, maybe if there's 10 founders chasing an idea, which founder stands out?
Well, no, I think for all of us, we all invest so early that, it's all about the founders. It's all about the team. My partner Trip has a great phrase. What we look for is team, and TAM. A kick-ass team operating in a really big market. And I think you've got to be okay that you may not back the winner, but for a seed firm like us, even a relatively small exit can actually still kind of be relatively meaningful. And if they're operating in a big enough market, being number 3 could actually still be a billion-dollar outcome.
Yeah. I mean, one example of this, we're we're investing or committed to investing into a company that I won't mention, but it's very early stage, and they're building in the sales enablement space. So there's again a lot of players in that space. Ultimately, it really comes down to the founding team. They're a team that we've backed before, we've invested in. They had an good outcome, and they have very strong technical talent in the team, both within the original co-founders and the third new co-founder, who's their CTO. They have been just really moving and shipping very quickly. A lot of their customers so far have been all larger, both private and public companies that are just cold outbound, not in their network. So that does say a lot. I mean, long way to go, but ultimately, a lot of it is really the founders.
And when software is becoming easier and easier to build, and becoming almost table stakes, what we're thinking about is how can this group of people turn their software into a real company. And I guess we've all had our 10,000 hours of pitches. You begin to develop heuristics about what great looks like, and you're kind of looking for that spidey sense when you meet a founder or set of founders.
Yeah.
We're like, I would do anything to back this group of people.
Yeah, I'd really reiterate that. It becomes more and more important to be the kind of founder who is a little out there in terms of audacity and wanting to build, insist on a very, very, very large outcome. Because now the universe of people who can build quickly, like basic SaaS products from 5 years ago is expanded, which is awesome from a broad perspective of just abundance in the economy. But from the venture perspective, you still need to see through to the people that are obsessive and a little nutty about what they want to achieve.
Just on the point about talent, I wanted to ask about where you're seeing talent emerge, and also how that might be changing. We step into potentially murky territory here, I think, because there are some big changes to university funding and immigration. I mean, I would love if people want to chime in with their 2 cents on how that might affect the founders and the kind of founders you're going to see over the coming couple of years.
I mean, kind of back to the last answer, like AI-based tooling broadly, from education to coding to everything, is leverage. And so for people who get a lot done, a bunch of high leverage tooling gives them more advantage, and you would hope more advantage in a way that is a little bit more universal, right? So now people from all over are going to have more access to the type of things that were gated by having to be taught it by an individual one-on-one, and now there's this amazing education system that anyone can use wherever. So you would hope, and I expect, that it will further allow people, the people that are extremely high agency to stand out, even if they're coming from different backgrounds.
And does that make it possible to spot these people earlier in the process than it might have been a few years ago as well? They have access to these tools at high school.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, the other limiting factor is knowing what good is, right? I think that's and I think that it's one of the highest alpha things in venture is spotting people who are early on in their founding career and kind of aren't level set. They have the talent in them, but they don't really know yet what ambition and drive look like, because they kind of haven't seen it based on their context. I don't know. That's a good question of whether or not I think AI is a tailwind to that. Probably.
One thing on talent, though, that we've observed over the last probably year, and aggressively so in the last 6 months, is just this kind of confluence back in the Bay Area. I think if we'd been on stage a few years ago, we'd be talking about the rise of Miami and Austin and LA and wherever else. All of a sudden now it feels like, you can build a great company anywhere, but the chances of building a great company are dramatically improved by having proximity to other great companies, and everybody seems to be either moving to SF or spending real time there. And I give Brett's former co-founder, Gary Tan at YC, a lot of credit for this, because basically Gary said, if you want to do YC, you've got to come to San Francisco, you've got to base yourself here, and you've got to be here. And that has just created this amazing community of builders.
Just picking up on something that came up earlier in the conversation, this getting in early before they don't need any funding anymore. Does this increase the sort of competition? Are you seeing that, or is it still a bit early to say when it comes to actually being the investor in an amazing, promising startup?
I think the good news about the earlier you go, the wider the top of the funnel is.
Yeah.
And so, if you're willing to do work, there are very talented people out there you can find, and so you know, it gets very competitive when it's highly consensus. And some founders starting out, right, like they returned $1 billion in the last couple of years, that's already consensus. But you know, for the long tail of talented people, they're not consensus yet. So there's always ways to find them and
Yeah, I would agree. Like I think, you know, generally there is a lot more movement towards finding these founders earlier, and you know, to Brett's point about the funnel being wider. And you know, I do, you know, we are based in the Bay Area, so I definitely agree in terms of Silicon Valley always having its place, and currently, like right now, it's a really great place to be. That said, you know, we've been backing founders from around the world since the very beginning, and I think there is one thing that's really quite unprecedented about this wave versus other waves is just how much of a national agenda it is for so many countries around the world in terms of this either sovereign AI or just really investing into AI data centers, really trying to become a hub to grow talent, attract talent, and that does really increase the number of potential, you know, companies being built. Of course, it doesn't necessarily mean they're always going to be quality companies, but this is not unlike 2010, early or late 2000s. And you know, for the examples of finding these great founders around the world, you know, a couple examples for us where we did that very thing. We found them very, very early. They were not in the U.S. actually, but you know, one was Sakana AI, which is an investment we did recently. Play AI also. Those founders are currently in the Bay Area now. They're down the street from us, but they actually weren't. They were, I think, in Dubai or Egypt when we initially met them, and you're absolutely right. And once there was kind of the consensus and others jumping in, then it became very competitive. But before that happened, when we found them, it was a very different story. So so that I think is what is exciting.
Great. I think we're at time, so I'd love to dig into some of these things more, but I'll have to call it there. So I just like to say thank you to the panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, show of hands. How many people have gotten lost in an IKEA? Like myself. Yeah, okay, thank you. This guy here is still paying attention. So, okay, how many people have screwed together a piece of IKEA furniture incorrectly and then had to take it all apart, right? Okay, more hands go up. All right, I need an IKEA GPT, right? And guess what? It's coming soon. The way we design our homes is undergoing a digital transformation. Once a domain of professionals and trendsetters, interior design is now being reimagined through the lens of AI, AR, and personalized data. In 2025, it's not just about taste, it's about access, customization, and empowerment. Our next speaker is helping lead that change from within one of the world's most iconic furniture brands. As part of IKEA's digital leadership, he's advancing tools that allow anyone to visualize, configure, and personalize their living spaces, turning consumers into creators with the help of intuitive technology. How is AI changing the way we live, shop, and design, and what does that mean for the future of home? To explore how AI is reshaping our spaces in conversation with the host of the AI Sidekick, Ryan Heath, please welcome the Chief Digital Officer of IKEA, Parag Parekh.
Parag, I'm going to start with the obvious. IKEA is famously egalitarian. So how are you thinking about the role of AI in changing the future of interior design for all of us, not just for a few people with the cool tools?
First up, big thanks. Pleasure to be here. I think when we speak of AI at IKEA, we look at AI not only as a tool or a capability, but it's about how do we really use AI to put AI to help us with our mission, which is about creating a better everyday life for the many people.
Yep.
And we always talk about the three pillars for us, being more accessible to the many people, being more affordable, and being sustainable. And it's the question we keep asking ourselves are, how do we really leverage AI to help us with this mission? And it's always about us asking the question, how do we put AI to the service of being better for our customers, being better for our coworkers, being better for the company from how do we make sure we deliver to our goals, but also most importantly, being better for the planet and making sure we are sustainable.
So that's interesting. Like, it's a very people-centric version of AI. Like, I don't hear you talking about the tech so much. It's all about the outcome.
Absolutely. It's really saying, how do we put AI to the service of our customers, co-workers, the company, but also the planet? And then if I go back to your question of what does this mean in terms of design and what are we doing in the space of design, really, and I think I would give two examples to say, especially when it comes to customer, we are talking about how do we democratize design? And a lot of us have had the opportunity to be at an IKEA store, and probably you have been through it yourself. You have gone, you have seen an amazing room set, and then you feel, I have nailed it, how best to go home and set this up. But when you try it yourself, you realize, oh shit, it doesn't work. So this is where we are trying to say, how do we get every person to be a designer? We have 80 years of life at home experience, and how do we get every person to be a designer? And that's where we talk of, when we talk of design, we talk of two scales. One is the self-service scale. The other is when you go to a coworker of IKEA and say, help me with designing my home. And what we are doing is, how do we leverage AI at both these scales to be able to help you? So especially on the self-service, we have started with what we call IKEA Creative, where we use and allow you and give you the power of being able to take and visualize our furniture in how that comes to life in your space, which we allow you to 3D and then put it in your space.
And is that fully free form? I can come to you with my vision in the store of exactly what I want my place to look like, or does it come with guardrails about how you can?
No, this is the self-service part. You are at home, you have a scan of your room, and then we allow you to start placing it. Now, where we are going further on the self-service scale is we are also saying we have 80 years of design. So before we say, Ran, you yourself design the home, we are asking you a few questions, more personalizing it to you, to say, what's your taste looking like? Do you like Scandinavian? Do you like traditional? Do you like modern? What does your budget look like? And based on that, we are using Gen AI to say, how do we best facilitate and provide your first few versions that are your starting point on doing it? So that's how we are moving on the self-service scale. But also on the other side, when I look at the coworkers, coworkers have been using the traditional CAD tools historically, which were not intelligent and which were not AI powered. And there we are working with them to say, how do we put AI and really help them to be more productive? What used to take them 5 hours for one design session, we are able to crash it to 30 minutes. But we are also taking that intelligence, that experience of them, and putting it to the self-service. So it's really the whole continuum of from self-service to engaging with our coworkers, and how are we really allowing every person to be a designer. That's the democratic design, and really democratizing it, but more importantly also allowing to personalize at scale.
And what's the role of data here? Like in my mind, for example, you could be data-driven in the sense that you know what I've bought. I'm an IKEA family member. I've got the little membership card. So you guys know what I bought in the past. Maybe that's a more faithful record of what I like and want than whatever I remember telling the coworker at the store. So are there elements of data like that you are bringing into the AI experience, or are you building everything from the ground up?
I think there are two aspects of data that we speak about. We are in business for 80 years. So we have 80 years of life at home experience. So we know that when we are shaping a house, what is the best in terms of what's the size of the carpet that needs to be, how best to place the furniture. And all of that data is something that we have learned over the 80 years. So there, we are figuring out how do we take that data, which we have known historically has been with our coworkers, and how do we digitize that into what we call our life at home experience. So really digitizing that data and bringing it into a way that it can be intelligent and can be used in the self-service. But the other aspect of data is exactly what you say. We also have 175 million IKEA family customers who have believed in the brand, who have trusted the brand, and who have worked with us. And we have that information to then help them in what they need to do best. Now, very critical is, over the 80 years, we have made sure that we are a trusted brand. So when we transition to also the digital aspects, it's also to say, how do I make sure that when I use data, it's done very ethically, but most importantly, very responsibly, that we're able to build that trust.
Is that just about rules you have to set internally, or do you actually go out to customers and say, what do you want out of the AI experience? Tell us what you want us to bring in.
I think we do work with them, but we also specifically do ask to the customers to say, it's our promise that we will leverage your data only when it's to your help and to help you in what and how you are engaging, either with us as a brand, but also us as helping you in your life at home. So I think that trust is fundamentally critical. And we use that to make sure that we are human-centric, we are transparent, we are ethical, and most importantly, we are keeping to our promise of trust and engagement with them.
Now, one of the other things that sort of is really a striking memory of mine from my time in IKEA stores is they can be quite overwhelming because they're so large. So you have this famous Pathfinder way, and you try and direct people how they make their way through the store. What sort of balancing act do you have around the AI, where you are at one level trying to automate a process and speed it up and make it simple for people, but this is design. You need to give them freedom to be creative. You don't want to just dictate how people do it. So how do you kind of like go through that thinking process as you design the AI tools?
I think it's super interesting what you call out. So, of course, many of us have got lost in the IKEA maze as well.
Usually from taking shortcuts. That's how you get lost. You just cheat, and you're trying to get a quick exit.
But I think one of the things we are very clear is, as a company, I think the store is where we want to provide the peak experience. And everything around is where we will help to make sure it helps your peak experience in the store. So when we are approaching the different ways where the customer meets us, it could be in the bigger format stores, it could be in other format stores that we have started introducing, or it could be in the web channels as well. We are mindful of how we engage and where we engage digitally. So when it's the store, we really want to engage them in the store experience. So there we do leverage digital, but we make sure that it's more in the background, helping them on what they need to do.
So the co-workers are the stars, and the AI is the supporting actor and actor.
Precisely, is the one to help augment what they want to do. A very concrete example, Ryan, was a while back, we introduced what we call a Pathfinder, exactly to the topic of people were getting lost. And when we started seeing the customers use the Pathfinder in the store, all of a sudden we realized that it's actually taking them away from experiencing the store to being more focused on following on their mobiles. And that's where we said, maybe we need to relook at how we are designing this, because that's not the intent. When they are in the store, we really want to have them experience the effort that has gone in creating some of the fantastic home design sets and the experiences and the full visual and sensory experiences. But then when they are back home, the same goes to say, how do then I put AI in the forefront to not have them to go through the drop-downs, the navigations, etc., but help them solve the problem. And in some cases, we are also trying to figure out, if you have had an inspiration in the store, how do I allow you to continue that journey also in the online, and there really put AI in the foreground, working with them to start driving that. So that's how we are exactly delineating, more in the background, in our store experiences, and foreground when it comes to at home or other channels.
And how much do you have to think through? I mean, like, your retail spaces are a bit different to a lot of other people's retail spaces because of the size. But as you start to move into these more urban areas, they can't have 50,000 square meter stores. Like Fifth Avenue doesn't have 50,000 square meters in New York, for example. So you've got these sort of more condensed and boutique experiences. Is that a sort of a third category of experience that you're having to develop for people because it's like a hybrid experience?
No, exactly. I think the typical IKEA store is anywhere to a 40 or a 50,000. And I just did a quick search, my first time in Vancouver here, but Richmond is the closest. It's 37 minutes. So one of the transformation that we as a company are going through is how do we get closer to the urban areas? And when you move that, the challenge we have been facing is how do you take the experience from a 40,000 commercial space to something which is a 5 or 10,000 square meters. So we have been learning on the journey, and we have started.
But the AI must really help there.
Precisely.
You can visualize rather than physically set up the furniture.
Precisely. So what we are trying to do is, as the commercial space reduces, we are figuring out how do we provide the depth of what we call the range, the depth of experiences, and really put AI and digital to the assistants to make sure that we are able to bring the same experience in a 10,000 square format as in a 40,000 square format.
And you obviously do research. You've got a lot of resources at IKEA. What is your research telling you is coming next? And I mean that broadly. It could be specifically to design, but like your job is to keep ahead of sort of these trends, and you've got all of this customer data. Where is it sort of trending towards?
I think one of the things we'll continue seeing is especially in the customer experience space. We spoke about home design. Earlier, we had a few panels which spoke about how in the e-commerce world we are used to the funnels. But as we start transitioning into the GPT world, the way the customer engages in the digital world is fundamentally going to be disrupted. And I think it's necessary for brands like ourselves to understand what that means and to be able to adapt our customer meeting points in the world of tomorrow. So I think we'll clearly see a fundamental disruption in this space. It's about staying close and adapting to it. I think the second space where we already start seeing a disruption, there is always a saying, for me it's a learning to say IKEA is a retail brand, but IKEA is also a supply chain brand. We have figured out how to make affordable, fantastic furniture, but make sure that we can do so at affordable prices, and that only happens when we are best at supply chain. So as the supply chain around us starts to be disrupted, starts to be addressed differently in the macroeconomics, we will need to figure out how do we use AI to make sure we can still stay true.
I'm a supply chain geek. We're going to go down a rabbit hole on this now. I think AI is like the single clearest way to be able to optimize supply chains. And you're not wrong, like this disruption, now it's tariffs, there'll be some other disruption in the future, or we'll have some planetary pressure that we need to deal with. And in that case, like the AI is going to be absolutely essential for the optimization of the supply chain.
Absolutely. And if I just take that as an example, one of the fundamental disruptions, I mentioned we have about 400 stores, which have traditionally been just stores with commercial space. But as we transition, all of those stores are starting to become fulfillment centers. So how do we get closer to the customer, reducing the last miles? How do we bring automation to make sure we can free up the co-workers who are in the back office and really allow them to spend time with the customers? And how do we use AI in forecasting and planning to make sure we have the right product at the right place, right time, rather than having to ship products all around the world as well?
How does that affect the meatball situation?
We are working and transitioning from the meatballs to what we call plant balls.
Oh, okay.
And this is exactly also one of the most important piece on what we see changing forward. I think one of the biggest positives AI will have to offer is how do we leverage AI to help us to the goal of caring for people, but caring for the planet? How do we drive more sustainability in the way we do business? How do we bring sustainability into the products we design? And how do we make sure that through this we are able to fast track some of the fundamental changes that corporates need to go through to keep to their promise of 2030 and beyond?
And does that extend into the world of sort of digital twins and materials testing? Like I can imagine that you can really shrink the amount of plastic or change the proportions in the wood with a lot of products when you can test it?
Absolutely. It's in the design space. But imagine it's also in the recycling space.
Mhm.
So one of the things where we leverage AI has had been around, of course, food waste. How do we reduce food waste? But even more concretely, we have what we call retour matras, where in Netherlands, every mattress comes back to us, and we figure out how best to recycle each and every piece. This is not just IKEA mattress, but all mattresses in Netherlands and now in Poland.
Oh.
And this is where we start to say, how do we use AI, of course, in the design space, like you said, for sustainable materials, but also in the recycling and the circularity space.
Yeah.
And that's probably one of the promises that.
But also structurally, that's really interesting, where you can act as a sort of center of excellence for an industry or a country, because you can be the anchor tenant or the leader that makes that recycling market or whatever the market is. That's fascinating.
No, and absolutely, with us having the space in the furniture industry, it's about not only just walking the talk, but leading it.
Yep.
And I say this is the same when it comes to us as corporates. It's not about being responsible towards AI to the letter of the law, but really taking the responsibility and the leadership to pledge to the commitment and making sure we do so responsibly.
Yeah.
So it's really taking the lead and showing up as corporates and standing up and working hand in hand with the regulators.
One final question as our clock counts down. We started talking about the human-centric approach that you have to AI. With that in mind, are there sort of any areas or examples of AI that IKEA won't play with, that you're definitely steering clear of?
I think we are very mindful when we look at productivity as one of the topics, to say, when we are looking at productivity, what does that mean? And more about focused on automating tasks than jobs. So there's a lot of effort that we put in terms of onboarding our coworkers on what does AI mean for them. How do we bring them on the space of AI? How do we make sure that we can help augmenting them with AI? Because in many cases than not, we have started to see that our coworkers have more shifted into back office with the transition. And with AI, we are more focused on automating tasks, which will allow them to bring in the forefront more facing the customers. This is how we are fundamentally figuring out how do we put AI to the service of our coworkers as well.
I love that. That's a really important message. Yes, AI purchasing is about a technology, but really it's a labor story and a change management story. And if you don't get those other two things right, it doesn't matter which bit of AI you bought. You've got to do the whole picture. Parag, thank you very much. That was fantastic.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Everybody looks like they're very excited for lunchtime here. All right, from sports arenas to boardrooms, AI is stepping into the spotlight, not just as a tool, but as a game changer. With video and multimodal AI capabilities rapidly advancing, enterprises are discovering new ways to engage audiences, streamline operations, and unlock creative potential at scale. Our next speaker is helping lead this transformation. As co-founder at 12 Lab, an AI startup specializing in video understanding, specifically building multimodal foundation models that can deeply analyze and interpret video content, she's pioneering the use of video understanding AI in high-impact industries. In our last presentation before lunch, 12 Lab will share a real-world case study with Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment, showing how AI is elevating fan experience and operational efficiency across the sports and entertainment industry. To find out how enterprises can turn unstructured content into a strategic asset, please welcome to center stage the co-founder of 12 Labs, So-Young Lee.
Hi, everyone. I'm So-Young. I'm one of the co-founders of 12 Labs. We are a research and product company where we build foundation models that can do multimodal video understanding. And in other words, we call it AI that can contextually understand, see, hear, and understand video just like humans. So for models, our customers would be developers and enterprises that are building video-centric applications. They're building video workflows to be able to better utilize and serve experiences for their customers. So today, our customer base includes 50,000 more developers and customers, including the world's largest sports leagues, teams, movie studios, and so on. So you're probably all very familiar with large language models. You're probably building with language models, agents, diffusion models, et cetera. But video understanding, and especially multimodal, we find to be a newer space. So today I'm going to take a few minutes to share with you what it means to understand video, and walk you through a real example of how that actually creates value today for organizations, especially in the media industry, that are needing to understand and better utilize their content. Cool. So first, why video? So we started in 2021, and it was with the realization that most of our waking hours were either creating content or consuming content. So communication, education, entertainment, of course, nothing is more powerful or resonating than video. And that's very natural because it's the most accurate representation of the real world. It has sound, it has visual, it has language. And so it's no surprise that 90% of the world's data today is in the form of video. The question is, how do we actually understand and digest the vast amounts of data that are being created every moment? And so these are just some industries, from media to advertising to creator economy, could be government-related, healthcare, automotive. These are where video is constantly produced and created. And there is a need to be able to turn that vast amount of unstructured data into meaningful information and to be able to derive insight from it, to be able to expand business. And yet, video is very complex. And video is not just a collection of images. As you all know, video, as we kind of talked about, most technologies actually take a frame-by-frame approach to video. So we'll cut up video into frames. Maybe we're using computer vision to extract what objects are in a frame. But video is much more than that. It has narrative. The most important aspect of video is that it's a combination of many different sensory input, and it also combines the understanding of time. You have to understand how entities are related in a given moment, and how things are changing over time to be able to understand the whole narrative. And it's not just about understanding a single video. Oftentimes, it's about understanding hundreds of thousands of videos and the context of those, and perhaps oftentimes actually millions. And so if you can actually create a human-like memory and a contextual understanding of video and be able to scale that across vast amounts of video, then you can really start to do really powerful things. And so this is kind of one of the things that we saw challenging with LLMs, which is it's incredible to be able to reason with language and to be able to do language-based tasks. But when it comes to video, the way that the data has to be processed, understood, and to be scaled is fundamentally very different. So we call this perception reasoning, to be able to see and perceive, and to be able to perform reasoning tasks on top of this understanding of multimodal data. So oftentimes, what we actually see is that organizations that have a need to be able to understand their content actually resort to manual methods of tagging video. So this might mean over the weekend, people actually have to come in, review video, you click on arrows, and you're actually tagging in spreadsheets or Excel sheets what's happening in each scene so that in the future, some other part of the organization is able to come back to it and utilize that scene or moment. But as you can imagine, this is extremely time-consuming. It's inconsistent. But I think the biggest challenge is even after you spend hours tagging the video, if you didn't tag the scene exactly as receiver catches deep ball for touchdown, you won't be able to find it. And context changes. So when you actually need to find a part of your data, it probably wasn't tagged exactly the way that you had imagined before. And so the capabilities that a video understanding model would provide is for you to be able to describe any scene you're looking for in every language, and to be able to find all relevant moments across all of your repository of content. And so we call this memory. These are captured in the form of vector embeddings that power search and discovery. But if you're able to do that, then you're able to do really cool things like reasoning on top of that understanding. And so now you can start to have conversations with your content, asking for summaries, describe what's happening in video. What was So-Young wearing during that presentation? Did she look nervous? What were the 3 highlightable moments from the talk, and etc. And so these we call reasoning tasks. And so for 12 Labs, we have 2 models. Marengo, that would create the contextual understanding of the content, that powers search and discovery. But Pegasus, that then allows you to perform these reasoning tasks and to be able to build these model capabilities underlying the applications and the workflows that you are building as an organization or as a product. Great. So this is the technology. But I think the question is, how does that actually impact businesses of today? So most of our customers actually fall under these buckets. They're either creating content, and so there is a need to be able to create either more content or better content. They're distributing content. They need to be able to power better discovery and recommendation for their users. So that's also a content understanding problem. There's content repackaging. You're taking existing content, you're repackaging it into different formats to be able to whether to help different parts of the organization utilize that data better, or you're actually publishing and kind of sharing that newly packaged content externally. Or you're monetizing through content, whether it's through subscriptions or advertising. And so we look at all of these as how can content understanding and scaling different ways to utilize and access moments within vast libraries of video, how can that help these organizations? So I'm going to share one example of Maple Leaf Sports Entertainment, and they are a major sports entity where they have the Maple Leafs to Raptors, and we've been working with them super closely, incredibly innovative organization, where they can now create personalized highlights at scale. So let's think about, and this is very representative of a lot of our media customers. So let's think about sports highlights from your favorite team. And sports is about winning, but it's also a lot more than that. So it's about connecting with your fans, right? It's about telling stories about the team's legacy, individual players, bringing fans along in the journey. And so as we were fortunate enough to work with the team at Maple Leafs, we learned that the traditional content workflow is very difficult to keep up with the current pace of consumer and audience fan expectations. So to manually log footage, it takes more than 30 hours per game because you have footage coming in from all these different angles. And you never know what's going to become really meaningful as highlights or pieces of content in the future. And you never know how context is going to change. So finding specific content, even when it's actually logged, can take up to 5 days. And creative teams actually spend a lot of time fetching for retrieving moments and scenes from not just this season, but from the history of the organization's library, which is a treasure trove that most organizations want to make better use of. So it's a lot of late night work. And so what you can now do is go across the library and archive of content, describe the scenes you're looking for, and be able to find exactly that moment. And if you actually expand that out, if you have a prompt to say, create a highlight reel of X, while you're ideating and whiteboarding together as a creative team, that's actually an agentic workflow that cuts that down into searchable queries and prompts and pieces those search results and those moments together. And so the Maple Leafs actually created an incredibly innovative workflow of a video agent where 12 Labs has a open source video agent called Jockey that lets you kind of customize some of the things to be able to do prompt-based highlight creation and so on. That takes the time it takes to actually create highlights from days to minutes to gain 98% efficiency. So essentially, what we want to be providing creatives, any creative organization with, is the tools to go from, as you're thinking about it, to iterating, to getting to drafts, as many drafts as possible, something that you're really satisfied and happy with, that you're publishing and you're bringing to fans as quickly as possible. And to be able to do that at scale, because now you have free-form access to your own library. So this is an example. And while it's really awesome that you can efficiently search for and create, and there's obviously a lot of conversation around what's the efficiency any AI can bring to an organization. It really is about not just about efficiency and saving time. It's what can you do as an organization? What more can you do as an organization, utilizing by leveraging this operational scalability or efficiency that you've accomplished. So when we bring this back to the content organization or a media business, it's how do you actually create at scale in ways that can actually personalize the way each small story is distributed and touches each fan, each viewer, and each audience. For other businesses, there will be a different use case of how efficiency helps them come out of the AI journey with something that helps them increase and impact and grow their business. Yeah, and so that's kind of a journey and overview of multimodal video understanding and some of the cool work that we've done with the Maple Leaf Sports and the video agent workflows that would help create efficiencies on the creative side, but also enable personalization and engagement. Sports highlights are going to get a lot more fun. Yeah, thank you.
Please welcome to center stage the founder of the Vancouver Tech Journal and co-host of Web Summit Vancouver, William Johnson.
How's it going, everyone? So good to see you this day one, though honestly for me it feels like day 4. My name is William Johnson. I'm VP of Strategy at Overstory Media Group and the founder of the Vancouver Tech Journal, based right here in Vancouver. Casey Lau, who you met, graciously extended the invitation to be a co-host of Web Summit Vancouver, and I jumped at the chance to be an ambassador for the event. Through my writing about the Vancouver tech scene, I've always wanted to shine a brighter light on what's happening here. And after seeing the event in Toronto for many years, I'm thrilled that it's now landed in Vancouver for the next 3 years. Since launching the Tech Journal, my mission has always been to amplify the voices of local entrepreneurs, share their wins, and document the bold bets being made across our region. Vancouver has incredible founders building world-class companies, often with too little recognition. I believe these stories are powerful tools for building community and attracting talent and inspiring the next generation of builders. That's why it's so exciting to see a global stage like Web Summit set up right here in our backyard. And with that, let's get into the afternoon. Great AI isn't enough. To make it usable in the enterprise, a tremendous amount of tooling, infrastructure, and execution is required behind the scenes. From prompt engineering to deployment pipelines, turning models into business-ready solutions is where the real work begins. Our next panel brings together leaders building AI at every layer of the enterprise stack, from foundational models to applied AI platforms. Together, they offer a front row into what it takes to make AI work in complex and real-world environments. How do we move from hype to impact, and what strategies separate experiments from enterprise success? To explore how AI becomes usable at scale, please welcome, in conversation with MIT Technology Review's Amy Nordrum, Chief Product Officer at Inflection AI, Ian McCarthy, co-founder and CEO of Writer, May Habib, and VP of AI Models at IBM, David Cox. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. We've really got an all-star lineup for you. There's been a lot of conversation these last couple of years about how companies can incorporate artificial intelligence, particularly generative AI. So I'm really looking forward to checking in with each of our panelists here and hearing how they are using artificial intelligence, what they're finding it most useful for, and kind of what's on their mind about where we're headed next. So David, I will begin with you. I would love to hear from you. What is IBM invested in these days in terms of AI models? Which ones are you most focused on and why?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're taking an open strategy with models in general. Like the internet is built on open technology. We don't think that AI is going to be different in the long run. Everyone will have an open foundation. Like you can have a mix of different options, leaning different ways. We build a series of models called Granite, which is optimized for enterprise. They're fast, they're light, they're cost-effective. They're focused on enterprise. They don't necessarily do advanced physics, but they do what you need to do. And there's a diversity of options, and that's really the advantage of open. Everyone can build on the same foundations, and then we can run them on a common stack, which can become more and more effective, and we can all contribute to it. And that's in contrast to the proprietary model, where we have a fixed set of options. You're kind of locked in. And we just think that componentry, having that diversity of options, is really the key to how enterprises will grow AI and make it useful.
Makes sense. And May, as you are leading a generative AI company, you are also now putting out specialized models focused on healthcare and finance sectors. So tell us why you made that decision.
Yeah. We are a platform for building, activating, and scaling agentic AI in the enterprise. And so much of what the enterprise struggles with is building really good agents that are worth scaling in the first place. And for us, having a full stack platform from the large language model layer through the engineering primitives, through data processing and RAG, all the way up to the application layer is what allows us to build agents that are really reliable, really consistent, which is what's required for these big work orchestrations. So building our own foundation models is a really, really big part of that strategy. Now, as an agent builder and orchestrator, you can plug in any model, but everything that comes built into our platform, all of our pre-built agents are built on Palmyra, and it's powering 90% plus of the agents built on the platform because of the fact that they're state-of-the-art, very, very high inference and accuracy. And because they're built on training data that is synthetic, they're IP friendly and commercially safe. So there's a whole lot of reasons that CIOs really like all of that being in one package, with really fast time to value and the ability for folks to focus on really the hard bits, which are what work do we want to point this to, which workflows do we want to go after, and how do we really build and maintain these agents in a way that brings the business and IT together.
And Ian, at Inflection, you all have built your own foundation general purpose models. So how are you now taking those and trying to apply them to corporate problems?
Yeah, thanks, Amy. And I actually love the way you set us up, because we have the voice of open and a stellar example, frankly, of high quality closed. Most people know Inflection for our closed model, which still is up for consumers to use, mostly as a public benefit and kind of a showcase using the 353 billion parameter model at Pi. But for the enterprise, we do both. So we've distilled down our large model to 28 and 7B that's very phone friendly. We also spend a lot of time fine tuning Llama and Quen. We're actually probably one of the largest contributors to TorchTune, the GRPO capabilities in there. The reason for that is what May said, which is as enterprises now are in really the first true year of how do I get ROI for the workflows I know from AI, a lot of that is now playing on what we think of as the continuum from unblocking workflows you have, what my CTO Vivu calls RPA++, all the way up to unlocking things that you do need these more large models, because you don't know what you don't know. And so how do you find ways forward, not by using it constantly, but to provide that, if you will, inflection of value that then allows you to more usefully use more targeted models.
I see what you did there with Inflection.
Thank you.
David, I want to come back to you. You talked about generative AI in particular as being in this kind of early adolescence phase when we spoke earlier. Tell us what you mean by that and how it should maybe frame people's thinking as they consider using it in the next 5 to 10 years in their companies.
Well, I mean, the first thing I should say is that the fact that this is in the adolescence phase is good news, right? Like we're on a journey, and this is going to become more mature and easier to use. I think a lot of people are struggling in some cases to get the value out of it. There's a fire hose of new things coming at us at all times, and that's part of it. But it's also, I don't think we've really fully settled into how do you build applications with AI, and the agents and the evolution of agents is one piece of that. But there's a sense that in many ways we treat these as if it's kind of a magic leprechaun in a box who we talk to and it gives us back information. And there's another framing of it where you say, actually, this is just part of software. This is a computational element. And we've been pulling on that thread and asking, could we weave this into all of our software, not just our chatbots, not just when we're building an agent, but put it everywhere? Could we take lessons from computer science and build them? And we've started branding this, just putting a name on the thing that's, I think, also emerging in the field of starting to put more computation-like elements, more software-like elements. MCP, A2A are sort of a beginning of standardization forming. We're calling it generative computing, and the idea being that just like there's a lot of computer science that we can actually bring to this. And I think it's going to be exciting. I think we're going to see application patterns start to emerge. I think we're going to see, really full stack approaches. There's going to be difference of opinions. You already look at our agent frameworks we have today, and they take very different takes on what's the right pattern. But pattern is an idea we already are comfortable with in software. We have software patterns. And I think if you keep that mindset, then some of the things that seem scary or seem like they're moving too fast, this is just an evolution of field, and this is us figuring out the patterns. And as we get there, we're going to also be able to approach things like security, reliability, efficiency that are ultimately going to be critical for widespread enterprise adoption as well.
Yeah, that's so interesting. And it does seem like there's a lot of fundamental work that still does need to be done to make these agents capable and able to go out on the internet and do things on our behalf. I hope that happens because I have so many things that I would love to offload to them. But yeah, from your perspective, you're building this platform, you're trying to make this happen. Like, what are the still kind of missing pieces for you as you kind of move forward into this agentic world?
Yeah, well, I love, Ian, what you said about RPA++. I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned about what there remains to be built in this world. If you think about the kinds of use cases RPA really was built for and built around, nobody really cares if there are 13 different ways that you uploaded an invoice and you choose one of them and that's what the bot does. Well, in front office knowledge work, where a lot of us are putting agentic to work, people really do care if there are 13 ways to do something and you're going to choose one that the agentic system is going to follow. So, we still don't have tooling for helping people decide. And it's been actually really fun to use AI to come up with how we agentify certain processes. So, especially in CPG and retail, there are these concepts called value mapping, and where you do have SOPs written out for front office work, we've actually been experimenting with having writer ingest that and suggest how a process should be or could be reinvented AI first, and then actually have people react to that. So, there's still just so much human work in deciding what is worth agentifying here, both in relation to the work that we do already, and then the big wide open space of work that we could do if we had the resources and the intelligence. And that's really what agentic AI opens up for a lot of people. So a ton still from a prioritization perspective, a lifecycle management perspective, how you ingest ideas of agents people want built, all the way to, when do you deprecate an agent or an agentic system because, the cost of running it actually exceeds the value to the organization. So, a tremendous amount of software to be built over the next decade just to productize the functionality that exists today. And we're not stopping, and nobody else is who builds foundation models. So a really exciting time to be in this space.
And Ian, what are some of the challenges that clients that you work with are running up against in trying to use your models for problems that they have in their
Yeah,
world?
I mean, again, picking up on some of the themes like May just mentioned, that the key theme, I'm going to use data for the first time apparently up here, which is everybody who's built software, which I assume is most of you in the room, about the garbage in, garbage out problem, right? There are a few players who are doing more horizontal. Obviously, the news out of Salesforce yesterday, very impressive work from Databricks. The fact is, what you use data for is changing. So the way that you track what your agents are doing, whether they're compliant, this is no longer what maybe 6 months ago would be. If you're a bank, you're using GPT or Gemini to make sure that all of your outbound emails are compliant and they're not insinuating something that would get you into trouble. The thing that we keep seeing is this need to both find the sort of on-ramp of high ROI so that you're not the exec who has credibility and then you blow it away because the cost structure a year ago was very different than it is right now, but also not getting caught in just solving, as May was just saying, the workflows you have today, but actually moving beyond. And so we have the luxury and therefore the responsibility of playing kind of very deep in Horizon 2 of where is all this work going and how do we use closed models, open models, and handshakes, frankly, with even just basic function calling, good software design. I mean, an example is sometimes, when you're using a large model, you want to make sure certain data is invariant, right? Like data that has to not be hallucinated stays the same all the way down the inference stack. That's something that 6 months ago, nobody was even asking for, but we knew that was coming, and so that's the kind of thing that we build it forward into.
Yeah, David, last night I spoke with Gary Marcus about his call for more investment research into areas outside of generative AI and large language models. So what do you think of that? Is that part of your strategy? How do you, think about not just putting all your eggs in one basket?
Yeah, I think it's actually any rational strategy of like a big tech company like ours that works across lots of different domains it's not like the old AI went away, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's certainly true that transformers are becoming the backbone. The transformers, the technology that underlies, our LLMs today, is becoming more widely deployed. But there's a whole bunch of, optimization. There's a whole bunch of, traditional ML that still exists. I mean, particularly in the area of doing, causal inference, where you're trying to infer causes, you're trying to make optimal price decisions about how you're going to price products. Those are a different category of model, a different category of machine learning. We might even say a different category of AI, because we call everything AI now.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the thing that makes it that kind of investment not feel retrograde in some sense is that these are just tools now that you can incorporate into an instrument with agents, with LLMs. So building those bridges to other fields of machine learning, to other kinds of techniques, it just sort of widens the impact that you can have. So I don't see them as competitive. I don't see one as subsuming the others. This is just all part of an ecosystem of tooling that solves different tools for different problems, and those are going to shift over time. And transformers today, maybe it'll be something different tomorrow, but now we're in a mode where we can connect them all together, and we can connect them in a way that doesn't require a team of PhDs to do that connection. And I think that's going to be the most exciting part, that we can now just put this all together into a solution that really works for everything you need.
Seems like a good way to think about it. May, I want to ask you about synthetic data, since you just brought that up and Ian was talking about the importance of data. Can you tell us a little bit about how your synthetic data is created, and then what problem it helps you address at Writer?
Absolutely. So for us, the ability to understand what our customers want to use LLMs for is a huge competitive advantage, frankly. And our family of models, our Palmyra family of models, a lot are open source, but the most capable models of any generation are closed. So it is hybrid at Writer as well. And the way that we really build the training data set is to synthesize data against the capabilities that we want the model to have. Now, our state-of-the-art functionality models, the closed models, these are large 400, 500 billion parameter models, so they're not small. But we do build LLMs that synthesize the data, and those are small and efficient. And so being a LLM company, you tend to use LLMs to solve a lot of problems. For our knowledge graph-based RAG functionality, for example, we use a small LLM that actually builds a graph structure on top of data that's used for the RAG. And very similarly, we take a similar approach when it comes to synthetic data that trains the large language models. So I think synthetic data needs a rebrand. This is data that is just much more fit for being consumed by LLM algorithms versus, crappy data, or what sometimes people think about when they think of synthetic data. And it means we can offer models that are IP friendly and commercially safe. A lot of the models that are consumed within our agent orchestrator are models like Adobe's Firefly image generation, which also follow really similar types of guardrails for training data. So, not only is it a competitive advantage, but from a cost perspective, we can train really large models for a fraction of the GPU cost of others. And that's not just synthetic data, that's other techniques, algorithmic as well as early stopping techniques that we've published about.
Interesting. And then Ian, you brought up hallucinations, a common problem with these models, and some of the strategies that you're taking to address that. Is that ever a problem that you can do away with, or how?
Yeah, it is. And also, I think all of us who work in this space agree vehemently with the idea that synthetic needs a rebrand. Hallucination in one case is an imaginative act in another. Why does that matter? For example, our EQ training data set where we're known originally as being the most high EQ AI out there. That's because several millions of pieces of data were created by actual people on payroll in the United States, and then we synthesized an order of magnitude larger in order to train both with reward models and with people. I think that both and theme is not only between open and closed, but also imagination is what you want in your most productive teammates, right? I'm sure as we're talking about agents, it's really important to emphasize, as David mentioned, the sort of army of PhDs it used to take to do something. You think about sort of DeepMind's like billion years worth of PhD time saved for AlphaFold. I think we all see what we're doing is enabling people to actually do more impactful work instead of the busy work that was really an artifact of software that was fine for the era but is now outmoded. So synthetic data in that sense allows you to train models because you know what kind of synthetic data you're looking for, and that is informed by the expertise of the people in your company.
And does that help reduce hallucinations? Is that
it does, and also it helps you identify what are the ways that you build into the system, whether within the model itself or within the sort of apparatus around the model, whether or not the outputs are what you expect. I mentioned earlier that there are relatively newish sub-year techniques for making sure that data that needs to be invariant stays that way. And there's others to make sure that, as you mentioned with CPG, if you're talking about sort of an average order value that's just like orders of magnitude larger than it should be, you catch it early instead of burning through many cycles of expensive GPU cycle just to figure out something that you knew was wrong in the first place.
And one way that we think about synthetic data, I think it's fair to say everybody who trains models these days is using a lot of synthetic data. And in fact, everything that comes out of an LLM is by definition synthetic because it's not a person, it is synthetic data. But we treat it as how we program the LLMs. We write code, we write libraries effectively that give the model capabilities. So when I was mentioning earlier, you can bridge between generative AI and traditional optimization. IBM has a product called Cplex. It's a well-regarded mixed integer optimization package. We wrote a library that generates synthetic data to teach the model how to use Cplex. And now that model knows how to use Cplex, and we use it across a variety of our products. It's a way of infusing human knowledge into software, which then generates synthetic data, which is the format that LLMs take for how you kind of program them or teach them. And that's a very powerful and versatile technique, which also I think eventually customers are going to be doing at scale as well.
May I want to give you the final word. You're working toward this vision of this agentic future. What will it mean in your view if there are not just hundreds of these, but possibly tens of thousands or millions of these out there kind of operating on people's behalf? Like what will that world be like, and what will it be like for us to live in that world if that comes to fruition?
Yeah, I think a really core component of whether we go from hundreds to thousands or hundreds to tens of thousands in the next couple of years is, how quickly we and others can bring the concept of self-evolving models online. Models where we actually, this is crazy that this can't happen yet, have agents that can learn from their actual experience. And to do that, we need training data for LLMs that can actually update in real time so that the model can generalize from its experience. And I think once that happens, we will really see a second Cambrian explosion of capability inside of the enterprise. We are preparing for that eventuality with a really important supervised pillar that has come into our end-to-end platform, because if you don't have that top-down kind of IT command center of what agents are actually doing in the enterprise, you're not going to be able to take full advantage of the technology. So really exciting next few years.
Stay tuned, and thank you all for being here. Really appreciate the conversation.
Thanks, Amy.
Thank you.
All right, let's get into it. Scaling isn't just about growth. It's about making the right moves at the right time. Whether you're a startup finding product market fit or a global platform pushing the edge of infrastructure, success means staying agile in the face of constant change. Our next speakers have led companies through hypergrowth, market pivots, and category creation. One helped grow Cloudflare into a multi-billion-dollar publicly traded company that powers internet performance and security for millions of sites globally. The other has helped scale breakout brands like Ring and Daily Harvest through his work at M13 Ventures, a firm known for backing consumer tech at the inflection point of growth. What does it take to scale smart, not just fast? To explore how to scale with purpose, please welcome, in conversation with Hannah Murphy from the Financial Times, co-founder and partner at M13 Ventures, Courtney Ream, and the co-founder and president of Cloudflare, Michelle Zatlyn.
Hello, Web Summit. I'm Hannah Murphy. I'm a tech correspondent with the Financial Times and delighted to be joined by Michelle and Courtney here. We are here to talk about scaling with intent. It's a topic I enjoy because we have these dramatic words like blitz scaling and super scaling. But at its core, we're looking at making the right moves at the right time for you as a company so that you can expand sustainably. So first off, I just want to ask you both, what does intentional scaling mean for you? What does it look like in practice, Michelle?
Yes, well, it's so interesting. It means doing the right things at the right time, which is what you described. And sometimes it's hard to know because when you're scaling, it means there's way more to do than time and people to do it. And that is the crux of the issue. And so one of the things for me when it comes to intent scaling is spending time with customers, because customers will tell you exactly what you need to do. And then you work back from that to figure out what the order that you need to get done internally to deliver for your customers.
Yeah, I would build on that and just say, I think to me, in a word, in this moment in time, it's all about efficiency. I think to say what it's not, with all respect to like a Reid Hoffman, the blitz scaling, I'm sure in some industries, but in most of the ones we're seeing, it's really about doing it efficiently and in the right time, in the right context, as you said.
Got it. So Michelle, Cloudflare has pioneered these big changes and shifts in the tech landscape. How do you ensure that your company anticipates market changes rather than is sort of reactive?
So it's interesting. There's so many founders here, and I love this model of, I think founders are all about hearts, smarts, luck, and guts. And so part of being able to anticipate changes comes down to those four things. But two matter a lot, smarts and heart. And so I think that at Cloudflare, being founder-led is a superpower. And again, there's a lot of founders in this audience, it's a superpower. And when you're a founder and you own it, it's just different than when you are a professional operator. You obsess over this thing you've created. And so it turns out obsession is helpful when there are market changes, because when you see shifts, you're like, how does that impact my business? You're thinking about it all the time. It might be unhealthy, but that is the life we choose. And so I think being founder-led and innovative is very helpful. So that's the first thing. The second thing I would say is tied to the smarts. And I think we've done two smart things at Cloudflare that might be helpful to a lot of folks in the audience to help with this innovation and anticipating market changes. The first is we actually have two R&D teams. We have one that takes the products that have product market fit, that are scaling, that generate the revenue to help operationalize and scale them. And those are amazing. But we actually have a second team, and they have constrained resources, and there's product managers and engineers, and their job is to see the future. And their jobs are to go from 0 to 1. And so we fund that in the budget, and there's so many things that today seem like big businesses for Cloudflare, but actually started out of this innovation team, emerging technology and innovation team, which is a separate R&D team. So that's the first thing we do. And I think that's just a really good place to leave it.
Courtney, from the VC perspective, how do you help founders differentiate between scaling because it's working versus scaling because they're supposed to?
Yeah, I think that is the big thing. Is recently someone like Warren Buffett's been on my mind, right? Because he's obviously stepping down after such an illustrious career. But it's just those, going back to those basic principles of, we're seeing a lot of people who, as I think he says, wait till you've nailed it before you scale it, right? Really making sure you found product market fit. And we're seeing a lot of companies go out there who haven't really found it, and they're kind of stretching or reaching or all the buzzwords that people have been talking about, like AI, and you're like, wait, but this isn't an AI company, this is a data company, and you don't even necessarily know how to use your data yet, so we can't say you're an AI company, and you're definitely not ready to scale it efficiently yet.
What distinguishes those companies that sort of scale intentionally and last versus those that do so quickly and flame out?
Well, I do think in the world we're living in right now, it's almost like it has to be AI and then everybody else. In the AI world of it, things are what used to be considered exciting growth for a SaaS company and getting to 1 million or 10 million or 100 million in a certain amount of time. That's changed. I think some of these AI companies are growing even faster than that, but at the same time, it's the early innings. There might not be product market fit. There might be a lot more churn happening. The full stack might not have been realized. So I think those are the things that it all depends on the industry and what they're doing. But I think we have to separate those things because the non-AI companies, it's still about kind of knowing. We wrote a book a few years ago, and one of the chapters was called Know If You're a Sailboat or Speedboat. And almost everything in AI has to be a speedboat. A sailboat, catches a gust of wind, you make some progress, then things kind of flatten out when there's no breeze, then you catch another gust. Almost every company I've been a part of, that's what it is. But in the world we live in now, the Ubers and the Airbnbs, those are speedboats because they're powered by gasoline, right, AKA our venture dollars. But it's a new world out there where you can't forget that most of us are meant to be sailboats, and eventually, when you're sure you've nailed it, put down the sail, and you can become a speedboat.
It's okay to be the sailboat.
It's okay to be a sailboat, yes. That's my key takeaway.
And Michelle, on the AI question, how has the advent of generative AI changed sort of how you're thinking about scaling it at Cloudflare?
Yeah, I think that there are 3 buckets when it comes to AI at Cloudflare. The first is table stakes for every single company in the world, is how are you using AI internally to make your business more productive? And it doesn't matter whether you work at a company that's been around for 150 years old or 2 years old. It's like, hey, how are we making things more efficient internally? Back to your word, Courtney, more productive, do more faster with less using AI first initiatives. And so we are doing that just like everyone else. And in that bucket, actually, one of the things that we've learned is like making sure that you have a way to share those best practices because it's all so new and everyone's doing it something different. How do you have a place internally that people can share, hey, here's how I'm using it to get efficiency gains so that more people across the company can start to use it? So that's table stakes for every company, including at Cloudflare. The second is interesting, and again, this is a question every company has asked themselves, and if you haven't, definitely do it today, is AI a tailwind for my business or a headwind for my business? Now, you want the answer to be tailwind, but back to Courtney's, like what he just said, is like, if the answer is actually headwind, well, then you got to pivot and find a new business. But if it is a tailwind, okay, great. How do you build it into your products, or how do you expand what your product does to go win more customers? Because at the end of the day, solving problems for customers is the business we are all in. And so for us, it's interesting, all these companies are using AI, but people want to make sure that sensitive data or proprietary data doesn't go into those models. And so guess what? Cloudflare is a cybersecurity company. We help do that in other places. So now we've expanded that product set to say, hey, we have an AI gateway. You can use AI within your company, but make sure none of your proprietary data leaks, which is great. So we've been able to be a tailwind to what we do, also protecting the attackers online. It's an AI models that we use. So that's been very good, not good, but a tailwind to our business. Right. The third lever, actually, I'm the most excited about, and I think it's so cool. So the way that we deliver our service that we've been doing, we're 15 years old, is we built this global network. And now what we've done is we've said, hey, how do we help power everything everyone in this room is inventing in the future? And so we've kind of said, hey, let's build all the pieces. Let's have the MCP protocols. Let's have the agents out of the box. Let's make it simple so whether you're a big company or a small company trying to figure out what your new product is in this new world, you think about Cloudflare's Workers product as a way to do that. And so this is something that we've invested in, and that is a whole new area of a marketable, like total addressable market for us, which didn't exist 5 years ago. And that's exciting. And so what I love is what I get to do every day. Sometimes people say, you've been working at Cloudflare for 15 years. Why do you still come to work? And it's because we get to help invent the future with everybody that's building the future with AI. So that's how I think about it, these 3 buckets.
Got it. If you're a founder today, you're looking at the AI environment, but you're also facing geopolitical uncertainty, tough macroeconomic conditions. So how does that change how you might navigate scaling today, Courtney?
It's a great question. I think when I've been starting my own companies, you're always just in the silo of, I'm in control as I can do whatever. Even certainly 10 years ago, maybe even 5, I don't even think I ever thought about macro or geopolitical as long as I thought I had the right idea in the right context at the right time. That has totally changed for me in the sense that not all industries, but a lot of industries, I actually start thinking about, we used to call it frictionless scaling. How far can you get before you hit some crazy roadblock? If you're the case of like an Uber or something, they got very far before regulatory was like, whoa, 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 this is getting kind of out of hand. And so I think that's a huge factor. And so you now have to balance thinking about the macro, the geopolitical, realizing that you can control some controllables and other ones you can't. You can't obsess about all the what ifs of what might happen, what might not, while still trying to peek around the corner and be 2 steps ahead. That's a lot. And so I think it all comes down to just doing the best you can to manage the appropriate amount of each of those. And we've used the word a lot already, and continuing with productivity or efficiency, because that is important in this climate and being able to move quickly.
It's so funny. I think that there were some companies ahead of us who didn't take policy seriously, and now we all have to take policy seriously because of that.
Yes.
So thank you for those ahead of us. The internet's become a huge part of people's lives and businesses. Like since COVID, which was only 5 years ago, internet traffic has more than doubled in 5 years and continues to grow 20% annually. And so it's kind of unprecedented. And so you can imagine these countries around the world are saying, whoa, what laws do we need to make sure it's safe and fair for our citizens? So I kind of understand it. As technologists, I would just kind of echo what Courtney said, is like, be a willing participant in the conversation. I think we'll get a lot further when the policymakers, the academics, and then the industry folks come together, technologists come together to say, hey, what should policy look like that will help us? We get to invent the future together. So the AI is we're inventing technology on the AI side, but we also get to set the rules together. And I think it would be way better that the technologists and the founders are at the table than if they make the laws without us. So I think that's super important. So I would say engage. I think that, if you maybe ask 100 smart founders 8 years ago how much time they spent on public policy, I think the answer was none. I think the best founders today say actually some, because it's important and it's not going away. It's only becoming more important. And I think that's, anyway, something that doesn't get said enough. The other thing I would just say on like navigating all of this is, nobody has the playbook. Like, no one does. I think we're all looking at each other being like, what's the best way to do it? And in this huge instability that there is, it's actually an opportunity for all of us to step up as leaders and lead and not shy away. And because there really isn't a playbook. So if you're like, hey, this is what feels right to me and what's right for my business, I actually think during a lot of the shifts and this instability is an opportunity for new leaders to emerge and new voices to emerge. And so I think that despite all the hard parts of it, there's actually an opportunity for companies to step into the void too.
I know there's no playbook, but is there advice you can give on sort of maintaining strong culture while expanding rapidly?
Well, I think the most basic advice is pay attention to it. Because in the world of like AI or geopolitical things, you can just lose track of, I might be a small company, I have 20 employees, or how many do you have?
4,400.
Roughly 4,400.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm amazed how quickly culture can go south with 20 people, much less 4,400. And you can be looking so external and forget that, in my opinion, culture is something that's earned every day, and mostly it's not Michelle setting the culture at Cloudflare, it's someone 8 levels below her, but that person's really important, so how does that person feel engaged to Matthew and Michelle and feel like they want to be torchbearers? So I think it's really important to just acknowledge it and realize, at least for now, there's no AI for it, there's no easy fix, and it has to be earned every day.
Yeah, sometimes I say it's one of the only true democracies of the company.
Yeah.
Is the culture side. The other things I would add, I 100% agree with Courtney, is just, I think it's really easy to get tied up into headlines and what's going on in the world, and people, you can spend hours and hours talking about it. But at the end of the day, when it comes to work, it's like, how do we make things better for our customers today, or our team today, or our business today? And so one of the best North Stars to help with preserving culture is like just radical focus on getting stuff done in the pursuit of whatever your company needs to do. Back to the premise of scaling, it's like there's a long list of things to do, more than time and people to do it. And so if you make progress on that, of the things that really matter, and you're solving problems for your customers, if you're making things better for your internal teams, you can all of a sudden celebrate that. And I actually think that is the greatest antidote for helping maybe become a little bit of a distraction to some of the changing landscape of the world, which sometimes is happy news and often recently kind of more sad, hard news.
And what about sort of lessons learned, mistakes made? Is there any time you've had to sort of reverse, pivot, that you can share what you took from that?
Oh, well, we need like a whole day on this topic because there's so many lessons learned. I just, I think that there's just a couple things that come to mind. Honestly, it's all about the people. There's such a big difference between like a great hire and a good hire, an amazing co-founder and not an amazing co-founder, who you marry or not, who you bring onto your board, who you take money from. Like, do not take shortcuts on people. You want people who are aligned, shared values. It helps for sure with the low moments, and it's better to make the hard choice before versus after. And an example I like to give is we were raising our Series C at some point, and a very prominent venture capitalist. We were very excited. It was going to give us legitimacy. It was a huge valuation. But as we spent more time with this individual, we just were like, we didn't quite have alignment on where we saw our company going and this person's vision. And so we had a term sheet. Our board was excited. We actually walked away from that term sheet. 6 months later, which in startup land is an eternity, we ended up raising money from Union Square Ventures, who we loved, Brad Burnham, at a much lower valuation. That was a hard choice in the moment, but I am 100% sure the right choice that saved us many headaches down the road. And so I just think optimizing for the people is one that I could not overstate. Even with all the AI, you are going to need to interact with some people in the world, and so optimize for the really good ones.
You're on the other side of that, Courtney, those decisions. What are the kind of common mistakes that you see?
We've kind of touched on it, but I love the phrase, the best entrepreneurs have a microscope in one eye and a telescope in the other, and they can both get out of whack, right? If you're too myopic in we have to get this done today and tomorrow and the deadlines and the project management, then you miss the tidal wave that comes over of, you might miss the AI trend of it all. And conversely, if you're all thinking in the clouds and nothing's getting done day to day, we've all been part of those companies where I read the Slack channel, I'm like, what actually happened today? There was a lot of discussion, not much action. And so I think balancing those two and realizing that sometimes you have to be out of balance to get stuff done and then come back into balance. But I think that's the challenge.
So in sum, I want your 3 top pieces of advice to a first-time founder thinking about scaling as we wrap up. Michelle?
Get stuff done.
Mm-hmm.
Be an amazing visionary and see the opportunity to bring great people along for the ride.
I probably would have taken 2 of the 3 of those, but I would also say
I'm glad I went first.
Yeah. I think the idea of move fast and break stuff, I'm kind of over that idea, but I like the idea of pretty good decisions made quickly are better than perfect decisions made slowly, because we're living in a world where time kills all deals, pun intended. So I think you do have to move quickly. And then I think, choosing your bedfellows really early, right? Everything, a marriage, a business partnership is so much work. It's just who you want to do the work with. And I think that gets glossed over because so-and-so had an idea, or this seemed flashy, or they were my partner in business school in your case, but yours really worked out, so.
Well, there's a great note to end on. Choose your bedfellows wisely. Thank you both, and please join me for a round of applause.
Thanks, Anna.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep it rolling. I loved Courtney's analogy about startups being sailboats or speedboats. So next, AI-generated content, subscription fatigue, and declining trust are reshaping how journalism is produced, consumed, and monetized. As audiences fragment and platforms evolve, the media industry is navigating both existential risks and unexpected opportunities. Our next panel brings together newsroom leaders from legacy publications, fast-moving digital outlets, and future-focused platforms. Together, they offer a sharp and honest look at how journalism is being reinvented in real time and what's coming next. What does it take to survive and thrive in the media landscape of 2025? To explore where media goes next, in conversation with Zachary Karabell of the Progress Network, please welcome to center stage the editor-in-chief at the San Francisco Chronicle, Emilio Garcia-Ruiz, executive editor at Axios, Kate Marino, and the editor-in-chief at Newsweek, Jennifer Cunningham.
Good afternoon. We were all commenting on the portentous, serious, almost Star Wars-like music. So we're going to change the world in the next 17 minutes and 47 seconds, 46 seconds, 45 seconds. For those of you who are hoping beyond hope that this would be the only panel you go to at Web Summit that had no mention of AI, that's not going to happen. So if that was your brief thinking that this would be an AI-less panel, it won't be. But none of us are AI, so there is at least the fact that we remain real people doing real things in the real material and physical world, at least for the moment, or at least so I say. The state of the media, right? People have been lamenting the state of the media, the change in the media, the chaos and the cacophony in the media, the end of legacy media, the beginning of new media for the past 15 or 20 years. And that story continues. It has not faded. It remains both robust and alive. And we clearly live in a world where there's a cacophony of information, where noise is the coin of the realm, and where those gatekeepers of that noise have lost less and less ability to keep whatever gates exist in a world where it is no longer just quote-unquote legacy media like the CBC in Canada or the New York Times or the BBC, where even the legacy media online and in print like Newsweek or like the San Francisco Chronicle are part of an entire panoply and ecosystem that is noisy, crowded, and hard to discern what its changes are going to be. So we're going to have a 16-minute and 33-second conversation about these things. I want to turn first to the kind of the legacy media, not the new media. Sorry, you're going to have to wait because you're the latest entrance into this story. And to one of the storied magazines of the 20th century, and now a sui generis interesting media property of the 21st, namely Newsweek, which Jennifer is privileged to run. So tell me what it's like and what your challenges are, both having a legacy brand that has very little connection to its original brand, of course, in a world where you both do print and you do online, and you're trying to figure out what to do.
First off, thanks so much for being here, and I'm really excited to have this discussion. I think for Newsweek and for other legacy brands, it really comes down to trust. Trust is the cornerstone upon which journalism is built, and we are thinking constantly in the newsroom about how to reestablish and retain trust with our audience, and we're doing that a couple of different ways. The first way is that we have something called a fairness meter on the bottom of all of our stories. So if you go to newsweek.com and you read one of our stories, at the bottom it'll say, do you think this story is fair? You will also be able to tell us whether you think it's left-leaning or right-leaning. Since we have launched the fairness meter, over 2 million people have cast their votes, and the vast majority, 70%, have rated our content as fair, and we take that really seriously. And in a time where we're running around with our heads on fire because of the fire hose of breaking news, to have this empirical data in real time with our audience telling us whether they think something is fair or not is really crucial in the way that we are approaching our news gathering and our content creation. And I'm proud to say that YouGov named Newsweek as the fastest growing English language website in 2024. And I think a lot of that has to do with the way that we're approaching how to engender trust with our audience.
So, Amelia, let's turn to you for a moment. By the way, we can't really see you, but I want to ask a question. I want everyone here who still receives a daily print newspaper on their doorstep to clap. Thank you so much for your contributions. You run a daily newspaper, which also, of course, is a web product. How do you think about that? Is there still going to be an actual newspaper in 10 years? How do you balance them out? How do you deal with the fact that 17 people clapped?
So when Jeff Bezos bought the Post, where I was working at the time, on his first day, everybody wanted to ask him that question. You know, Jeff, how long do you think print is going to be around? And this was now 11 years ago, 10 years ago, he bought the Post. He told this little story that has turned out to be 100% true, which is print is like horses, to which we all said, what? Print is like horses. There was a time when everybody rode horses to get to work, when the horse brought the ice, when horse and carriage was the main form of transportation in the country, and that's no longer the case, but people still ride horses. And so that's what print is going to be. For a select group of people, the people who clapped back there, print will be a expensive option that will go on as long as that audience exists, and horses have been continued to be ridden for hundreds of years after they were no longer the primary form of transportation. But it's a very small part of what you do at a regional publisher now. 95% of the time is digital. You're focused on the news of the moment. You're focused on doing really great enterprise and investigative and accountability work of your local government. And you're focused on the big thing in journalism now, which is utility. How do you make people's lives easier? I don't know how many of you live in the Bay Area, but life in the Bay Area is a series of complex regulations. Basically, you need permission to mow your lawn. And so we do a lot of work in the utility space, and we find that those three areas help us attract a lot of digital subscribers. We're now north of about 150,000 digital subscribers, which makes us one of the most successful regional papers actually in the world right now.
So Kate, Axios comes along in the past decade plus. It's like this revolutionary form. You're gonna do like very short little things, and deep is gonna be 2 minutes longer than the 1 minute that you take on the Axios thing. And now it's this entrenched model, and it's established, and you're like the old new media. You're like you won the last battle. So, like, what do you do now that that model is entrenched, but then there's all these other new, quirky startups, plus you've got legacy media seemingly, frustratingly refusing to die. So, like, what do you do about that competitively?
Yes, you are correct. We are entrenched certainly in the sense that a lot of people have done variations of copying our writing style, which is called smart brevity, and it includes some bullet points and some catchy phrases like why it matters. But you see those a lot now. I think for us, what it comes down to when we think about our audience, like Jennifer said, trust. I mean, trust is kind of the buzzword in our industry right now. Like, do we have it? Did we lose it? How do we get it back? Like, is it irreparably gone? But trust, engagement, and AI proofing are kind of what we're obsessed with. And one of the ways that we still try to maintain and build trust is sort of an old school way that we first launched with, which is that we deliver a lot of our journalism via newsletters. So you have newsletter writers who have kind of a daily relationship with their readers, and it doesn't need to be the most gigantic audience in the world. If it's an audience that you build trust with, you have a daily relationship with, that is good for the readers, and it's good for the business, in terms of if we're thinking about the business side of it and advertisers and who they want to reach and how, that's very good. And then why would they be even having this daily conversation with any of our reporters? We're very focused on the AI proofing concept, which is let us give you something you cannot get from an AI. So the commodity news, the breaking stuff that everyone's going to have, I mean, somebody can do that and maybe is making money off of it, or we'll figure out how to do it, but that's not our focus. We are very obsessed with giving you the original reporting, the scoops, the analysis, the different way of thinking about something, the kind of conversation driver of the day, and that's the way we think about AI proofing. So I hope that answered the question, but those are a few ways that we think of trying to push our audience relationship forward.
So that's a perfect segue into the AI portion of the conversation. I want to direct this one toward Emilio because it kind of reflects some of what he's in. There was a best books of the summer list generated by about 2-3 weeks ago, and two of the books were the must-read books of the summer, which came out in the Chicago Sun-Times, the Philadelphia Inquirer, was a book by Isabel Allende, very famous Chilean-American novelist, called Tidewater Dreams, which was described as a first-class climate fiction novel, and a book by the Percival Everett, who won the Pulitzer Prize this year, called The Rainmakers, which is reportedly a near-future American West where artificially induced rain has become a luxury commodity. Great idea for a book. Problem is, neither of these books exist. And the list included half of the books on the list don't exist because it was an AI-generated list. So, like, what do you do about? First of all, I mean, you can answer this and you can answer this about the AI proofing, because this was also done by a human with AI rather than done by AI. So, like, what's going on here, man? I mean, I want to read those books, but apparently that can't happen.
Yes, that's obviously a terrible mistake where AI went awry, and the person using the AI, we're owned by Hearst. Hearst has a subsidiary, King Features. It was their publication, and we've accepted full blame for that. I will say, though, that if you're as old as I am and you've been around digital as long as I have, you know that every digital advancement comes with setbacks. And it is really important that every company here keep like a certain amount of money in the piggy bank to use when the new technology goes bad, and you deal with it and you admit it and you face it and you move forward. I think the danger for our industry is actually what we've done before, which we've always been afraid of new technologies. We were terrified of Snapchat. Oh my God, TikTok. The Chinese are going to steal all our data. Facebook is going to be... We need to not do that this time. We're going to make mistakes, learn from them, and move forward. And that, I think, is what every company here is going to do. There will come a day when the AI gets you, I'm sure, for everybody here, but you need to move forward afterward, not make it change your company culture and become afraid.
So how do you deal with this, particularly given that you do it? You know, you do a lot of online content, you do a lot of tweets and Blue Sky, whatever.
Yeah. So I am an AI evangelist. Newsweek, I'm proud to say, was among the pioneers of an innovative approach to AI integration in the newsroom that's ethical as well as transparent. And we're strong believers in AI-assisted journalism that is human-led. So I'm going to say that again, AI-assisted but human-led journalism. So if something goes wrong, if we have to, if the AI has hallucinated or there's some sort of error, that's not the AI's fault, that's our fault. And we need to be, we're proactively checking and making sure that whatever content is being published has been checked by at least 3 humans, so that we are very much taking accountability around our use of AI and also doing it in a transparent way. We use AI for a couple of different operations in the newsroom, but we're really trying to utilize an AI in a way that frees reporters up to do the things that reporters should be doing. They should be on the phone. They should be in the field. They should be getting court documents. And the more administrative tasks, we are deploying artificial intelligence to help us to go faster.
And so you mentioned like an AI, scrub, or sort of making sure. Like, how does that work for what you're doing at Axios?
We're very obsessed with experimenting with AI. A lot of it is kind of not reader-facing. It's a lot of workflow processes and research and cleaning data and stuff like that. We don't yet produce anything that goes to readers with AI. Anything that we do with AI behind the scenes, though, it's the same thing. It's like double, triple checked by a human. I think the big question is, at what point in the future does AI become so good that people feel like they don't need to do that double and triple check anymore? And how do we know when we're there, and what do we do at that time? I think that's kind of the big question that everyone is dealing with right now. But right now it's like, oh wow, did you see that crazy thing that ChatGPT told me when I asked them this question? Like, we all sort of know that we need to double and triple check everything. Most of us do. But I definitely, the way that we've seen how quickly the technology has advanced, I think the bigger, more existential or more critical question is when that changes in the future.
So I think nearly the final question for all of you is the question of like, how are people actually going to find their media and their news? And we talked about this a little in that, there was even 5 years ago a more predictable set of social media platforms, whether it was Twitter, formerly, now known, of course, as X, whether it was Facebook, and you can't even do news in Canada on Facebook because of laws here. So a lot of that distribution model has already broken down. And then you have this entirely different ecosystem, which in many ways is totally unrepresented at Web Summit and totally represented here, whether that's Barstool Sports in the United States, whether that's this entire kind of alt ecosystem of podcasts, whether it's Tucker Carlson in an undisclosed location or Lex Friedman. You have the same thing in Romania, the same thing around the world. So, turning to you, given that Axios sort of perfected a model of the new mode of social and digital distribution, a model that already seems, if not antediluvian, then quickly outdated. So, like, where do you go from here? Like, are you a dinosaur and you don't know it?
I mean, I would like to know the answer to that question as well. I mean, I would even turn to a lot of the tech people here at this conference to tell us what's the next delivery system, because you guys will probably be the ones developing it. I assume there's going to be something new. Maybe Johnny Ive is going to come up with whatever secret thing he's working on, and it's going to be in the glasses, or it's going to be in our brain, or who knows. But we want to know what that next thing is, and we'll want to try to adapt and keep up with it as best we can, and not just, stick to doing our email newsletters because that's what we've done since 2017.
So, I mean, Amelia, I wonder on this, if being a local, still print and regionally based, whether you're going to find yourself in 10 years the last person standing on the panel.
No, I think the big concern isn't any of these mistakes happening. I think our big concern is how do we control our proprietary content? So I have a reporter spend 6 months working on a story at a cost of $50,000. That story runs, and in 2 seconds, it's all over AI and distributed for free to the populace, right? This is how newsrooms get underfunded and die. And so I think you're going to find a model where we actually try to keep our content away from AI for as long as possible to try to monetize it. What is an exclusive in the new world? An exclusive can't be something that's on in AI 30 seconds after you publish it, right? We've seen how fast things move. So how we control the distribution of our content, knowing what we've learned from the social media companies, will be really important in the next 2-3 years.
And Jennifer, like, what do you do around this with a trusted old legacy brand and a new media company, and how do you look to the future?
Yeah, so I strongly believe in meeting our audience where they are, whether it's on a newsletter, whether it's on our homepage, whether it's on social, and we're increasingly, our audience is increasingly telling us that they're accessing us on non-traditional sites, like for us, like YouTube, and so we're investing quite a bit into becoming a video-first newsroom, and whether it's our reporters speaking to camera about something that's happened out in the field, or a tightly packaged video that is like 60-minute style, where we're talking to someone, a newsmaker, a thought leader. Those are the kinds of, that's the kinds of initiatives that we're looking towards in the future, really a video-first strategy.
And could you imagine, I don't know, 5 years from now, where the vast preponderance of your content is actually video content and not written?
It very well could be. As Emilio said, I think there's always going to be a place for print. People are always going to want to have, have something in their hands. But increasingly, we're seeing our video content really perform. And so we want to meet the reader where they are, the audience where they are.
All right, we are at time. Thank you so much. Go forth, create the new media. Do it. Create the new distribution. Let us know. Just keep us in the loop.
Yes,
thank you all very much.
In a time of geopolitical uncertainty, sovereign communication capabilities have never been more critical. From 5G plus networks to fiber infrastructure and homegrown AI systems, the ability to build and control core technologies is becoming a defining factor in national security, economic resilience, and innovation. Our next speaker leads one of Canada's largest telecom and media companies at the forefront of building the digital backbone that connects communities and fuels economic growth. With deep experience in both private and public collaboration, he brings a powerful perspective on how infrastructure and innovation go hand in hand. How can business, government, academia, and Indigenous communities work together to deliver on these strategic imperatives? To explore how sovereign tech powers national growth, in conversation with Fast Company's Harry McCracken, please welcome the CEO of Bell Canada, Mirko Bibic.
Good afternoon, Web Summit. Hello, Mirko.
Hello, Harry.
Thank you so much for joining us. This is going to be a great conversation. There are people from over 100 countries here at Web Summit this year. So for the benefit of those of us who are not locals, tell us about this 145-year-old company you lead and what it is today.
Thank you for that, and welcome to all our visitors to our beautiful country in this jewel of a city. We are, as you said, Bell Canada is 145 years young, and we've been basically advancing how Canadians connect with each other and the rest of the world for 145 years. So we are the largest communications company in the country and the largest media company in the country. So from that, very first phone call on copper networks from ubiquitous copper networks to ubiquitous fiber networks today with 8 million fiber lines available to Canadian consumers and businesses. So we do that from the very first cell phone to 3G, 4G, 5G, and 5G plus today. We do that. On the media side, we are, as the largest, like I said, the largest media company. We have been on an ambitious program over the last several years to pivot from traditional broadcasting to becoming a media content and digital media powerhouse. And so we are the #1 in entertainment. We have the largest Canadian owned and managed streaming platform, over 4 million subscribers in French and in English. And we are the #1 sports broadcaster in French and in English, and #1 in news. And I heard the previous panel talking about kind of trusted brands in media, and we are the most trusted in news, the #1 digital media publisher in the country. And I'll end with this. So our mission, we have 4 strategic pillars of growth, is to put our customers first. It's to lean in with fiber and 5G. It's to unlock the potential of our business customers by delivering technology solutions, and then, of course, the digital media side that I just talked about. That's what we do.
We are living through this unprecedented time in which the US has a president who keeps saying that Canada would be better off as a state rather than a country, for which I apologize, because Canada is the best neighbor in the history of neighbors. We have a ginned-up tariff war. There are all these geopolitical assumptions we've had forever that, at least for now, seem to be open to question. What does this mean for a company like Bell?
Yeah, so thanks for the comment about the long-standing friendship between Canada and the U.S. I think we should just take a moment to recognize that. What's been going on in terms of long-standing trading partners, friends, allies, neighbors, of course, obviously, and that needs to be acknowledged. But and I think there have been bumps in the road, but that's going to continue, and for a long time to come. So I'm very confident of that. That said, the bumps in the road that have arisen lately, I think they've caused a bit of an awakening here in Canada, and a recognition that it is time to do a couple of things. One is to diversify our trading revenues and our trading partnerships, #1. And it's a moment in time now to really transform our economy. and to be, and to do so in a way that's less dependent on others in order to thrive. And it's that, awakening or recognition that it's a moment to invest massively in critical sectors of the economy and to transform our economy that provides a tremendous opportunity for Bell Canada. Because if you think about, autos, energy, oil and gas, tech, AI, financial institutions, banking, all of these things that are critical sectors that will allow us with massive investment to transform the economy, we're at the heart of all of that. Because everything in a modern economy runs through critical digital infrastructure, and that's what we do, and that's what we do really well, and that's what we've done for 145 years. So for us in particular, we have an opportunity to be at the center of the transformation of the Canadian economy.
That said, you do have a footprint in the U.S. as well. And in fact, you've invested a lot of money in becoming a major fiber provider in the U.S. Any particular impact on that business from what's going on with the U.S. government these days?
Yeah, so if you go back, I'm glad you mentioned that. So if you go back to what I said at the very beginning when describing Bell Canada, one of our strategic pillars for growth is fiber. And we've been on a massive fiber program in Canada now with 8 million locations passed. And as we look at the next wave of growth, we look at the US and it's underpenetrated in terms of fiber availability, underpenetrated in terms of the number of broadband customers that are on fiber, certainly high population growth, high income growth. And that's why we're making a push into the U.S. So we have a proposed acquisition of Ziply Fiber, which is the kind of the primary fiber provider in the 4 Pacific Northwest states, Idaho, Montana, Oregon, and Washington. So we're waiting for regulatory approval for that, and can't wait. We do fiber really, really well. The management team at Ziply Fiber does fiber really, really well, and you're going to put us together. It's going to be magic.
So it still looks like a good opportunity for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Canada also has a brand new government. Any particular change to the outlook for the business climate and the areas you play based on that?
Yeah, these are all interrelated questions and right on point. I mean, my first message to our new government, federal government, and I'd say this to all the provincial governments in the country and the municipal governments is, we are here to partner with them and to help them fulfill their respective agendas. And in terms of the new federal government, I mean, their agenda is pretty clearly stated. It's build infrastructure in Canada, invest and encourage investments in critical sectors of the economy. So when you think of infrastructure, I immediately think of digital infrastructure, which again is what we do really well. And you think about critical sectors that the government wants to encourage investment in, you're thinking again, auto, energy, tech, and AI. And again, we're at the center of that because all of those are powered by our networks. So again, we're here to help the government fulfill their agenda. But in order for the government to fulfill their agenda and to transform the economy, you really need to encourage significant investments in these sectors. And I would say that one of the, to encourage investments, you need to have public policies in place that are stable and predictable, and where kind of those who are investing have comfort that they will generate a return. And in our case, in the communications industry, we have a unique rule that you don't have in the US. And the regulator forces us to give access to our networks to any competitors who want to use our networks to compete against us. So we invested over $23 billion in our networks and in technology over the last 5 years. And the regulator decided about 1.5 years ago to say, well, thank you for building those. Now anyone can use them to compete against you. You don't have that in the US. In the US, when you invest, you get to choose what you want to do with your network. If you want to have open access, go ahead. If you want to be B2B, go ahead. If you want to just be the sole and anchor tenant, go ahead. It's not the case here. That needs to change.
Speaking of critical infrastructure, you had a major announcement this morning, which is kind of at the heart of the topic of this discussion. Tell us about what you announced.
Yeah, we announced the launch of something called Bell AI Fabric, and we're going to get into AI now, and I don't think it's an exaggeration for me to make an obvious point, which is with AI, we really are kind of on the cusp of kind of a transformational technology that we probably haven't seen since the advent of the internet, and we're all leaning into it, and every enterprise talks about how they lean into AI. In our case, we do some pretty powerful things like using AI for virtual assistants, voice assistants to power our virtual repair tool so that customers can have the power to repair any issues they have in the palm of their hand. Recommendation engines on our content platforms. I mean, these are all the things we're doing. And our enterprise customers, because we are the largest B2B communications company in the country as well, like our customers are leaning into this as well. So there's an incredible opportunity here. At the same time, because of some of the questions you were asking me around kind of the geopolitical tensions, there really is an acute attention being paid in Canada right now to sovereign cloud, sovereign AI. And what we announced this morning with the launch of Bell AI Fabric is a national network of purpose-built AI centers that I really believe are going to be the foundation for Canada's sovereign AI future. And compared to other announcements, which are more about vision and ambition and what's to come in the future, this is real. Like, we're launching our first AI data center next month, right here in the province of British Columbia in a city called Kamloops, and we're doing it in partnership with Grok, the pioneer in fast AI inference. We've got another center that's going to open up later this year, again in the province of British Columbia in a town called Merritt. We've got, each of those is about 7 megawatts. We've got another one in the works for next year in partnership with a university in British Columbia, TRU, and it's going to be 26 megawatts. We're partnering with universities and research on that, and we have, actually 6 and more AI centers that, with upwards of 500 megawatts of capacity. So for Canada, this is big, and this is real, and it's right now, and it's going to be done at scale.
And is this Canadian AI for Canadian companies? Is that a reasonable way to look at it?
Correct. It's kind of full stack AI services built by Canadians for Canadians. So in our case, when I say full stack AI, I'm talking about land, low cost hydroelectric power, sustainable energy, of course, the cooling, the building, the networking, because we do the fiber access, AI advisory services. We can integrate your cloud platforms and cloud platforms of your choice into your environment, and of course, cybersecurity protection on top of that. So reside in Canada, owned and managed by Canadian companies. Of course, we'll serve any customers from anywhere, but primarily looking to serve Canadian enterprises and research institutions.
Bell does have some experience with data centers, but it's actually a business you entered and then left after a while. So this really is like something new for you and a big bet. What do you bring to it that makes this a logical business for Bell to be in?
Yeah, so this is fundamentally different from kind of the standard, more traditional colo data centers where you had low capacity and multiple tenants required to be found for each of your centers. We're talking here, like I said, a purpose-built AI centers at scale. And for this to work, what you really, I think you need 2 things. So you need the full stack AI services that I talked about, and what you really need as well for it to really catalyze the Canadian economy is, and this is what we're going to be doing, is you want to cultivate that ecosystem, the full AI ecosystem. So from the infrastructure, including LPUs and GPUs, but all the way through to the innovators. So you talk about researchers, research institutions, universities, startups, all the way to the larger enterprises that are going to be using AI at scale and really generating significant economic activity. And we're extremely well positioned on both of those. So as I already described how we were able to offer the full stack AI services, but on cultivating that ecosystem, I think what makes kind of Bell's involvement in the middle of this so powerful is we have the reach and the relationships as the largest B2B communications company in the country. We have the trusted brand, 145 years strong. When you think of Bell, you think of trust. We have the capital, we have the scale. Not only do we have the ambition and the vision, we're actually delivering AI centers like in a matter of weeks. And I think that's why, with us being at the heart of this, it's really going to accelerate and really be at the center of Canada's AI future.
You mentioned some partnerships you already have. Should we expect more of those? And how critical is that to work with the other companies that are driving AI?
Oh, it's super important. I think we're not, as a country, it's not about trying to replace the incredible technological innovation that's being developed, particularly in the US and elsewhere. Of course, we all need to rely on that, but it's a question of being able to stand something up in Canada where you have data, the data is resident in the country, your infrastructure is being owned and managed by Canadians for Canadians, and then you always have access to the technology, but under Canadian control, and that's what we talk about when we think of. So we think about when we talk about sovereign AI, which is very, very important, particularly as you look to transform an economy.
It also sounds like you're going about this with sustainability in mind. This is hydroelectric powered AI.
Yeah, and we're going to be, when I talked about the national network of these purpose-built AI centers, it's really across the country. So, the announcement first on Bell AI Fabric really focuses on British Columbia, which has, amazing access or amazing availability of low-cost hydroelectric power, and we'll be looking to do this in other provinces where we operate that also have low-cost hydro. Manitoba and Quebec are obvious places, and in Manitoba and Quebec, we're also the kind of the traditional incumbent communications company. Traditional in the sense that we've been there, forever, so to speak.
AI in the cloud is inherently dependent on good, fast communications, which is the business you're in.
Fiber wins.
Is that something you bring to the table that's going to help you?
Correct. That's why we bring, as part of that full stack AI, we bring the networking, the connectivity right to the data centers, and that's fiber fed. And when we think about the first centers that we're going to be launching in the city of Kamloops, that is basically Kamloops kind of lies right there at the nexus of multiple fiber connections. So we have, not only do we have the very best technological connections to link up the data centers, but we have redundancy, and therefore you got reliability and redundancy.
So you talked about the importance of sovereign AI and Canada doing things for Canada, so you're not dependent on any other countries that you might share a border with. Is this the new normal forever? Do you expect things to go back to the old normal? Will we reach an equilibrium? If you and I talk on this stage in a few years, will we still be having the same conversation?
Well, that's a great question. I don't think we may not be having the same conversation, but what I'll say is, I think the idea of having kind of sovereign and secure cloud and sovereign secure AI is not going away. I think it is critical. It goes back to kind of one of your first questions, which is, there's a moment in time that we're capitalizing to say, okay, we're going to transform the Canadian economy here and be less dependent on others in order to do so. So in that sense, the concept and the idea and the necessity to leverage sovereign cloud and sovereign AI isn't going away. At the same time, the linkages between Canada and the US in particular isn't going away. I fundamentally believe that, which is why I led with that when you asked me earlier, because the relationship is just too vital and important. So those trading relationships are going to continue. Our use of American technology is going to continue, but it's going to be a question of doing so in a matter where we really, as a country, control our destiny in terms of the use of that technology. And this is where Bell, for another 145 years and more, is going to continue to connect Canadians.
I hope we do get to continue that conversation. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you, audience, and enjoy the rest of your Web Summit.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you.
At a critical juncture for democracy, technology has transformed how we engage with truth, dialogue, and each other. From social media algorithms to the weaponization of misinformation, our digital spaces have reshaped public discourse in profound and often troubling ways. Our next speaker is a renowned philosopher, best-selling author, and a 2024 US presidential candidate. With decades of thought leadership on justice, race, and democracy, he now turns his lens towards technology's role in shaping our civic life, drawing from his newest book, Truth Matters. How can we recode our approach to dialogue in an age of disruption and reclaim the digital public square for democratic renewal? To explore truth, technology, and democracy in conversation with Axios' Sam Sabin, it is my distinct honor to welcome to the Web Summit Vancouver center stage professor, author, and 2024 US presidential candidate, Dr. Cornel West.
Oh man, thank you all so much for sticking it out. I know it's clearly for me and not Dr. West, right? I'm kidding. Thank you so much. I'm Sam Sabin. I cover a lot of cybersecurity news, and so I will tell you, Dr. West, when I got invited to have this conversation with you, I was a bit concerned about how we would find a middle ground, right? As someone who is a philosopher who thinks a lot about democracy and what truth means, what democracy means, and all of that stuff. And I think, you know, the commonality is probably, bring it back to your new book, Truth Matters, right? A big part of my coverage area is the manipulation of media online, right? It is how, maybe for me, how nation states are doing that, Russia, China, et cetera. But in the United States, you could argue that's happening from all sorts of different players, right? You have tech companies that maybe moderate too much, too little, depending on how you think of it. I'm curious for you, I know you talk a lot about what truth means and what it is. Yes. We are at this tech-focused conference. I don't know how often you're actually able to talk about the role of technology in defining what truth is, but how do you think about that relationship?
Yeah, well, one, I just want to thank you for allowing me to try to think about it. I come here with a spirit of humility to learn and listen. I've been wrestling with what it means to be human now for 71 years.
Yeah.
And I'm a cracked vessel just trying to love my crooked neighbor with my crooked heart, as it were. And that means then that I'm wrestling with what it means to be human.
Yeah.
And so when I heard from my dear brother Ramash, who works very closely with Brother Patty and Brother Jeffrey, I said, it would be beautiful to lift my voice. I come from a tradition of a people whose anthem is not lift every echo, but lift every voice. And even in technology, if you're just going to be an echo, you're going to be lodged into a silo. But when you find your voice scientifically, technologically, and then bring together the spiritual as well as the social, the economic as well as the existential, and the personal as well as the political, you're talking about issues of character, integrity, honesty, decency, what it means to be courageous, not in the spirit of self-righteousness, but in the spirit of trying to be, in the language of John Coltrane, a force for good. And that holds for big tech, middle tech, little tech, anybody who's a human being trying to wrestle with these grim and dim times in which we find ourselves.
Totally. And I wonder, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I wonder, okay, so here's the issue I'm wrestling with.
Yes.
With that powerful statement. How important is this idea of a shared truth, right? And I feel like that is the constant that I find myself in with the tech industry or with people in tech spaces, right? Is how do we define truth? Everyone has their own truth. When did that start becoming a question? And how important is it, especially in a technological age, to have like a shared common truth or perception of what is real accurate, you know?
Oh, Sister Sam, that's a
dealing
deep
with
philosophical question.
I'm dealing with a lot of existential issues over here.
That goes back to Plato's Republic with Thrasymachus
Okay.
challenging Socrates. Might makes right, power dictates morality. I've got my own truth. And here's Socrates. The unexamined life is not worth living. A fallible quest for truth, capital T, is different than having access to small t truths, because there's still some claims that are better than others, but none of us have a monopoly on truth, capital T. But there's deep political and personal consequences when you end up in a thoroughly relativistic, if not downright nihilistic world in which people believe there's no truth at all. You know, the great Eric Voegelin used to say the Gorgias, which is an attempt to argue that relativism and nihilism are desirable ways of being in the world. He used to say the Gorgias was the death sentence on Athens, meaning not just the death of Socrates, not just the death of the legacy of trying to create bonds of truth that allow us together in our fallible, finite ways to pursue the larger truth that we never fully grasp, but we never find ourselves in relativistic and nihilistic zones. And we're living in a society where the claims about relativism often are hiding and concealing organized greed and weaponized hatred and institutionalized indifference. The great Rabbi Heschel used to say, indifference to evil is more insidious than evil itself.
Yeah.
And he's absolutely right about that. William James, our most adorable American philosopher, never had a PhD or AB in philosophy, but ended up being one of the greatest philosophers. He used to say, indifference is the one thing that makes the very angels weep. So even when you're dealing with your technology, if your heart is cold and your conscience is coarsened, there's a good chance that what you generate and create, even in your innovative mode, will have something missing, which is compassion, concern for those who are suffering. There's a sense in which the condition of existential truth is to allow suffering to speak, just like in our own lives.
Yeah.
There'll never be the truth about Sam, truth about Cornell, unless we wrestle with our own suffering, insecurity, anxieties, and wounds and bruises as we emerge. And I'm not just talking about on the couch with the psychiatrist, but I'm talking about how we live every day in the workplace, as well as in the mosque, the synagogue, the church. If you're agnostic or if you're atheistic, in the nightclub, I guess, wherever you find your bonding that takes place. Well, I'm actually very tied to nightclub and revolutionary Christianity, but that's another issue.
Perfect. Sorry, that's a really amazing picture that I have in my head right now.
You got to hold both of them together.
Hell yeah, you do.
Yes.
Hell yeah. And you know what? When I would go to youth groups, sometimes it did feel like a nightclub. You know, like sometimes the rock band was really rocking. So I get it.
And your time in Oakland and the East Bay, you got a whole lot of rich opportunities for that spiritual, cultural, artistic, musical challenge. Absolutely.
We'll chat about that backstage.
I'm telling you.
I want to ask in that, right, because something I'm hearing is that it is upon us, right, as consumers of technology to really look inside ourselves and start to kind of piece together the impact that it's having on us, right, and our ability to empathize with other people, to talk with one another and figure out what that shared truth is. But I do wonder what the role of a tech company, especially social media and now AI companies, right, that are disseminating, you know, whatever ChatGPT is disseminating, or Claude or Gemini, you name it. What role do they have in upholding truth and thinking about these challenges as well?
Well, I think this particular historical moment is very, very crucial because big tech at the moment is gaining tremendous centrality in the culture, not just for technological innovation, but even for a certain kind of authority, moral and spiritual. Now that's a dangerous thing. We tried it with kings and queens, it didn't work out too well. We tried it with robber barons, it didn't work out too well. We tried it with certain politicians, but so often the politicians themselves are so tied to big money. So now people, the big tech, what do you have to offer? What are your visions of the future? How are you going to deal with organized greed and weaponized hatred and so forth? And some people come forward and say, oh, we're the vanguard of the species. You just watch when we take over and the machines and the robots and others are going to intervene in such a way that we produce some kind of paradise. They said, oh, okay, get off the crack pipe on that one. No, we human beings from the beginning of time have been driven by greed and hatred and envy and resentment. This is nothing new. The question is what form, and there has to be moments of interruption. That's where love, that's where justice, that's where courage, that's where getting out of one's narcissistic egos and one's own egocentric predicaments play a role.
Yeah.
And technology can move one way, it can move another, but there's no doubt that big tech especially will remain very central in the culture. So it means that there has to be richer, deeper conceptions of soulcraft, character, courage, integrity, and honesty, as I mentioned before. Deeper conceptions of character formation.
Yeah.
That's what education is, the formation of attention, the cultivation of critical sensibilities, and the maturation of compassionate, courageous personalities.
Yeah.
So the cult of smartness will not do.
Yeah.
It's not enough. There were a lot of smart Nazis and a lot of smart white supremacists and patriarchs and xenophobes.
Yep.
A lot of smart gangsters.
Yep.
A lot of smart thugs.
Yeah.
And I say that because I got a lot of gangster in me. I'm working on it.
There you go. We're sitting
I work
on
on
it
it
right
every
now.
day. Every day.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, right, it's big tech is maybe analogous to all these other PowerPoints that you've raised before, right? Kings and queens, robber barons. And there needs to be some sort of disruption. Does that disruption come from the users of that technology choosing maybe to, not use these companies? They get weaker, they don't have a profit, they crash, they burn. Or is it coming from some other place, right? I mean, I guess I'm asking you in some way to look into a crystal ball and tell me where that revolution looks like. But I guess I'm trying to figure out where that disruption ends up coming from.
I mean, I think the crucial move in trying to be a truth pursuer, let alone a truth teller, is not first and foremost to look just to the powerful and speak truth to power. That's very important, but that's not the first move. And the second move is not even speaking truth to the relatively powerless. The crucial move is speaking the truth to yourself.
Yeah.
That's the crucial thing.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to be a truth pursuer, then you're going to have certain kind of character that generates an openness, a sense of adventure to others, so you invite them to be part and parcel of the quest. Because there's no such thing as just being a truth pursuer all by yourself.
Yeah.
That's true technologically, it's true philosophically, and so on. But it also means you have to be willing to pay a cost. You have to be willing to, to bear a burden in that regard.
Yeah.
I'm very old school about this. I believe that artists and musicians are the vanguard of the species. Now, I know that folk in tech may not want to hear that. And God bless them, because I believe, in fact, that when Shelley says poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the world, he's not just talking about versifiers putting pen to paper. He's talking about all human beings who employ imagination and empathy to authorize a better future. So you become artists of living. And everybody in tech, in big tech, middle tech, or whatever, have to become artists of living. And their commitment to working in technology is a crucial but in no way exhaustive moment within their larger attempt to be artists of living, using their imagination, empathy, to authorize better futures, not just for themselves, but for everybody. That's a challenge.
It is. It is.
That's a challenge, because we live in a financialized capitalist society where the priority is not for the least of these, for the poor, for the working classes. That's not how the system operates.
Right.
Not how it operates. But as individuals, we make moral and political choices. And again, it ought not ever be a matter of self-righteousness. When somebody takes a stand against patriarchy, if they're trashing these precious trans, you're not in solidarity with trans just because it makes you feel good. But rather, you're trying to be right on a moral issue. Gaza would be the same way. I've got to take a stand on this is what I believe. It doesn't make you better, doesn't make you elevated and so forth. I'm seeing this genocide in Sudan and Gaza and so forth. I'm calling it for what it is. I'm seeing what's going on in Vancouver. I'm seeing what's going on in San Francisco. We ain't got to Oakland yet now. Oh,
It's a long list.
but it's not a matter of patting yourself on the back. It's just saying, look, before the worms get my body, I want to be able to at least bear witness to a truth that was bigger than my career.
Yeah.
I don't want to just be a brand all my life. I want to be tied to a cause.
Yes.
That cuts much deeper, you know?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that all sounds amazing and it's empowering. I'm wondering, for those who are here, who are clapping along, who are encouraged by what you have to say, what are maybe some ways that they can, maybe to flip this talk on its head, use technology to help them feel empowered, right? To take those stances, to make sure that they aren't just, kind of living day by day, not feeling anything, just numb on their iPad, right? What is something that they can do to help maybe even turn technology into a more empowering tool for them?
Yeah, you see, I don't really have, you can imagine, any definitive responses to these questions in terms of what people should do.
Sure.
I'm not really a content about I'm trying to give sense of what people ought to do. In my own way, I try to do the best of what I can do based on what I have.
Yeah.
And I don't think that what I do is worthy of any kind of grand imitation. People have to find their voices. No echoes.
Yeah.
No copies or imitations. Just like a jazz woman and a blues man, no matter what color you are.
Yes.
You got to find your voice and then take it and run.
Yeah.
But you can't find your voice unless you have a vocation, unless the virtue of courage cuts against the grain. Now, in the professional managerial stratas of late capitalist societies, or at least advanced capitalist societies, the virtue of courage is not at the center of character formation. It's conformity, upward mobility, tied to money, spectacle, image, living large, maybe in some vanilla suburbs with a nice little flow.
Yeah.
And I'm not, one for voluntary poverty myself, but life has to be bigger than that.
Yeah.
The joyless quest for insatiable pleasures won't do. There's got to be more than that.
Yep.
And one finds one voice in one's particular way based on one's moral witness. And it's going to be like in the jazz orchestra. Everybody's got their own voice. They're trying to harmonize, but each night is different and you have their own voice. So you have to be able to deal with heterogeneity and multiplicity and diversity within the workplace, within your society, within the world. And the important thing is, do you have the courage to listen and learn from the others?
Totally.
That's the challenge. Across nations, continents, genders, sexual orientation, religious, non-religious traditions. And as human beings, there are certain undeniable truths. Everybody in this audience is going to die. Now, I know there's some people who sell immortality, but don't believe them. Don't believe them. Everybody's born of a woman. And this particular moment will never be reconstituted again. It can never be undone. That is an undeniable truth. So already relativism goes under. Everybody doesn't have their own truth. No, there are some undeniable ones. But the beautiful thing is that as wretched as we are as human beings, given our history of greed and hatred, there's something wonderful about us too. And technology is one of the features of human creativity, intelligence, and human genius.
Yeah.
Just like music, just like mathematics, just like metaphysics. Human, all the way down.
Right on. You ended right as the clock ended, and I feel like you timed that perfectly. So before I ask any more questions, I'm going to leave it at that, because that's a great way to end it. Dr. West, thank you so much for being here. This was incredible.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you, guys.
AI agents are quickly becoming embedded in our personal and professional lives and automating tasks, making decisions, and interacting with sensitive data in ways we've never seen before. But with this convenience comes a critical challenge. How do we safeguard privacy in a world where automation never sleeps? Our next speakers are rethinking what privacy and security mean in the age of persistent AI. They built tools that manage and protect everything from digital identities to encrypted credentials while advocating for a future where privacy is designed in from the beginning, not added on later. How do we protect deeply contextual information when our tools are always listening, learning, and acting? To explore how privacy must evolve, in conversation with Emilio Garcia Ruiz, editor-in-chief at the San Francisco Chronicle, please welcome CEO and founder of Proof, Pat Kinzel.
How the hell do we follow that?
Yeah, I might have declined.
We're going to focus on the smart Nazis part of the conversation as we delve deep into evil in our 18 minutes we have before you. How bad is it? It's so bad that the people at Web Summit wanted one of our questions to be, can AI agents go rogue? So I thought of the new Mission Impossible movie, so the next one would just be Tom Cruise hanging from a helicopter, chasing the AI agents into the mountain to try to trap them and kill them. But actually, Pat, you do think we might need a Tom Cruise one day, that these really are serious issues that we need to focus on from the very beginning of setting up this type of work.
Yeah, I mean, I presume people saw the story just this week about the AI agent that tried to turn someone in for having an affair, and I think those stories are great and they grab headlines and attention. But in my business, I think we're seeing just a much more nefarious use of a lot of these tools. And so, our company, we do things like we've digitized the real estate closing, retirement transactions, wealth management, so really important life decisions about healthcare, your assets, and we're seeing people use these tools. Kids pretending to be their parents, pretending to be their grandparents, stealing their neighbor's identity. We're seeing basically brute force identity attacks where people might receive 50,000 fraudulent applications from completely fake people. And so I think we need to have a very serious conversation about privacy, identity, and how we can live in this future world.
All right, so AI agents are now sharing data and they trigger actions on their own. There's sometimes little or no human oversight. Now, you think the tools for policing this exist? So give me a sense of how the best case scenario is for somebody out here who's trying to build their own AI company. How should they look at privacy and protecting not only their customers, but also anybody else who may get into that web of information?
Yeah, I mean, if I could, take a roundabout way to answering your question, I think just a couple examples, like at least in the United States, and I understand we're in Canada today, but in the United States, most of the information you need to steal someone's identity is already on the internet, right? And so if you think about public records, land records, it's entirely possible to go crawl a county, figure out who owns someone's house, find them on LinkedIn, find their picture, generate a complete fraudulent financial history, employment history, and steal that house out from underneath them. And in the United States, like a county recorder, by law, is not even allowed to assess if you are the legitimate person who's submitting a quitclaim deed or a transfer of assets. And so the legal construct in the United States is fundamentally flawed to solve this problem. And I think that when you look at some of the legacy industries, there's things like a power of attorney, right? And so if you were to go and authorize a person to make financial decisions on your behalf, you have an agreement with them, you make them an authorized agent to act on your behalf. And so a lot of that legal framework exists and can be ported into this concept of digital agents. I don't understand why it's any different to allow a Wealthfront bot to trade stocks on my behalf versus a financial broker, right? And similarly, the permission frameworks, in my opinion, have evolved for a long time. So, I'm getting older now. I'm not the 25-year-old up here on stage anymore, but in 2010, I was a launch partner for Facebook with granular data permissions, right? And so this was their instant personalization project. things like cryptographic signatures, authorization frameworks, they exist. I think the main thing is there's no incentive for companies to adopt this stuff, right? And so if you look about the healthcare industry in the United States, the obligations to store medical records comes with a lot of both liability and then a framework that if you do things the right way, you're protected. And I think the same thing's necessary for these AI companies as we race into this future.
But the big catchphrase we've heard this conference is human oversight. As long as you put in the right layers of human oversight, working with agentic AI, things are going to be fine. So true or false?
False.
Okay. So we are dead. We should get Tom Cruise in the helicopter,
yes,
flying in over the water.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of the policy presumes well-meaning companies are going to follow the rules, right? And a lot of the work around content watermarking, so there's something called C2PA, if people are familiar, and this is Adobe, Microsoft, the big companies have come together and they've agreed how we're going to watermark content. Well, the Russians, to stick on the Tom Cruise metaphor,
excellent,
they don't give a shit, right? And they're not going to watermark content. And so really it's a security posture. If you think about your IT stack and the way your system would communicate with someone's service, you would never allow unsigned instructions to enter your organization and your tech stack. You've got TLS, you've got SSL, you've got encryption, and yet when you interact with people, you allow them to submit PDFs, bullshit documents to you. You have no concept of who submitted them, if they've been altered, and that is a huge problem that we have to deal with.
And so as all of these people out here have been told from very early days of VC school, right? The fundamental mantra: go fast, break things, get the thing built, iterate as quickly as you possibly can. Security often in that process, as we've seen time and time again, just simply in all the companies that have been hacked, digital companies that have been hacked through the years, that sometimes takes a back seat. So how do you change that culture so that this becomes at the forefront of the conversation inside these rooms as they're road mapping out their product?
Yeah, I mean, there's an expression that fraud is a cost of doing business. And if you meet with people in financial services and other industries, there's this acceptable baseline. And what we're seeing is that is no longer acceptable. The rate of growth of all types of fraud, the fact that people are attacking every channel from account recovery and password reset and support to forms and authors, everything, right? The North Koreans that are pretending to apply for jobs, the fraudsters from Russia that are doing the same to get a couple months of checks out of your company, right? And so I think that the incentive is finally there for people to do something. And what we're seeing is really the convergence. AI fraud is forcing IT and the fraud teams to finally work together, to think about authentication, to think about threat detection and monitoring. And so I really see there's this convergence on the horizon.
So at the end of the day, you need a cop, right, to be over all of it. You've spent a lot of time in Washington. Love to hear a little bit about that and the conversations you've had there. And how do you see the policing of AI playing out in the next few years?
Yeah, I mean, I've been fortunate to testify in front of Congress and then meet with all sorts of different people across the administration. What I would say is 2 years ago, the discussion was whether or not there would be a strategic pause in artificial intelligence in the United States. And at the time, both parties very clearly said no, that would be un-American. I was in DC recently, and both parties, again, the talk was, we can't lose this race to China. And so most of the discussion in DC has changed to be about the enabling or blocking issues. So things like access to electricity, upgrading systems for electricity transference, permitting. How do we actually modify our entire economy to take advantage of these things? There isn't a lot of discussion about these other issues, right? So things like workforce, reskilling or reclassification, like those issues are kind of frankly sitting by the wayside, and we're going to see what happens. My position in Washington that I've said is AI is tremendous. It's going to transform the world. But I think we can all agree that it's not a good thing to be able to perfectly pretend to be grandma and to be able to do it in less than 3 minutes or now 30 seconds. And that certainly has resonated. And I believe it's someone's fundamental right to have control over your personhood, and that people should not be able to instantly copy you And you see a lot of legislation in DC around selective enforcement of deepfakes for non-consensual pornography for elections. My attitude is give me one legitimate reason why someone should be able to pretend to be me without my consent and without my permission. And so I think those are some of the fundamental issues that we really have to come together as a society and decide. And the other thing is that, look, every new tool that comes out that's fun, everyone races and uploads all their personal information into. And we're perpetuating this problem of more information online, easier to hack and steal, easier to pretend to be you. And it's a real problem.
So what you're up against is there was a time when being a successful hacker required a certain skill set that was pretty great, right? You had to have the ability to break into a company's system. Now, you know, your cousin who's mad at you over something you said at Thanksgiving can go in using some of these tools. How do you prepare as a company for the difference between, you know, a surgical strike by somebody who's been doing this their entire lives and this multiplicity of potential foes coming at you?
Yeah, I mean, I think today people look at a just-in-time solution to the problem, right? So every person who comes at us, we in real time are going to try to assess if this is our customer, our partner, our employee. And I believe that we have to move to persistent identity and establishing trusted credentials with people that are maintained. And I also believe that the answer is right in front of us. It's the credit card networks. They've solved this problem. When you transact, you don't give people all of your financial information. You give them a tokenized representation of your payment information. There's a signal sharing network. You can revoke that without exposing PII associated with that. And so I think the model's in front of us, and people need to work together. You know, what we're seeing is a lot of industries are standing up fraud consortiums. And so, you know, the ABA, the retirement industry through Spark, but that's still not enough data. I was at a retirement industry conference, exciting times. And you know, they were talking about the fact that they were going to share data. If you think about the policy in the United States, the Department of Labor forces employers to create a retirement account for you. And most people never actually set up the account, right? It's just created in the background. You come around 15 years later, 20 years later, you want to access it. They don't know where you live. They don't know how to contact you. You don't work for that employer anymore. So how as an industry are they actually going to solve that problem, right? They've got to look beyond themselves. And again, in the payment world, you know, the reason why it works is your credit card's a general purpose credential. You can't just use it for shoe shopping, right? Or for, you know, renting bikes. It's something that works across a network and has enough visibility.
Now, unfortunately, at a time when AI is going through this great growth, everybody is hiring, tons of money is pouring into it. There's this great euphoria around AI. You sound a little bit like the guy at the bar checking IDs to keep people from drinking. It's not the usual position to find somebody who's worked at the type of companies you've worked at. So is it a different mindset required now than in the 10 years ago when people were building companies?
I'm a big believer in the tech industry. We deal with the same issues every 7 years. They're just branded a little bit differently. I don't see how this is any different than, again, Facebook and instant personalization and granular data permissions. And, I don't see it any, different than TLS and SSL and the security issues. It's about creating a framework, getting people to care. I do have some concerns about the sort of like wanton disregard for privacy, and I don't know why companies come out and brag that in 15 seconds they can perfectly copy your voice. I don't understand how that's a productive use of people's time or energy, but here we are. And so this is all solvable problems, but it's gonna get bad. I mean, you hear the stories, it's coming for all of us.
But there are people out there right now thinking, you're going to slow things down. The Chinese are going to pass us. The Russians are going to pass us. If we worry too much about security, we're not going to advance as quickly. There are going to be some hits. It's okay. How do you blend those two things? The need to go fast, the need to be competitive, to beat the Chinese, to win in AI, versus the need to slow down a little bit and take a breath.
Just to be clear, I'm not telling anyone to slow down. I'm saying you should buy my product.
1-800. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, but seriously, I mean, I'm not a slow down guy. I am a boomer in some regards. I think this concept that, 10 years ago, it was all about the 10,000 hours on the path to expertise. This is what everyone was talking about, right? You could juggle, and in 10,000 hours, you'd be a master. So with some of the AI tooling out there, I don't understand how people generate expertise anymore, and I think that's also an issue for us to, that's more my boomer camp on artificial intelligence. But the security issues, like, down in DC, what I'm saying is the policy already exists, right? And the technical standards already exist. They just need to be put together into a framework. There's no grand problem to go solve, and that's really resonated well.
How do you do punishments? What's the stick?
Well, so it's interesting. So I'll give you a couple examples. So Citibank was sued by the Attorney General of New York maybe 18 months ago, and they were told you didn't do enough to protect your consumers. Zelle was made to reimburse up to about $1 billion and told you didn't do enough to reimburse consumers. Well, no one's actually defined what enough is. And so there is no policy framework for companies to understand. And if you think about the rising risks and threat that artificial intelligence and identity fraud represents, what do companies do? They just collect more and more and more information in order to try to protect themselves, and then they're being told that that information is at risk, or there's real financial penalties associated with it. Biometrics are largely considered the solution to these problems, and yet companies are being sued under BIPA. You saw Coinbase recently, Walmart, Google in Texas, and so it's just this kind of you're damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. The federal privacy bill introduced in the United States last year that didn't ultimately pass, it allowed a carve-out as a consumer for all AI modeling or machine learning modeling of your data, which did not exclude for the purposes of fraud detection. And so the bad guys get to use the tech, but the good guys don't. That's just not a world that's going to work. And so we advocate just string these things together and go solve the problem and party on.
Push back on the string the things together. I remember a day when Facebook would tell people, don't worry, our product won't be used for ill purposes because the algorithm will catch it. This sounds a little bit like that as well. Trust us, we'll put in a framework that will work, and there will be a policing mechanism to stop it. But what we found usually is the policing mechanism is 20 years behind the advancement, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not so much advocating for a policing mechanism. I think just in terms of, I say, string it together. So there's policy in the United States for identity verification, IL2. Similar thing, it exists in Europe, PSD2. There's policy for cryptographic signatures. There's policy for document retention, all sorts of stuff like that, right? So you can string those things together. What I would posit to people is that if you had a shared general purpose credential and did zero identity verification whatsoever, collected no personal information, but tracked people's use of that across banking, buying houses, and fraud is not reported from those institutions, that's an extremely strong indicator that it's actually you transacting over time. And so what you don't need as a policing mechanism is you need engagement. You need people to care. As a consumer, the reason why you care about your credit card is because you get the bill at the end of the month, and you say, that wasn't me, right? And businesses say, fraud was reported being associated with that, and that's how we all come together to solve this problem.
All right, so let's close on the Tom Cruise metaphor. As a CEO, or I run my own company, I have an agentic AI system built out. All this information is flying through. Do I have to worry about somebody coming in and taking over my agentic AI system and then using it for ill purposes?
I think you have to worry about people getting access to every critical system that you have, whether it be your finance system, your agentic AI system, and people are going to pretend to be your employees, your family members, and you.
Unless you buy his products,
yeah.
In which case all of this goes away.
Thank you.
Pat, thank you very much. Thank you all. We're out of time.
Social media is no longer just about likes and followers. It's becoming the digital front door to modern commerce. From brand discovery to conversion, platforms are now powerful engines for growth, reshaping how businesses engage, build trust, and drive revenue. Our next speaker is leading the platforms and tools to help millions of creators and businesses transform engagement into measurable impact. They bring frontline insights on how social media is rewriting the rules of customer relationships in a fast-moving digital landscape. How are brands turning scrolls into sales, and what's next for social media as a business strategy? To explore how social is powering a new era of business growth, I personally get to sit down in conversation with our next guest. Please welcome the Vancouver-born and raised Hootsuite from their CEO, Irina Novoselsky.
Hello.
All right, Irina, we meet again on a stage.
I know, we're doing this. This is like, I'm going to miss you tomorrow when we're not chatting anymore.
Thanks so much for being here. We don't have a ton of time, so I think we should dive right into it. Everyone here is on social media. Everyone uses it as a tool, and so do all businesses, right? And again, it's more than likes and followers now. And so the question I have for you, just to kick things off, is when did social get taken seriously? When did it go beyond brand building to really become a business engine or a revenue driver?
I think it's been happening over the last few years. I do think COVID accelerated it, but even if you look at what's happening just in modern society, and we all know the Salesforce company and CEO, and he has this vendetta with Microsoft, and obviously LinkedIn is owned by Microsoft, and when he went and announced Agentforce, do you know where he went to announce it? LinkedIn. Because he knows that is where 5 billion people are spending 3 hours a day. And more you see companies making announcements on social media. You see them talking about their products, their launches, their company, their culture. And one of the reasons for that is where the audience is. And so obviously companies and leaders are figuring out, you want to talk to your people, you got to go where they show up. And it's on social.
Well, it's, obviously we're all there. But the big question is obviously you're investing this time and energy into these platforms. Where's the ROI? How are organizations really drawing a link between posts and engagement and proven revenue?
I love that question. And for many years, I think it's been the question where it's been stopping people from going on social because they want to know how much, if I do one post, what does that mean for my bottom line? If I do this, do I do this? How many of you spend time on social? Just quick raise of hands. Really quick. Okay, no lying. We're going to be honest here. How many of you spend more than 1 hour a week on social? Don't lie. Keep them up, high and proud. How many spend more than 5 hours a week? A week. Yep, thank you. 10? 20? I mean, look around. Most of this room still has their hands raised. You want to know the ROI? Where else are you going to find your consumer spending this much time on social? And fun fact, Google for the first time saw a decline starting in 2019 and aggressively over the last 18 months because of Gen Z and AI of decline on search in favor of social. And so I don't think it's a black and white, you put $5 in, you get $10 out, but it's one of those things where how do you define the value of a relationship? Why are we doing this in person? Why aren't we doing this in the digital world? You can easily do that, but there's conferences that exist to build that human rapport. And so I think social media is one of those things where we know there is an ROI, and the companies that use that definitely see it. One of our largest customers went from, they have 11,000 brokers posting on social, building relationships with their end audience, and they were doing 3 deals a month per person on social. Last year, they're up to 11. And so that's an ROI, but it takes a minute. You got to invest to get it back out.
Well, you mentioned Gen Z a couple minutes ago.
Love my Gen Zers.
And it feels like every generation comes along and then they sort of get to decide, what is trendy now, what's on now, for better or for worse. What is Gen Z focusing on right now from a content, a social perspective? What platforms are making the cut? Or what do you see in your data and I guess with your customers?
Yeah, so I went on a little bit of a journey with Gen Z, William. I read this stat that 80%, 78% of decision makers starting in 2025 are going to be either Gen Z or millennials. I'm a millennial, so I thought clearly I'm the same, you too. Clearly I'm the same as a Gen Zer, we're exactly the same, there's no difference between us, but let me meet a few of them just to confirm my bias.
I don't know if I ever thought that.
I kind of did. I'm still living in whatever age is in my head. And so I went and started meeting with a few of them, and I learned some really interesting things. They are nothing like us. It is a completely different generation, and it is a generation of complete contradictions. And so I got hooked. I met with a few of them, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is interesting. And so I ended up meeting with over 500 Gen Zers. And when I say they're a generation of contradictions, is they grew up with a phone in their pocket, and they will do almost anything to make sure they don't use it for talking to you. They want to have remote work, but if you mandate no office, they will quit because they would like the option to come into the office. But don't mandate return to the office because they'll quit as well, right? And so it is this, I want a little, but not so much. But one of the biggest things that I learned is, there's this misconception that it is a fast, lazy generation, and that has not been my findings at all. I think it is a mindful, I think they're changing what is important in life generation, but I also think they're doing things differently and completely putting the normal playbooks upside down. Those playbooks got built by boomers, most of them. They're 30, 40 years old, and they operate differently. They grew up in a world of Netflix where they get to search and find what they want. And so when you think about how they grew up, they will do a lot before they get on a phone with a sales rep. They will do a lot before they interact with any of your companies with a human. They want to be able to self-search, self-research, self-look, and then when they're ready, mostly when they're 78% done of their research and ready to make a decision, then they'll get on the phone. Which is crazy because as businesses, we have to completely change how we go after our customers, because if you're not on their day one list, you're not going to win.
I mean, no offense to the Gen Zers, but based on Irina's research, it sounds like you're a very difficult generation to please.
Or
That's the
better,
takeaway.
or easier, because in many ways, they just don't want to talk to us. So you just got to put all that information at their fingertips. And, it's funny what you said, William, but, they're looked at as kind of a TikTok generation, where if it's not 6 seconds or less, they don't want it. The reality is, our research has showed that the majority of them consume almost 13 pieces of long-form content in doing research. So they do research, but they just don't want to do it in the modes that previous generations have. They just want to read it themselves. They want to go to their community, see what their friends are saying, their tribe is saying, and they want it at how they want it.
Again, my conception of Gen Z is that they're spending all their time on TikTok. But the thing that I would ask is, for this generation, or actually for marketers in particular, right? Where should marketers invest their time? If Gen Z is on TikTok one day and then in a few years or 6 months, let's say, there's another dominant platform where Gen Z is sort of moved that's more trendy, how do marketers decide, what platforms they really invest in, right? Yeah. If I'm Coke or Pepsi, is it TikTok? Or it's like a company that scale can afford to invest in every platform, probably, but not all businesses can.
Right. One of the things that we do with a lot of our customers is they leverage our listening and analytics tools so that they don't have to guess, but the data will kind of tell them where to go, right? And so we'll say, depending on who you're trying to target, depending on the messaging that you're trying to convey, sometimes it is better to be part of the Facebook groups because that's the right audience for you. Sometimes you want to be on TikTok. Sometimes you need to be on LinkedIn. And so I don't think it's a black and white answer. And I also think, depending on the network du jour and depending on the topic of the day, it changes. I think one of the things that we saw, move up, Blue Sky kind of had this thing bump up. Yep. Threads came out, everybody went on Threads. Reddit became obsessed with kind of the topics that are happening there, LinkedIn. And so it just moves around depending on what it is that your goals are. But I think listening and tuning in to some of the analytics, depending on what your goals are, going back to ROI, matters, because I don't think it's going to be a one-size-fits-all.
Well, and something else you mentioned about Gen Z is they don't like to talk to anyone, which seems like fine because all customer service is now AI bots, right? But also,
I'm actually an AI bot. I'm not a real human.
It's like, are you?
Yeah, just gotta.
She is there. It's a real.
It moves.
No. So thinking about AI, though, it seems to me that a lot of social marketers are leveraging AI tools for content, for posting, and because of that. Again, just fundamentally the way tools work and how people navigate to websites through organic search, all of these things are changing, right? What do social marketers do now? Where should they focus? And then the next question after that will be just around what is the next stage if everyone's using AI? How do brands and businesses stand out?
Oh, I love this. Okay, I'm going to answer a little differently. And you heard me do this before, but I'm going to do it in here too. Okay, yep. You're going to have to raise your hand really high because the lights are really bright, so it's hard for me to see. So how many of you will admit to using ChatGPT? Raise it really high. Okay, love it. Thank you for being honest, because it was literally 100% of people in this room. Fun fact, and this is a question you're going to have to scream because it's loud in here. What date do you think ChatGPT or any of these AI models, Gemini, whatever, Claude, whatever you want to use, is pulling social media data from? So do you think the social media data they're using is an hour old, a day old, a month old, a year old? Scream it out. Okay, cheaters, were you at my last panel? Okay, cheaters, but I'm doing it again. Those that said a few days old, that's what you would think. Do not do it now because I lose all your attention. But when you leave here and someone else is speaking, why don't you go into ChatGPT and ask, what is the date of the social media polls that are happening? I'll give you the punchline. It's November 23rd or January 24th. That's 15 months. I mean, the social media trend that was this morning is probably dead already. It's an impossible thing to do. And so one of the things that we spend a lot of time building is our own LLM model on social data so that you can be relevant. But the reason I raise this is while marketers, in every conversation, AI is going to replace every marketer in the world. Okay, maybe, and we'll get to that in a second, but not yet and not today, because so much of what makes our worlds relevant is access to authentic and real data. And we're just not there yet. However, I do think that what is going to be happening is we're going to become agent bosses, and all of us are going to have agents that work for us, and marketing is going to be a great place where that's probably going to start, because you don't need to create all your own content, right? You can put in, and we see our customers doing it with our own social GPT within our products. They'll type in, can you give me ideas for a campaign? What's trending? Give me some posts, and we'll write it. You have to edit it because it's your brand. It's your realistic image. You want to make sure it's representative of your voice, but you probably don't have to sit there with a white blank sheet of paper figuring out what is it you're going to put on there, but you still need to be an editor, right? And so I think the magic of what AI does is it gives the horsepower to every single person in this room to be 5x better, 10x better, and I think it starts by just embracing it. And by the way, Gen Z, embracing it.
Is there any risk that with everyone using the same tools, that again, all of our marketing and content is going to start to look the same? How do businesses stand out? How do Hootsuite stand out? How do you see your clients standing out despite the fact that we all have access to the same tools?
Stuff. I would tweak that a little bit, and I think this goes back where I learned this from Gen Z too. They care about authenticity. And they care about transparency. And so one of the things that was really an interesting stat is they are 78% more likely to purchase from a company if their executives are on social. And not just the brand, but they actually want to understand, what do you sound like? What do you stand for? They kind of don't want the everyday bullshit. And I don't know if I can say that here, but they just don't want the copywriting, right? They don't want your fluffy colors and what you mean. They want to understand what you represent. And so one of the things that we've seen, especially in the last 6 months, is just whether it's one of our Fortune 100 customers or whether it's one of our small businesses, we've seen executives starting to put themselves out there. And that also helps with this AI-human kind of trade-off where AI can help you write the content, but how do you showcase your authenticity and your humanity? Because last time I looked, humans are still buying from humans.
And so on that note, right, is it just executives and CEOs, or like what's the power of just like general employees from companies being on social?
Okay, here's great. How many of you have FOMO? Ever have experienced FOMO? Lying if you're not raising your hand, or come talk to me and tell me how you don't have FOMO for anything. But it happens, it's real. And how does it work? We have one of the customers we worked with, they had to hire 8,000 people in a few months. Do you know how they did it? They brought in their own employees, turned them into brand ambassadors, and had them post authentic stories of why they liked working for that place. And you know what happened when you saw your buddy, Bobby, Sally, whoever, posting about where they work and they're giggling and having a great time, and then you see a job posting, you're like, okay, well, they're happy, I'll go. Or, we have a lot of companies where, I mentioned that example with the 11,000 brokers. The reason that they were able to get 4x the sales isn't because the company was putting out more branded content, is because Irina and William started developing a rapport on social media, and then you went and took it into real life, or you brought it into kind of the business sense. And I'm a sucker for it. Every time I see a brand that has an exec I like, I'm like, oh, are we doing business with them? Can we? And what are we doing? Because humans buy from humans, right? And so I do think that there's multiple different use cases, and one of the things that we see our customers leaning into is, how do you leverage your employee base to be brand advocates, whether it's acting as salespeople, whether it's acting as recruiters, whether it's just helping be in front of your customers. We all know that you have to kind of see something 12 times before it resonates. Well, this is such an easy way to be in front of your customers and listen also to what they're saying. Crazy thing, have a two-way dialogue.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And what about you in particular? What is your favorite social tool or channel? Where are you spending 10 hours a week, like you said?
I am spending way more than 10 hours a week, if I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to tell you what my social time is. Sometimes in rooms I have people read out how much, if you go into your settings on the iPhone screen time and go into to social media. It tells you how long you're spending on social media. If you ever want to cry, just go spend a minute, do that. But where am I spending time? I spend a lot of time on LinkedIn personally, because I follow our customers, I follow CEOs that I like, I follow thought leaders, and it's an easy way for me to interact and kind of test things. I'll test ideas, I'll test corporate strategy content to see what works. Personally, I'm an Insta. I don't know if that's generational, but I download the internet every morning to see what's happening. I cannot do TikTok because I would never just leave my bed. The doom scroll would just take me down. But
okay, so 2 more questions because we are running out of time, but we want to get a photo with the audience.
Yes,
right?
yes, we're getting a selfie. So look alive.
Right. So something else we talked about the other day on, was it yesterday?
I don't know.
Feels like it was 3
These
days
have
ago.
been long days.
I think it was yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Was again the integration of like AI and social and like business outcomes. And I'm wondering if you can quickly touch on again, how are you looking at the marketing org chart at Hootsuite, right? Where does AI fit? How does how you're using social tools? I think you mentioned how the fact that you sort of have AI agents in the org chart.
We're starting to.
Right. So what? Again, give us a little.
Good question. My chief people officer is sitting in the front row over there, and one of the things we're talking about this week is how do we start hiring agents and treating them as if they're people and enabling our owls to manage agents. And I think that starts by skilling and reskilling our employees to not be afraid of the change, but to lean into it and kind of see what can happen. And so today, one of the things we kicked off, we do a 15-minute company-wide TikTok-style town hall, and it's 15 minutes and it moves. And so one of the things that we had today is people start showing up and sharing how they're using AI to be more productive, so that we're kind of creating a little bit of a FOMO moment, but also it's contagious. Like if I were to just pull up ChatGPT and tell you how I used it during my day, you'd be like, oh, that's interesting, I can go copy that. And so I think it's just pulling the curtain a little bit and showing what the people that are leaning in doing with it. And I think smart people are curious and they're going to go copy it.
Yeah. All right. So just to wrap it up.
Okay.
You have seen what works across, again, your company and with, again, tons of clients. What's the best way for the people in the room and their organizations to sort of future-proof themselves for this future in which social is such a huge driver of revenue in business?
Okay, I said this at the last panel. I said it yesterday. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to read you 3 quotes, and you cannot be one of these 3 people in the next 5 years. One quote is Watson, who's the chairman of IBM, basically looked at the world in the 1950s and said, I believe that there will be a market for 5 computers. Steve Ballmer, who's the CEO of Microsoft, assessed the market of iPhones in 2007 and said, I think that iPhones are going to die by 2010. Show of hands, how many of you have iPhones? Okay, those in the back are lying. Yep. And Newsweek, the cover of Newsweek said online shopping is going to flop. I said this earlier. I said this yesterday, and I think it really resonates. Of people just there's 2 paths. You either lean into it and you start using it, or you kind of put your head in the sand and pray it'll go away. AI's not going away. So I think you're going to be one of those 3 people if you're going to put your head down and pray. However, I think it's powerful and it's exciting, and it can make so many of us go home and think, gosh, I wish I had 5 more hours in the day, or I wish I had an extra day, or if I didn't sleep, I could conquer the world, Pinky, and take over everything. Great, this is you don't need to sleep. You can go conquer the world. And, I think the imagination of how to use this technology is just getting started. And if there's nothing else you can do, I think one of the things when I'm a student of history and I love looking at history, and when you look at what happened with the internet, the one thing that all companies had in common of those that died during the internet transformation versus those that succeeded, they did one thing. And the one thing they did is just use it. That's it. It was that basic. And so if I can leave you with anything, is just use AI and do it on social.
Right.
Okay, yeah, go. Sorry.
No, be on social because that's where everyone is. And then I feel like AI is a superpower for people and organizations if they really want to engage and drive business value. And the Web Summit team's going to get angry.
Okay, we're gonna yell that. We're doing a selfie.
Get a photo. And
if anybody wants to stand or look alive in this, we'll say yes. Or maybe we'll do a video. Okay, we're going to do a video. Ready? Scream, do whatever on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. We're here from Web Summit live with the whole audience. Woo! A little lame in the front, but thank you all for participating.
All right, back again. Artificial intelligence, or AGI, has long been the holy grail of AI research, a system that can think, reason, and learn like a human. But with today's breakthroughs accelerating at lightning speed, the conversation is shifting from if AGI is possible to when, how, and what it means for society. Our next speakers bring a range of perspectives, from frontier AI research and deep tech investing to cognitive science and philosophical debate. Together, they'll cut through the hype to explore what AGI progress really looks like and whether we're as close as some headlines suggest. Is AGI just around the corner, or are we still chasing a moving target? To explore the realities of AGI and to close day one at Web Summit Vancouver, please welcome in conversation with Nicholas Carlson, the editor-in-chief of Dynamo, CEO and co-founder of Contextual AI, Due Kiela, managing partner at Principal Venture Partners, Sung-Ji Yoon, and professor, scientist, and best-selling author and AI contrarian, Gary Marcus.
Well, all right, so we just had your introduction, but I'm kind of do a new one just to say, big time AI skeptic, long time AI inventor and now investor, but kind of skeptical of the term AGI, and then also now in the industry, kind of convincing enterprises to spend money on AI and tool up. So we're gonna have a good conversation. So let's just start with, and Dow, you're gonna do this one for us. Can you define AGI for those of us in the audience who only pretend to know what it means?
Yeah, good question. I don't know if anybody knows for real what we actually mean by AGI these days anymore. So some people think it means artificial consciousness. I don't think that that's the right definition. If you look at the definition in the OpenAI ethical charter, there's a very precise definition, which is written originally by the founders of Anthropic, which is about the ability to do most economically valuable work that humans can also do. So the key word is kind of most, and I think that's where a lot of the debate comes from.
And then Sung-Ji, your position on this when we last spoke is that it's a bunch of marketing and kind of nonsense. Is that right?
No, I think it's an elusive term, right? I mean, I think it's, in the past, people talk about, oh, AGI is achieved, I mean, like, just like a Turing test, that if an AI and piece of software can do economically valuable thing better than humans do, then we can say that we have reached AGI. We have a calculator, we have other things, we have a kind of the tools that do much better than most humans do, but like, there's still people say, oh, we haven't reached AGI because it doesn't do multiple things in a more autonomous way. So I think it's a kind of a moving target. It's very elusive, and it sparks a lot of interesting imagination, but I don't know. What's a real value?
Yeah, I'm going to try to get you to say some of the things you said before. All right, so Gary. You're skeptical of much of AI, leave alone AGI, the whole shebang.
Well, I love AI. I'm going to come into this. I'm going to add a sentence here, though, which is the notion of AGI wasn't always defined economically or in consciousness terms, or whatever. The people who invented it, like Shane Legg, Peter Voss, and Ben Goertzel, they were all talking about having the ability to adapt and be flexible like humans. And a few years ago, I actually offered Elon Musk a $100,000 bet, which is in an essay called Dear Elon Musk on Substack. And I put the criteria, I made some very specific ideas. I put them in front of Twitter, which back then was a much more active place. And everybody was fine with what I suggested in terms of the flexibility of humans. Nobody was talking about the economic stuff. Nobody was talking about consciousness. And the things that I suggested at particular criteria, like be able to watch a movie, understand what's going on, understand the character motivations, and when to laugh, people were fine with that then. So I think there's actually been a lot of redefinition. Now, in terms of my skepticism, I think AI long-term is going to be fantastic, But short term, I think it's totally overhyped. And part of that overhype is people are pretending like large language models are nearly AGI, or Tyler Cowen said they are, or O3 is AGI, and I think that that's absurd. I think there's a lot of serious limits to current AI, and I don't think we get to the next stage until we acknowledge those limits. Problems around hallucination, reasoning, and so forth, which have proven much less tractable than a lot of people thought.
So Dow, these two, I think, and I'm going to get you to talk more about it, but I think they think there's a little bit of hucksterism going on in this industry. You know, how do you counter that? Do you think that, how do you, yeah.
Yes, so in my view, there are sort of two very dominant camps in the debate around AGI. There are the people who think that it's around the corner, it's coming now, and I agree that they're, I don't know if huckster is the right term, but they're doing that from a marketing perspective. Then there are denialists, and I think Gary is one of the most famous people. I don't know if denialist is the right word, but people are skeptic, and I think in a justified way. I think there's also a third camp, and that's the camp I'm in, which is who cares? It's like for AI, what really matters is if it's useful. And I think it is very useful, and even if it hallucinates, it's already very useful. I couldn't see how many people raised their hands with the previous speaker when she asked how many people are using ChatGPT, but it's an amazing tool. It does a lot of stuff that makes your life easier. And so whether it's AGI or not, I really don't care. It has to be useful and valuable, and I think that's happening right now.
Gary, does your skepticism lead you to say, actually, I don't think ChatGPT is that useful? Or do you think it's useful for some?
I would say it has its uses.
Yeah.
It's great for coding. It's great for brainstorming. It can help with writing. I think that it's been sold as a universal solvent, like it would solve any problem, and I don't think that's remotely true. I think, you know, how much cost there is for an error is a huge issue. So you don't want to use it for something like medicine. You wouldn't want to use it to drive a car. There was a company that actually tried to drive a car with large language models and went out of business. You know, where error is important, it's probably not the best tool because we don't know how to get rid of the errors. I mean, Dow has done some of the best work to try to ameliorate them, and I think that work has had some value. But the hallucinations have not gone away, and the dumb errors, like the other day, a bunch of systems were wrong on, I think it was 8.60 minus 8.11. Like, you never know what you're going to get. Somebody said it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. The kind of Forrest Gump view of ChatGPT. So I think it's, you know, it does have its uses. I'm not going to go so far as to say that it's useless, but at the same time, we really need to caution. I'll take coding and then I'll wrap it up. Coding is one of the places it's best used for, but it hallucinates packages, and so now we have a problem called slop squatting, where people will make, I think that's the term, where people will make up malware under the name of a package that didn't exist because they've discovered that the systems doing the coding, not just ChatGPT, will invoke these packages that don't exist. And so there are all kinds of security problems that come from that and so forth. So even in some of the best cases, there are still issues that need to be reckoned with.
Sung, your job in many ways is to parse, like a founder who comes in and is like talking about AGI and, you know, sounds kind of like buffoonish perhaps to you versus like someone who is working on a technology that you think is really important and worth putting money into and you spent much of your life working on. You know, we only have 10 minutes, so you have to kind of answer this question in like half a minute. But how do you generally feel like you separate those two? Like, this is real, this is not real. What are some principles?
I also belong to camp. It doesn't really matter. I mean, this is a great piece of software if it solves a problem that we're faced with. It could be business problem, it could be life problem. And I think there, with the help of AI and help of the software development tools, we are able to address those problems much more efficiently than 10 years ago, which is fantastic. So I invest in companies that are solving real-world problems using this technology, and there are many, many like examples of that. Very useful, and in terms of the investment that goes into it, the value out of it, it makes sense. There is a huge ROI to that. But I'm not investing in companies that say, oh, I'm going to build this oracle that's going to solve all the world problems for us, although we don't know what it's going to do, because it's really hard to justify that kind of the investment that says, because we're going to build Oracle, it's justified to make all this resources to be put into this. I think we have to really parse through what is the business objective and where the investment goes and how we can create value out of that investment.
Wouldn't you wish that you were an investor in OpenAI, though?
I mean, all that OpenAI is offering right now is to collect all of the value of the light cone of Earth. So that sounds pretty oracular to me.
There's a common strain of pragmatism between the three of you. Like,
Makes it hard for us to disagree.
I know. Okay, so let me try. Let me try to get you to disagree. But do you think the technology, these two, at least I know you, are, and Dal, I have to get into you, are worried that this technology, forget the term AGI, but it is about to hit some kind of threshold. It's about to create enough advancement that it's going to cause an economic disruption. And do you think that's the case even, or it's not even serious?
I mean, even in its current state, which I would say is premature, there is some economic disruption. So for example, voiceover actors don't really have a job anymore unless they're really famous, because we can synthesize voices extremely well. And then there's the whole kind of art world, maybe not the fine arts, but commercial arts are very much disrupted because if you want a simple concept drawing for something, you can use one of these systems. Never mind that they're ripping off a lot of art and not compensating the artist, but that is disruptive. So you can have disruption even long before you get to AGI, and we do have some. I would notice that, or note rather, that when you look at like productivity and how much companies improve by using AI products, the data aren't as promising as people thought, at least so far. There was just a survey of I think 7,000 companies, and looking at this survey of 7,000 companies, it wasn't obvious that AI was really helping them. And so last year everybody was trying this stuff. This year people are like, maybe it's working for me, maybe it's not.
Dal, you're selling to those companies. What are they doing wrong with technology? If it's not yours, but it's like something like yours.
What are the companies doing wrong?
Yeah, I mean, well, if they're all customers.
I think a lot of companies are struggling more with the change management than actually having the technology work for their use case, right? So I think the technology is ready for massive economic disruption. What's holding it back is not the technology, it's people being afraid of change and people like lawyers and compliance people in big companies saying like, oh, let's see how this pans out first. But the technology is there. I don't think we need anything else to really get to that disruption. Whether that's AGI or not, that's a very different
Then
problem.
again, over 100 lawyers have gotten in trouble with the courts for using ChatGPT and making up fabricated cases in their bibliographies. That's a lot of lawyers.
But how many millions of lawyers are using it every day to great effect?
And how many have fake citations and don't get caught? So I mean, there's a complicated calculus there.
And is this a problem with technology or lawyers? That's
No comment. No comment.
Sung, you tell us about the fears you have around I mean, like, just so we're clear, there is a big wave coming, right? And whether we call it AGI or not, it causes economic pain, right? That you do think is real.
No, I mean, I think it's a newest GPT for us. I mean, like, there is a multiple incidents where GPT was introduced to society, whether it's electricity, whether it's internet, it's mobile. It created a huge disruption, and those who are managing horses had to learn how to drive a car. I think it's a kind of a new learning opportunity for everyone, right? I mean, change hands. You have to learn the new technology. I think the problem with this newest technology is that because it's AI, it's anthropomorphized. Many times, it sparks imagination of people, it creates that hype with AGI. So it kind of prevents people from seeing through it. It's a technology. Yes, there's a transition. There's a new learning opportunities, but we have to adopt it in a way that doesn't really disrupt the social order that we worked so hard for the hundreds of years through our sweat and blood, which is we're building technology for all of us. We're building a society that's inclusive. We are trying not to create this massive divide or unnecessary concentration of power. And we want to have a peer-reviewed process. We want transparency and all of those things. Just because it's AI, I think giving that exception and allowing it's okay to skip all of this it's going to cause a lot of the more social unrest than it's justifiable.
So, Gary, give us a plan. I mean, what is the plan here? If you think we need to...
Well, I mean, I guess there's two kinds of plans. One is, I think we have to recognize that as good as these tools are, that they're not the final answer, and that we need better tools, and that, I think, points to research. And probably the plan shouldn't be decimating the American universities. It's probably just not the best plan for that, I think. And we should probably stop making short-term policies about chip export and stuff like that, and really focus a lot more on AI research. So that's one side of the plan. The other, going to her point, is we do need regulation around it. So regulation was actually very helpful in setting up businesses like trains and stuff like that, and airplanes. Like airplanes are very heavily regulated business, and that works really well, such that many people in this room took commercial airlines. They went in a flying bus to get here, and they felt pretty comfortable with that. And that's because the industry is pretty well regulated. We need regulation. When somebody introduces something new, significantly different before, we should treat it like we treat FDA approval. Like, are the benefits better? Do they outweigh the risks here? And we should have some regulation. We should have monitoring processes. Right now, the United States is running away from all of that. It's telling the states that the states can't do that, and the states want to step in because the federal government has moved so slowly. This is not good. So ultimately, we need research, and we need a rational regulation framework. Not one that shuts everything down, but that people can deal with, but does put some constraints on the crazier decisions companies might make.
Dow, what kind of regulation would you like, and what should we not have?
I'm not a fan of regulation. I guess as a European who moved to the US, the Europeans are very good at regulation. They think that's one of the few things that they're world leaders in AI. I'm very scared of prematurely regulating something that still, to Gary's point, I think requires a lot of research to really be fleshed out. So if we prematurely regulate something like this, then I think it's going to hamper innovation. And my kind of optimistic outlook on the world, so not the techno-dystopian one, but the optimistic one is that in the future we're all going to have our AI colleagues or our team of AI agents doing a lot of the boring stuff. And we can go one level of abstraction higher and focus on the much more interesting things. And many of those more interesting things are distinctly human activities. So in my optimistic view, we have more time to be human together.
I mean, just like you pointed out, whether it's a problem with technology or a lawyer, I think it's what regulation we're talking about. I think regulation is not necessarily at the opposite end of innovation all the time. I think there are good regulations, and like they put the guardrail that we can come up with safe innovation, right? And also like we have to really think about what is the role of the government and the role of the private sector. And like when we were introducing cars and like rolling out highways, there was a clear role of the government putting out the infrastructure, and then the private companies come in on top of that infrastructure to build these cars, to build this flourishing industry. I think we have to think about what is provided for better access for most people than what should be left for private sector companies, so that we feel safe, we can rely on.
Let's be detailed. What should we do? We have 1 minute and 12 seconds.
In terms of regulation?
Yeah.
Number one is something like an FDA for large-scale deployments.
Yeah.
Number two would be auditing. Number three would be to have a national AI agency. And if you want more, read my book, Taming Silicon Valley.
Okay, Dow, can you live with any of those? You want an FDA for this? Will that work?
It depends. I think it's premature to do that. I think a lot of the call for regulation comes from a good place. But it's like trying to regulate like the internet when it's very early days, or like trying to regulate browsers because people can do bad stuff on the internet. It's like browsers are just a piece of technology that people can use to do good things and bad things. So I think it's much smarter to regulate the application of the technology rather than the technology itself.
We're going to let you take us out, Gary, by telling us, you said you love AI. So what do you see 20 years out that
if we play our cards right and avoid the dystopia and develop better technologies, then AI will revolutionize biology. The thing about biology is there's so many molecules running around our bodies that no human is ever going to understand the complex interactions. And if you had a machine that could think causally like a scientist, but at the scale that machines do, that would be fantastic.
I love it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, folks, that is a wrap for day one of Web Summit Vancouver. Who here today had a really good time? Round of applause. Woo! I don't have a script for this part because really we're at the end here. Night Summit starts at 6 p.m. I hope to see a lot of you there. It's over in Yaletown. And if you can't get into Night Summit, there's a million other events that I think you should get involved in. We'll be back here tomorrow, first thing. Again, thanks so much for a wonderful day one, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. Have a good evening.